team was the grand finalist of 2020 PMGC and has competed in the PUBG Mobile Pro League multiple times. But not everything goes to plan.
এর আগের PMPL অনেক খারাপ পারফরম্যান্স ছিল, এটা আর কি অনেক বড় রিগ্রেট বিকজ এর আগের সিজনের জন্য আমরা PMPL ইনভাইট পাইনি।
They entered the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Arena with dreams to conquer.
PUBG Mobile Team Peacekeeper চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপে টপ রেগার বাংলাদেশকে একটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যানে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা, নিজের টিমকে গ্লোবাল স্টেজে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা, পিএমজিসিতে একটা ভালো পজিশন আনা।
This time, they will not falter. A1 Esports is ready.
টিম এটা হলো ESPORT, যারা রিসেন্টলি অনেক ভালো করতেছে, মঙ্গোলিয়ার টিম। তো রিসেন্টলি অনেক ভালো করলেও ওদের সাথে PMNC তে ইনশাআল্লাহ দেখা হবে। তো PMNC তে দেখা যাবে কে কত ভালো খেলে।
A1 Esports. It's time to make your mark. Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
Time travel.
My girlfriend.
Kill korbo friends. Zonetai. Laser spray.
Unlimited health.
Time travel.
পিসি আপডেট করব,
ট্যুর দিব, ট্যুর সেভ করব।
ইচ্ছা তো আছে একটা কার কেনার।
কিল করব ফ্রেন্ডসের সাথে।
জিএসএম ফিয়ার।
স্টিল শট 90 ফিটের লুকাশিকে দন্তে।
PUBG Mobile Pro.
Rich. PUBG Mobile Pro.
PUBG Mobile Pro.
Rich, good looking. NB Sports.
NB Sports.
NB Sports.
My girlfriend.
Girlfriend. My girlfriend.
Winning PMNC.
Winning PMNC.
No.
আমাদের PUBG Mobile ড্রিম হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা PMNC তে।
Gremlin Storm is a team notorious for consistent excellence, qualifying for PMPL South Asia multiple times. Despite past setbacks, they've been resilient and persevered together. They know the challenges that lay await as they enter the stage of the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
PMNC this time it's a challenge for us because previously আমরা PMPL খেলছি and this time this is a challenge for us to prove ourselves, prove our worth in it.
To this squad, the tournament means hope.
তো আমার ফ্যামিলি প্রথমে সাপোর্ট করে নাই, এখনো ওইভাবে করতেছে না। এখন পিএমএনসি সামনে আছে, পিএমএনসিতে যদি ভালো কিছু আমরা করতে পারি আশা করি ফ্যামিলি সাপোর্ট করবে।
Gremlin Storm has seen the glory of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. This time, they will challenge themselves to go further than ever before. To be the versions of themselves that will emerge as champions.
তো আমার কোনো টিমের প্রতি চ্যালেঞ্জ না থাকলেও আমার নিজের টিমের প্রতি একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে, ওটা হচ্ছে কি মোস্ট ভ্যালুয়েবল প্লেয়ারটা যাতে আমাদের টিম থেকে আসে।
The storm has passed and your dreams lie ahead. Gremlin Storm. It is time to make your mark. Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
I don't want any girlfriend. Family ke dibo. PMNC. Unlimited health. Infinity health. Unlimited health. Family ke dibo. Family ke kichu gift korbo.
Nightwing from A1 Esports.
Sinister from A1 Esports. A1 Esports second Nightwing.
PUBG Mobile Pro.
Good looking. None of them. I don't want any girlfriend. Winning PMNC. My girlfriend. PMNC is the priority.
Winning PMNC.
চ্যালেঞ্জ দেওয়ার মতো আসলে তেমন কেউ নাই, বাট যদি দিতে হয় তাহলে বাংলাদেশের আধা দুইটা বেস্ট টিম A1 and GSM।
TRZ Esports, one of the most competitive teams of the region. This squad has consistently found their way to the top ranks of PMNC and qualified for PMPL South Asia. This time they dream of going further than they ever have.
PMNC right now বলতে গেলে one of the most important tournament for us because এখান থেকে আমাদের PMPL এ কোয়ালিফাই করতে হবে, আদারওয়াইজ কোনো চান্স নেই আর ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা PMDC বন্ধু।
Their journey to the grand finals of PMNC South Asia Wildcard has been a long time coming.
2018 এ ফার্স্ট আমি স্টার্ট করি আর কি টিমটা। সো তারপর অনেকগুলো প্লেয়ারের সাথে নরমালি খেলা হয়। এরপর সানহক টাইম পর মাম্বাকে আমি অ্যাপ্রোচ দেই। মাম্বা আমি অলমোস্ট 3 ইয়ার্স হইতে যাবে হয়তো বা খেলতেছি।
তারপর থেকে তো স্টিফু তো অনেক আগে থেকে টিএসজি ছিল, তারপর আমরা আস্তে আস্তে খেলতে থাকি, দেন ডিগ্রিকে কয়েকদিন আগে নিলাম
2 মাস আগে,
আর ম্যাটকেন ভাই তো মাঝে দিয়ে আসলো পিএমএনসি পর।
This PMNC they have regrets to overcome.
বিগেস্ট রিগ্রেট হচ্ছে পিএমপিএল সিজন 6 এর টুর্নামেন্টটা যে ছিল, আমরা আরো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে পারতাম, করতে পারিনি ডিউ টু সাম ইস্যুস। স্টিফু আমাদের কি প্লেয়ার ছিল বাট ও ট্রাভেল করতে পারে নাই, আর আমাদের তখন বড় ভাই ডিগ্রিও ছিল না, তো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে পারিনি। এটাই বিগেস্ট রিগ্রেট। উইনিং পিএমপিএল, দ্যাটস দ্য কারেন্ট গোল রাইট নাও।
RGC Esports, are you ready to make your mark? Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
Reading players' mind.
My girlfriend. Winning PMNC.
Unlimited health.
Zone prediction.
আনলিমিটেড অ্যামোস।
Reading players' mind.
না পাচ্ছি যা কার
Sneakers.
গো অন ভ্যাকেশন।
Sinister.
This is a memo.
স্টিল শট।
Sinister.
রিচ গুড লুকিং।
Good looking.
Good-hearted.
Not.
A1 Esports.
2052. A1 Esports. My girlfriend.
Winning PMNC.
Winning PMNC any day.
Winning PMNC.
উইনিং পিএমএনসি নিডে।
Hi everyone, did you have a great time in the PUBG Mobile Global Chicken Cup? The new Frost Festival event is coming soon. Let's huddle up and enjoy the wonderful experience of icy football. On Erangel, Giga Footballs have become icy Giga Footballs. They can be pushed around. These icy Giga Footballs have a certain amount of health and will explode after taking a certain amount of damage. After exploding, a smaller sized cover will remain. Use it well and gain the upper hand. Furthermore, when you kick an Icy Wonder football, it will slow enemies upon impact. Don't let anyone escape. At the same time, Gearfront's much beloved skills gameplay will make a return in this Frost Festival. Vehicle airdrop, black market, healing smoke, lucky backpack, and more. These 8 skills will let players enjoy a more dynamic battleground. Let's experience it together. During this period, you can get fireworks from the event center when you log in each day. They're throwable items, and up to 10 fireworks can be brought to Spawn Island before each match. They can't be brought into the match itself. Throw to see some spectacular fireworks effects. During this period, fixed spots to watch a fireworks display will appear in matches played on Erangel and Livic. Their locations will be displayed on the minimap. After arriving at the fireworks stage, tap the light button to set off a fireworks display as well as enter into photo mode. The fireworks display will show all kinds of effects and last for about 1 minute. During that time, you can take a group photo with your teammates on the stage as a memento. During the fireworks display, you can still be attacked by enemies. However, the fireworks display will not be interrupted. Make sure to stay until the end, as you'll be rewarded with a ton of supplies. Be sure to collect them with your teammates. Fireworks displays can only be activated at the same spot once in each match. The fireworks display can only be seen by players standing on the stage. Those not on the stage won't be able to see it. At the same time, participate in the New Year's Fireworks Show event to get a free 2023 anniversary frame. What are you waiting for? Come collect your reward. That's all we have for our introduction to the Frost Festival updates. In this season of love, let us be grateful of our loved ones and be there for those important to us in PUBG Mobile. So huddle up and celebrate the new year. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship SA Wildcard 2022. It's Grand Finals week, but more importantly, it's the final day of the week as we get ready to crown 5 pro teams that will make their way to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. My name is Sia, and joining me on the desk is, of course, Terror. So, what a splendid day it is going to be, Terror, today. How are you feeling to start us off?
Indeed, man. It's going to be an exciting one, and I think we had a lot of upsets yesterday and a lot of surprises yesterday as well. And today is going to be that fight to the finish to crown the 5 teams who are going to be moving forward, and of course taking home a big chunk of that prize money as well. I mean, $30,000 on the line. First place taking home 10,000. So I mean, that's a lot of money for first place, and then it kind of drops off afterwards. 5,000 for second place, and so on. So I feel like, that number 1 spot that everyone's fighting for, I think right now SITM is leading. So I feel like, all these teams are gunning for them right now.
Oh, 100%. And look, it's been a long journey to even get here in the first place. These teams have been battling it out for months across many weeks. At least 11 of these teams. 5 of them, of course, were invited to this stage in awe of what they achieved in the last year. But we've got 16 teams now across this entire journey. Like you said, not just battling for the PMPL slots, but also for a massive prize pool on the line. So most definitely a lot of motivation for these teams to make sure that they are able to perform to the very best, because that's what I want to see on the server today, Terror. I want to see Apex Predators giving it their all, because it's the final day, it's the do or die right now.
Indeed, and like I said, taking a look at the prize pool here, first place taking home 10,000, second place 5,000, third place 3,500, fourth and fifth taking home 1,750, and then it kind of just drops off afterwards. But the best thing about this is all 16 teams will be walking away with a part of that prize pool. So regardless, I feel like for all the teams who did come into the grand finals today, everyone's going to be a winner just because of how far they have come and how hard they had to have worked to get to the point that they have. And I think they shouldn't be disheartened by whatever their placement today, and basically work harder next year because they know that they're capable of making it to that pro league. Coming into this grand final, all these teams are definitely deserving of it. Like you said, I think they had to work through so many teams to be able to get to this position. I think 256 teams, if I'm not mistaken, and I feel like they should be very happy with what they have achieved up to this point. But let's take a look. These are the teams that we do have for the day, and of course the last couple of days as well. So 5 invited teams and 11 teams from the semi-final. So I mean, it's going to be intense. I feel like we have a lot of names here that did outperform a lot of the competition in the last couple of days. We had SITM, we had TRZ, we had NB Esports, we had Team Seal. So 2 teams from the invited teams really outperforming the rest of them, and then a couple of teams from the qualifiers as well, you know, really standing out and performing.
100%. And I think what's really cool is that at this point we've got almost every single one of the invited teams getting into their groove, so to speak. But it's of course these 2 teams on your screens right now, Seal and SITM, who've been at the top of the mountain battling it continuously till just yesterday. SITM was able to set up a convincing lead. Now heading into day 4, they're battling for that $10,000 prize. So I think Seal will definitely look to pick things up, sneak through the waters and strike when they can. But otherwise, I think for a lot of the teams and for a lot of the audience, Tharu, what we're looking for today is for teams like MAKPEN or OPX to really set up the Cinderella story and give us something to look forward to as we look towards the end of the day, because it's that miraculous idea of a team that just wasn't able to make it and then makes a miracle run in day 4 that really gets everyone going. It's a typical underdog story, you know.
Indeed, I think we would all love to see that. So right now, taking a look at the overall standings, we have RGC Opex, MAKPEN and Victor Gaming at the bottom, with Astra Esports filling up the last 4 spots, and then NB Esports, Strong Esports, Equinox and B Esports. Again, these are teams that can fight for that top 5 finish as well. So we want a Cinderella story from one of these teams where they, you know, just come in and just outperforms everyone on this particular day. But when you take a look at the top 8 here, SITM with a very convincing lead with 211 points with 2 chicken dinners, and Seal Esports coming in second here with 178. NB Esports right on their tail. TRZ Esports at 4th place. Team Classic also making it into the top 5 with 165. Bad Intentions Expert dropping a little bit here to 7th place. Gremlin Storm here climbing up the ladder to 6th place at 1952. So we do see 4 teams, 4 the invited teams here on this list, which is, I mean, they are from the pro league. You would assume that they are supposed to perform and, you know, kind of outperform the competition. But the fun part about this is we have teams coming in from the semi-finals who is outperforming the competition. But yet again, man, Matt from BIGX, like, good God, this man. 35 eliminations, top of the top performance here. Desert QB following up MB Fistboy from NB Esports, and then Vega from Seal here. But I think the story is, Matt, man, this man will get picked up from so many teams. If he does decide to move out, there'll be enough and more teams looking to grab hold of this guy.
Oh, 100%. He's been that MVP performer, I guess, of the tournament entirely so far, where single-handedly he's been the most valuable player for his team, you know, to a large extent. Without the performances of Matt, it wouldn't work out. But it's a very much standard rotation, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through day 4, where we've seen every single day round double rotation of Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok respectively. And of course, in that regard, we expect our first match to be where things are the most calm. Miramar slows things down, you know, like the slow before a storm kicks in, and Sanhok is where truly everything is absolute chaos, and we saw that happen yesterday as well. But I must say, I think all in all, teams have been playing very well against each other in their ability to adapt. I've seen a lot more moves in the Grand Finals week than we had in the semi-finals week. And what that really sets us up for is a week that we head into knowing that every team has the potential to have a great day 4, but only some teams have displayed the consistency to be able to do it. So that's where I think the biggest difference lies. And talking about teams, right, I went for Bad Intention X off of the Math Hype train. Choo-choo, I'm fully on that Math Hype train, you know, I think he's gonna make it happen. But what about you? Which team do you see leading us on day 4?
Man, I have stuck with SITM from day 1 of the Grand Finals, and I'm not switching out. I switched out a couple of times because I wanted teams like Victor Gaming. We did see them kind of come into a group and then just falling off again. So there were times that I did switch out, but you know, SITM all the way, man. This team, I feel like they might come here on day 4 and just go back-to-back chicken dinners even.
Oh, that would be a spicy one, because think about it, like first few days SITM no chicken dinners, day 3 they come in, obliterate their opposition. Not only do they get 2 chicken dinners, they also get that 28-point game where Gremlin Storm stole the chicken dinner away from them. So massive day yesterday, and rightfully they've gained a significant lead. But I'm all for the underdog story, man. I've seen Bad Intention X really struggle. They were SITM's biggest competition as well in semi-finals week. So coming into finals week, I think Bad Intention X, they have the capability because of Matt's power to make it happen. And I don't know, I feel like he's one of those high stakes players that is only better when the stakes are bigger.
Indeed, and he is someone who can go in and, you know, destroy the opposition even 1v3, 1v4. We have seen him pull it off multiple times. We have seen him take these 1v3 fights and win out on it. So you want Matt to, you know, be destroying the competition whilst the team is also backing him up. I think that's where BIT has been lacking a bit. You have Matt on his own doing his own thing. But as an entire team, I feel like the teamwork has fallen off a little bit from the semifinals, because I felt like they performed a lot better in the semifinals. But come Grand Finals at day 4, I mean, if you are going to make it, this is the day for them to make it. And I feel like with their backs up against the wall, where they need to fight for the top 5 finish, I feel like they will pull out all the stops and make something happen here.
See, you'd hope for that, but I think we had a lot of hopes even when we went back to semi-finals day 4. And while we got our hopes true, at least conceptually, with OPX making that last-minute entry, we didn't really, it wasn't the teams we expected necessarily. So I'm hoping for surprises in day 4. That's what I want to see. It's like walking into a house of horrors and knowing that it's going to be very scary, but not necessarily knowing where the fear will jump out from. And either ways, I think it's going to be a thrilling affair for us neutral observers. I can only imagine what the players are going through, because multiple months of hard work culminating into one single day, 6 maps, like it can all be decided in this moment.
Yeah, it did, and it goes back to how much you can keep the momentum up as well, right? Because for a majority of these teams, they did come from the qualifiers, then they had to play quarterfinals and semi-finals, and then now the grand finals. So they had a lot of gaming happening in the last couple of weeks, or last couple of months rather, and it is about keeping up the momentum. So is one team going to lose gas at the end is going to be the question. That is, I think, key when it comes to a competitive team, to be able to go in for the long haul here and to be able to fight in and out, day in and day out, throughout an entire tournament. And if you put it all out on day number 1 and day number 2, by the end of the day, you're not going to have enough gas for the last couple of games. But having said that, though, SITM has been outperforming since day number 1, and they still seem to have gas in their tanks. And also BIT, we did see them not top seed or not among the top 3 seeds coming in from the quarterfinals into semis, but then in semis they pulled out all the stops and just outperformed a lot of these teams that are here today. So I feel like it is up to the IGL, it is up to the team management, if they do have coaches, to keep these players' momentum up, to keep their confidence up, and not let the pressure get to you as well. Coming from a competitive background, I played a couple of years back as well, not PUBG, but I did play other games competitively, and it's so important when the pressure is high to just go in and have fun, because if you let the pressure get to you, you're not going to be able to perform at your peak. You tend to fall off, you tend to overthink too much. You need to be able to be in your comfort zone and just go in and create havoc, man. And I think you explained the maps also really well, right? We are going to be off to a very slow start on Erangel, and then Miramar is just going to be building up to it, and then Sanhok, absolute chaos, right? It's just going to be so good, man. It's going to be so good.
And going into Erangel, right, I definitely see that storyline like you mentioned between SITM, Bad Intention X, really coming to light. I think what is even cooler is that these two teams have been vying for the fight for each other. So while Violent Tension X isn't exactly an underdog, I would love to see a scenario where the rest of the team around Matt actually somehow steps up today, and as a team they're able to pick up the PMPL slot. That would be, I think, the true great ending for them to pick up. But again, it's easier said than done, because we've seen moments from like Cravens, maybe we've seen moments from Mehdi in good positions, but never something as big as what Matt has really pulled out continuously for that team. So I think a lot of expectations on him. And with regards to the standings as well, right, Terror, besides Bad Intention X, Gremlin Storm, Classic, TRZ, now these three teams quite close to each other, all within 15 points of each other between TRZ and Bad Intention X, and of these four teams, only two will progress. Surprisingly enough, of these four teams, two are invited teams, two teams that have battled their way here. So it's also going to be that idea, that storyline of teams that have really fought their way to come here versus teams that have come down from PMPL and who are able to then progress.
Indeed, and another interesting part of this is that Team Classic here. Out of these teams that are in the top 8, Team Classic had the slower start during semifinals, right? You take day number 1 and 2, they barely performed. They were like, for me, I was not even considering them, and come day number 3 and 4, they just really stepped up and performed. Even on towards the latter part of the second day, I think they picked up their pace and just started outperforming a lot of these teams. And coming into the semifinals, also from the quarterfinals, they were not among the top seeds coming in. And this team really has just improved over time, just like fine wine, just getting better and better. And I feel like this team definitely deserves a spot in the top 5. But having said that, all of these teams here, right, it is a tough. If I want to pick 5 here who deserve that top 5 finish, it's going to be really tough. But I think Team Classic, Bad Intention X, they've worked so hard coming into this, and they've really gotten better day in and day out, and I feel like they definitely do deserve that spot in the top 5. Having said that, though, TRZ as well as Gremlin, they are from two of the invited teams, right? So you know that these guys are already good. So do you how do you live up to that expectation? You expect these teams to qualify, and that's a lot of pressure as well. You want coming into a tournament like this when you're the invited team, and you have all these teams who have grinded through to get there, and you're sitting as top dogs coming in invited, and it's a lot of pressure to outperform the competition as well. So I mean, it must be a lot of emotions going through these players' heads coming into this matchup here, and it's just final day. And especially like you said, looking at those points, the last 2 spots in the top 5 is going to be the fight for, I think, the top 3 positions are almost solidified. I think SITM and ESPORT, if they don't really have a horrible day alongside the CL Esports, these 3 positions I feel like is fairly solidified. But things can happen, things can go wrong. We might see these teams getting knocked out just off of the dropship, and we might even see teams going and contesting them on their drops as well to put a halt into their fight. And another interesting thing is, are these teams that are looking to qualify, will they fight each other off of drop to try and take their competition out? Is going to be another question. What type of strategy they are going to use to try and push it forward is going to be the next question for them. It's going to be an interesting one. What strategies they are going to employ, especially on which maps. Are they going to be looking for these high risk, high reward kind of plays, or are they going to play it safe, look for those placements and look for those eliminations towards the latter part of those rings? But it is definitely going to be an interesting one to see what type of strategies they have come up with. But to start things off, though, we do have Erangel. It's a very slow space compared to the rest of it. I feel like not slow pace. It's a more even type of map where teams can do their own thing, and there isn't a lot of things that can go wrong. But Miramar, depending on the ring, I mean, you have a lot of mountain ridges to work with, and depending on where the ring will fall, I feel like it can get quite hectic. But Sanhok is obviously the one there all the chaos falls in. I'm expecting this team to come up with some weird strategies here. I want to see their drop location, especially because if I was in a team, if I'm fighting for those top 5 spots, I might just go in and take out the competition, contest their drop, be confident about it, at least try it out in one game. And if it works out, you kind of put that mentality into the opposing team. They might be second guessing their drop location as well. Might be a strategy. I want to see one of these teams pull that off.
So do I, honestly. I think, like you said, that's the only way they can actually try and take matters into their own hands, be proactive to a certain extent. And what I really want to see that coming out from is, again, a team that we've been really talking about across this entire pre-match lobby, Bad Intention X. Amongst the 4 teams that were there in TRZ, Gremlin Storm, Classic, and Bad Intention X, they are the only team that is actually very comfortable playing aggressively. All 3 other teams, they're the kind of slower teams, like playing for the placement points, like going for the last circle. So for them to actively go and try to seek a drop clash, I don't think that may necessarily work out, and it would result in them being out of their comfort zone, as compared to Bad Intention X, who will drop straight into their comfort zone. They can take the fights to the likes of Classic and TRC, who like to take those slower drops, or even the likes of B and MAKPEN, who are right behind them, you know. So you can pick amongst the plethora of competition, and you get away with 4 nice and early eliminations while hurting your opposition at the same time. That's a win-win, but the catch is that it would also be a lose-lose if they did lose out in that regard.
Indeed, and when it comes to aggressive teams, you did mention how aggressive that Bad Intention X plays. Another team that actually was very successful being aggressive was Victor Gaming. It hasn't worked out for them so far, and I feel like they are playing out of their comfort zone, where they have tried to play it a little bit slower, tried to look for those placement points. I do not think that this team, Victor Gaming, is a team that is used to playing slow, and I feel like that has hindered them a little bit. So I want them today. There's absolutely nothing to lose. Give it your all. Just go in, have fun, and it might work out. I mean, we might see that Cinderella comeback if a team can pull something like that off, especially with damage and Gone. I feel like Gone, I think, had the highest number of eliminations on a single play during semi-finals. I think he went for 12 eliminations in one game. That was, I think, Gone from Victor Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, this team does have talent. And then you have B Esports also. They did, during semi-finals, they were contesting other teams off of drop and winning these engagements as well, especially on Sanhok, where they were so comfortable playing the map. So I feel like these teams are definitely capable of bringing the fight to the top dogs. Whether it's a double-edged sword, right? Do you play it safe and try to make your way to the top, or do you go aggressive and look for the fights that you want, go for those eliminations, and just have fun with it, right? Because without it, at the end of the day, you need to have fun with the game. You need to make sure all your teammates enjoy, and you need to be able to showcase your skills as well, and that's the best way to do it. Take the fight to your opponent and basically give it your all.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think one thing is certain, we won't see these plays made in the first half of the day. I think it's in the last 3 maps that they're likely to come out in the second rotation. I think in the first rotation, teams will likely just try to go it in a simple manner and try to ensure that they're able to play their own game in the late wave we've seen into a large extent. And that's really what the meta has settled down to in the grand finals week, where teams are happy to take it cautious, but at the same time, considering their caliber, they never back off if they are given a fight. So that's where I want to see if the likes of Bad Intention, B as well, you're talking about teams that are aggressive, right, have shown that display when if they can get fights, they'll win, but they're never so great on the placement aspect. So maybe they can actually place today, slow today, and try to make it up in that regard. A lot of maybes, a lot of questions, that's for sure, and we're not too far away from getting answers for all of them. But hey, one thing I want to say for sure is that besides the top 5, right, I think all of these teams are trying to end the year on a good note, like Victor Gaming, like you mentioned. I think even if they're not able to make the top 5, at least to try and maybe double their prize pool, or just end the day on a good note, knowing that going into 2023, then you think about, hey, we had the potential, we just need to develop our consistency, and your road in 2023 becomes so much easier because of that.
Indeed, I think that's what all these teams should be looking for, regardless of their placement today. I think they have made it a long way to get here. So within your hearts that you are capable of taking it all the way. So even if you don't make it to the top 5, obviously 5 teams are going to be making it to the top 5 and the rest are not, and the rest will be going home. Even though not empty-handed, you still won't be getting into that top 5. So I think the takeaway from this is, like you said, I think it's a matter of having consistency, practicing better, and putting in the work effort to get through next year as well. And I mean, this is pretty much the last esports event of the year. I'm pretty sure there is nothing else happening on 31st night. So I'm pretty sure 30th today, this tournament is going to be the last action for the year as well. So all these teams are, give it their all, need to give it their all and be content with what they have achieved so far and take that experience to the next year to try and, set it up and, maybe make it to the top 5 next year around and, maybe even go further. Who knows? The top 5 teams who qualify from here, we will not know. They might make it all the way to the global series as well. So we will have to wait and see how far they can take their performance that they have had throughout this entire year and throughout this tournament as well. And also, going back to the teams, I feel like again, these are 5 invited teams who have come in with the 11 teams who have qualified. I think the 11 teams especially who had to qualify through all of this. The 5 teams that were invited, they did not have to grind through. I think these 11 teams who did come through qualifiers does have a massive advantage. They had to grind their way in. So they have a lot more experience coming in and they have a lot more, I would say, how do you say it? A lot more practice, right? It's how much you, if you take an analogy, it's how much you do something all the time. And these guys have been doing it for so many months now on the same map against all these teams that they are taking part other than the top 5 teams. So they do have that advantage and it is going to be interesting to see how well they use it as well. Of course, the 5 teams that were invited, they don't have the same advantage. They are in a bit of a, kind of a doozy where you don't know what teams will do, but it is for the 4th day. I feel like they have caught on quite well, but yeah, still there can be a couple of surprises that these teams can pull off. And I feel like if you can work upon a strategy here, they can pull something off. And it goes back to how confident you are and how much you trust your teammates to be able to pull something like that off. Because if you are at the bottom 8 here, to make it to the top, you need to do something different right now. Because right now, grinding part of the story is done. You have no more time to grind it out. It's just final day, final 6 games that you have to pull something off, and you need to pull out something to be able to get there to the top here.
Oh, 100%. And to be able to live up to that potential today will be the greatest reward they can possibly get across 2022. So considering that we're nearing the end of the year as well, this will be literally them starting their next year in a brilliant fashion. Is the best gift you could ask for. And in a couple of minutes, we're gonna head straight into Erangel to find out. But one thing I am particularly excited about is seeing some spicy circles. I think things really slowed down in day 2 and day 3. So give me back my Sosnovka circles, give me back my Georgia Pulse circles. I want to see teams really scramble like the way we did in the second Erangel yesterday, where the circle went completely away from Yasnaya randomly and teams were caught out. Now water circle was nice, man.
Yeah, I think a couple of those weird circles is going to definitely make things interesting, especially for, it will catch a lot of these top teams off guard as well. And these are the circles that would allow some of these bottom teams to come up and claim a couple of places and in the overall standings as well. So those circles are going to be really important. We don't want to see standard circles here where, it's going to be high density towards the first part. And that's where, the top teams definitely do outperform the rest. They're so comfortable playing in these standard circles, but when you get a bit of a weird circle where they have to rotate very long way away, the teams that are already in the circle, they do have that chance to pull off something magical, and you need a bit of a luck on your side to pull off something like that as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if they can pull off something like that today, and if the maps will favor them also. I mean, the rings are favoring them as well. But going back to talking about the teams that are here, we have had a couple of teams like Stronger Esports that we have missed out on, right? We have them claiming 2 chicken dinners as well, but we really haven't seen much of them yesterday, all right? And I feel like that's another team that we really need to watch out for. If they do get going, they tend to really put their foot on the gas and just outperform everyone. We'll have to wait and see whether they are able to do that. But with that, we are here for the final day of the grand finals, game number 1 on Erangel, and we have a very standard flight path here. The entire map is basically open, but what is going to be interesting is that circle.
Yeah, the circle is going to be very interesting. Just straight down the middle of the flight path, a simple split up, and just like that, our terror, we're gonna get started once again. So my intention is still bad, my prediction still bad intention X. I'm expecting them to come off the gate, guns blazing. What about you, man? Where are you feeling? Remind the public once again.
In terms of ring, I feel like
I mean, in terms of teams, so you're on the SITM height trim, right?
yeah, I'm for sure on the SITM hype, man. These guys are just on a different breed, the way they perform when they get going. And I'm going to stick with them. I feel like this is a very standard map as well. Depending on the ring, I feel like they should have this in the bag. But I'm expecting teams like Victor Gaming and B Esports to try and upset it. We'll have to wait and see if they are able to pull something off. And I really want to see stronger esports also perform today. They had a really good second day, grabbed 2 chicken dinners, but we haven't seen much of them afterwards. So I really want to see stronger esports also come out and just, maybe grab a chicken dinner here and there, or get at least really good eliminations at placement points to boot as well. But the ring, I mean, it's fairly okay. I feel like it's towards the center of the map, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Simple enough here, but it has the potential to be crazy, I must say. Especially if it keeps taking centralized shift after centralized shift, it has the potential to end on that river island around Rozak. So that could be spicy, that's for sure. But hey, otherwise, most of the teams in the circle, so our start will be relatively slow. We won't necessarily see teams clashing against each other. They're likely to just pick up their places and set themselves up. Meanwhile, you can have a look at the players. All 64 of them are definitely going to be extremely nervous, going to be feeling the butterflies, but that's where the idea of being a pro athlete comes into play. You want to play in the pro league, you got to be a pro athlete. You got to calm the nerves, play that mental game strong, and ensure that you're able to pick it up. But hey, the way every team is split up, it means we are going to get a relatively slow start. And it's like we discussed, right? First 3 games of the day, teams aren't going to look to spice things up. They aren't going to look to play aggressive necessarily, and it's particularly good because if you do throw caution to the wind too soon, then you may run out of a chance to actually make a play in the later half, as compared to playing it slow, and then if you need to, you can throw that Hail Mary always.
Indeed. The teams that are in a little bit of a weird rotation is going to be RGC Esports here and Equinox. They do have to get away from that military base island into the main island as well. They have 2 bridges to cross. Might be get kept by a couple of teams coming into the ring. We have BIT moving down as well if they want to hold the bridge for at least a certain amount of time there. But the rest of the teams are fairly safe here. We have B Esports on the southwestern side of the map here pushing in. They will be met with 1952, who might be gatekeeping them as well. But in the meantime, it is going to be a quiet affair for the first ring. At least I feel like until the latter part of that first ring, a lot of these teams will be quite content with looting around and making their rotations into the ring. But having said that, I think what you rightly said was that it will be a slow start. If you want to throw Hail Mary, you want to keep a little bit of gas left to try and pull something like that off. But the question is, which team is going to do that is going to be the question. But I'm just trying to take a look at the map here, trying to figure out if we might see a fight somewhere at some point. But by the looks of it, none of these teams are going to be fighting anytime soon. They're going to be quite comfortable in the area that they're in with the loot that they're grabbing. So, I mean, in terms of loot as well, right? All these teams should be fairly well looted by the time that they do decide to take a fight.
Yeah, 100%. And every team should have their dreams set up in play, and it does allow them to play a lot more calmer in their approach, a lot more focused towards particular intentions and how they're actually going to make certain fights work, right? But I think all in all, what is for certain is the fact that we're going to get every single team just hold their ground. I don't think just because teams are cautious that necessarily means that they will shy away from fights, and especially teams like Bad Intention X right now towards Farm and 9852 gatekeeping that southern edge of the circle from the likes of Seal, Equinox, B Esports, all teams that will not necessarily just run away from a fight. So I think that area might be where we see it nice and early, unless Bad Intention X and 1952 as well make the call to start the rotation towards Ruins, towards Rozok, towards the southern part of shooting range, and that's where you can see most of the teams are now starting to set their rotations up, looking to concentrate. Potentially SITM as well, though they usually don't give up Yasnaya.
Yeah, they normally tend to stick around unless the ring is not in their favor. They normally do decide to stick around there. MAKPEN in a really good position here, but TRZ looking to put some pressure onto them as well. In the meantime, Stronger Esports, like we spoke about, will have a fairly, a free rotation back into the ring. They are outside of it for the time being, but they should be quite free to rotate in. But Fispa is going to be on late rotate. We see NB taking a very weird path here. They have gone all the way to the north. And looking to cross over, and Fispa is kind of left on his own here trying to rotate in. OPX is in the area. They do realize that there is a couple of players around the area, so Unknown is playing it a bit safe here, hiding behind, gathering information. And a lot of these teams are rotating around each other. We do see Stronger Esports also doing a drive-by, and OPX not really putting any, giving away anything in terms of their location. But like I said, looking at everyone is so silent. I mean, this is probably one of the most silent starts we have had the entire tournament. I think at this point we would have at least seen one elimination where, there's this random straggler who gets caught out. But this has been the most calm start to a game that we have had. But you know what they say about being calm at the start, right? I mean, it is the calm before the storm here. We will have these engagements breaking out really soon. Look at this northeastern side of the map here. We have NB Esports, OPX, SITM, and even Stronger Esports. And SITM took NB Esports took like a massive rotation. They were towards the shelter area, and they went all the way to the north side, and they went through SITM and OPX as well, and there wasn't any pressure put by OPX. Was just very happy to look at everyone just rotating around and just not give away their push. And I found it very strange that they did not even try to engage NB at that time.
Yeah, most definitely. I think what's even stranger is, like you said, it's been one of our slowest starts of the day, but I think about it then, and I realize, of course, these teams, they are nervous, right, Tara? So, to a large extent, I think it is those nerves playing a part. Not wanting to make a single mistake can often result in situations where they decide just not to take the shot. Because if they miss, they spot it, it won't necessarily be worth it. But hey, all in all, as you can see, BE, Seal, Equinox on their late rotation. Bad intention, potentially in a place to gatekeep Equinox right here from the circle. I wonder if they take the chance, because that would be signature for them. They're not the kind of team to just back off for no reason. They are likely to look to take that chance and look to try and catch a team out. But right now, just looking to play it slow and not necessarily engage.
And center circle, the density on center circle is just absolutely insane. I think I caught like 5 teams there. But as you said, BIT, Matt already on the gas there, takes out one of the players on Equinox. He's not eliminated yet, but the elimination, I think there's another knock on to Kage GG as well. So that's 2 Equinox players on the ground. BIT ramping things up to start things off for this map number 1 of the final day. And they are pushing and fighting outside the ring as well. And they are definitely putting the pressure onto them. Going to be interesting to see whether they are going to be able to get a clean wipe here. Matt yet again looking at this river here, the bridge here. He's going to be putting the pressure onto Kasek there, and there is support coming in terms of vehicles on the side of BIT. So Equinox, we have Twist on the right side as well of Dylan, so they need to be careful crossing around. Dylan is out in the open, but he is going to be looting away with the smokes laid down to cover his looting area. But very early aggression, like we saw, we did expect this from BIT, but we did not expect them to be fighting outside the ring, pressuring the team, and they are going to be backing off. Meanwhile, Equinox Twist manages to get out of dodge there towards the southern part of the ring. But BIT is not going to be chasing any of these kills or eliminations. They did get 2, and they're going to be happy with that and going to be rotating into the ring. But center circle is going to be where the action is. We have, I can't even see the teams here. We have MAKPEN, we have TRZ, we have Astra, we have 1952 coming in, we have A1 and B coming in, and on the right side we have Stronger Esports, SITM, Richter Gaming on top as well. It is the density is absolutely insane on this center circle. It's just boiling up to the point where one stray bullet will start off everything. But right now it has been a quiet affair in this center circle.
Yeah, so far so slow towards that center circle right now. Teams just not necessarily looking to pop things off, but all it'll take is a single match, because make no mistake, this is a fire ready to burn. These teams ready to pop off. All it'll take is one push on the domino. has happened to a small extent with Equinox losing those two players, but it's more now relevant considering that teams are a lot more closer to each other and have access to each other to try and influence their opponents' fights. But hey, about 11 minutes into game, I think we're going to see a couple more slow minutes here, and I think the next shift is where things will really start getting interesting.
Yeah, I think we saw Seal actually in a bit of a scruff against B. I feel like there might be a fight there because B was rotating together, whereas Seal was kind of divided. If Team Seal does spot out the B players rotating in, they can pinch them down there because two of the players on Seal was on a late rotate as well. So if they had spotted out B Esports there, B Esports might be in a lot of trouble there. But right now the elimination feed does not show any action, so I'm assuming they were able to start it through without getting spotted by Seal there. But if Seal had spotted them out, it would have been a tough position for B to be in because they had no idea that two of the players of Seal were actually behind them during that rotation there. But Stronger Esports here, we are in a really good spot there. Has a decent bunch of cover to work with, overlooking everyone around. Just waiting for a fight to break out before they can third party or maybe just hold on to position. But you do realize the amount of stress that these players are under and how safe basically that they are playing. We are into the second ring with still 16 teams alive. Only 2 players eliminated. The rest of them are still alive and kicking here. So we do know the level of skill that is required to stay alive to this point, and also to how safe these players are playing. Gremlin, just moving around the compound here, looking for anyone who is rotating in, not really finding anything. Has a bunch of vehicles ready to go as well if they do need to rotate out, but they are going to be holding this compound. And look at where one of these players are, 046 here, quite far away. We might see one of the players in MAKPEN running into this. He is going to be driving by. Obviously not be looking to go into the compound and getting himself killed, but in the meantime we do have another elimination coming through. We have Team Classic in a fight up against A1 and B, and we have Gremlin taking up some space of fights against MAKPEN as well. So now we do see those fights breaking out with 3 players now currently eliminated from the lobby, but a lot of them still quite okay. Team Classic, I want to really see where Team Classic was taking that fight up against A1 and B as well, because I did see a lot of the teams around that area as well, and we do see Team Seal also in a bit of trouble. We have a grenade kill coming through, grenade elimination coming through onto Seal Rogue. That's one of your top teams. That's a second place team having one of their teammates eliminated. So off to a good start for a lot of these teams when you see the top teams, faltering at the start.
Yeah, most definitely right. I think that's where things really get interesting, but OPX right now in the not the greatest of positions, in somewhat of a ridge as well as in open ground, so leaving them susceptible to these sprays from the teams in the better positions. Seal as well taking some of the pressure themselves, as we talked about, the few minutes have gone through. We're nearing that 15-minute mark, and with the circle closing in now, things are starting to pop and more with the beautiful nade shots, 90-degree down, a huge one there from MAKPEN. And it's going to be one where they can capitalize, and this is huge not just for MAKPEN but also for every other team in that 5th to 9th position, as TRZ, one of the teams in the top 5 right now, potentially going to lose a lot of points, having lost a lot of members early, especially the star player in 90-degree.
Indeed, TRZ going to be in a bit of a tough one. B Esports, we did see them take the fight to A1 and B as well as Team Seal there, and did get a couple of eliminations there, so they're going to be quite happy with the start that they have had, and this has forced Seal to go back and rotate all the way around. But they are going to be running into NB as well when they are coming into the ring. But the fights are going to be towards this northwestern side of the map, where a lot of these teams are clustered up. We have TRZ, we have MAKPEN, we have Team Classic there, we have Gremlin Storm, we have Stronger Esports, and already we have Team Astra in the compound against 1952 there. A net to follow through, does not really get the knock. So Team Astra is going to be more careful in terms of how they push this as well, because they're not in the best of positions in the overall scoreboard, so they are being very careful of how they do push into this. Oof.
Yeah.
they're stacked up against each other. If they realize that there are only two players inside this building, they can try and force their way into it, but there is obviously a risk of getting a couple of players knocked and maybe even eliminated when you go for a push like that. Oh, meanwhile, we do have Lukashi getting spotted here, who does come through with the Molotov, not really landing on anyone, picking up the second Molotov as well. Now trying to push through. He has to be careful, does get spotted out. Another Molotov coming through, but there is a knock there onto one of the players and the elimination to follow up as well. And they are going to be coming in 1952 in a little bit of trouble, but the trades are happening left, right and center with Team Astra down to the last two players here. They did manage to get a couple of eliminations as well, so it's going to be a 3v2v2. Oh my god, both players next to each other, the turnaround, and that's going to be Billy eliminated with the shotty to follow through, and Team Astra in a horrible position. Tommy gets a knock, looking for the elimination, but he can get pressured here left, right, and he is out, and that's going to be Team Astra getting eliminated. That is the first team out of this lobby, not the start that they wanted.
Yeah, and it's really starting to pop off over here. At this point, I think teams really making sure they don't make mistakes, which puts them on a nice edge. For they still want to take the fights, because the lesser fights they take, the lesser shots they take, the less likely they're able to get themselves in a good position. But a further recent shift to the circle has put OPX, surprisingly so, in a great position. Meanwhile, on the northwestern front, we've got Victor Gaming under the crosshairs of SITM and instantly shut down. Desert picks up one knock now. They are in a position to bring him back up. I think Desert planning for that, setting up the nade. Cooks throws it away, but I don't think it does land. Desert with a huge one. Now he's found the elimination as well as another knock, and SITM will likely move in for the kill.
Yeah, they are definitely going in. They have nothing to be worried about in terms of placement or points here, but this team is just so aggressive, and he is going to be going. Needs to be careful of another player on the sideline. He is going to be coming out and showing himself, but SITM, the backup is there, and that is going to be VG, Victor Gaming, getting taken out. I think that was at least three players being eliminated there, and the resurrection to come out, and yes, it is all four players. That is Victor Gaming eliminated, the last player going down to MAKPEN. But SITM already ramping things up. In the meantime, we have BIT taking up a fight against SEAL Esports there. One of the players getting knocked. OPX in a fight as well. SITM now taking the fight to MAKPEN as well. SITM just, one after the other. They want to keep fighting. They want to keep putting the pressure. And they are going to be enjoying themselves thoroughly here. In the meantime, Gremlin Storm as well as OPX and MAKPEN and everyone just clustered up in one area looking to take the fight. This building is absolutely stacked with players and the compound itself as well. Gremlin Storm still looking for anyone rotating in and trying to third party this. MAKPEN has backed off. There is one player in the vicinity though, but they have managed to back off for the time being. But still 14 teams left, and Equinox Twist manages to get a knock on to Team Seal. Team Seal has not been having the greatest of time. Gremlin Storm taking limited damage. BIT will get the elimination onto Team Seal there. Two players being taken out. That's by none other than Matt himself. Grenade kill coming through, and that's going to be your number 2 squad eliminated at 14th place, and that's going to put a smile on a lot of these faces. And definitely SITM is going to be very happy with that, because they are looking to keep hold of that number 1 spot and that $10,000 in prize money as well. So they're going to be very happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. Gremlin Storm, on the other hand, though, in a tough position right now. It's OPX, man. We wanted the Cinderella story, and if OPX are able to hold on to their positions, actually make it happen, we might just get one, because they are a team very much towards the bottom of the standings. On the other hand, they're under pressure from SITM, so it's easier said than done. But what a shot! Farhad able to shut Junair down, and he will be wondering where that came from. 1952 now caught out. Again, a team that is looking for good performances around that area where Ban Intention X is that, to try and push their way into the top 5. It's a crucial spot right here. Circle again going towards further east. So many of these teams, I think 6 of the remaining 13 teams or even more, are stuck towards the western side. So now scrambling in for the rotations, and Classic, they get picked off. The teams that look to stay behind, they're reaping the rewards. Kenoxi, one of the top players, now falling to the zone as well, putting firmly teams like OPX, MAKPEN, to a certain extent SITM as well, in the best spot to pull off the chicken dinner. OPX again just looking for the kills, but they're not finding much, and instead B Esports eliminated. We're down to just 12 teams, and I think that's quickly going to go to half very, very soon.
Yeah, things are definitely ramping up here. The teams are all in a bit of a stuff, and we might see a lot of these teams just get eliminated quite fast here. And we are looking at the fight that just happened here with Hopeless just laying into the players outside of that compound there. And OPX right now, they are also not in the greatest of position. They are caught outside as team Stronger Esports taking out MAKPEN there. I feel like a couple of players there. Team Classic in a little bit of trouble as well. Stronger Esports going to be able to eliminate Team Classic. Gremlin Storm in a fight against OPX. OPX in a lot of trouble. They do trade out. They will get 2 knocks. OPX looking to fight, but they will get eliminated. The last play going down to Gremlin Storm there, and Stronger Esports looking to capitalize. They are in the area as well. Getting multiple knocks, down to 9 teams, players falling left, right and center. Meanwhile, Team NB has joined the fight as well. In the meantime, MAKPEN will get eliminated in 10th place, down to the last 9 teams. NB Esports looking to push forward, looking for Stronger Esports here. Will be able to find a knock, but where is the elimination to follow through? Dylan, in the meantime, again, we do see him in that elimination feed, gets another one. NB Esports fighting up against a lot of these players, and meanwhile, Gremlin Storm will get eliminated. They've got third party. But where is the rest of the team? The TRZ, in the meantime, there was only 1 player left, and he will get taken out. There's another top team going out. Who are the teams here left? BIT is still alive. Stronger Esports, 1952 with 1 player. NB Esports with 2. A1 and B, a team that has one of the invited teams who has not really lived up to the expectation, has only 1 player remaining, and 2 players from Equinox as well. But SITM prepped to claim a chicken dinner here with all 4 players alive.
Yeah, in a great spot right now. SITM looking for the victory, but so are Bad Intention X, man. 8 eliminations picked up. There are all entire teams stepping up. Siam picking up a couple eliminations himself. This is what we talked about was important for Bad Intention X, and so far they're delivering. If they pick up the chicken dinner, it would be a big one with the 8 and more eliminations that are likely to accrue. But again, the circle taking a drastic shift towards the southern point, and almost every single team outside the circle scrambling to make their way in, and SITM run into the crosshairs of, is that Seal, I think? And SITM engaged in a bit of a, oh, it's actually Bad Intention X, and SITM in a bunch of trouble as Bad Intention X look for the sprays. They chunked SITM down, but Siam fallen as well. It seems to be an even trade so far till Desert spotted out. The knock for Mehdi, and Bad Intention X stepping up, taking out one of their biggest competitors for this chicken dinner. But they gotta make sure they take it slow, one of their own players down, and now the likes of Equinox, Stronger, have all headed into the circle. This fight attracting them to a large extent. They set up to bring Siam back to his feet, and they should be able to do that. But Dobu sneaking up. Dobu has a nade cooked, and that nade, oh, it barely misses out.
Well, that was a tough one here. In the meantime, NB Esports will get eliminated from the lobby. Just down to the 5 teams remaining here. SITM still with a couple of players up and running. Equinox throwing down the smokes here. They were looking to third party, but will get pressured. In the meantime, they lose Desert also. They are looking to find more. QB, the last man alive, 952. In the meantime, gets eliminated. QB in a lot of trouble, taking a lot of damage. Wants to turn around. Dylan will be able to back off, and QB will get eliminated. Down to the last 3 teams here. SITM, who was prepped to take the chicken dinner, will get taken out here, and they are trying to go back. Equinox here now in a good spot here. They do have a couple of players, Stronger Esports, but the shots are coming through. Twist is in a lot of trouble. He might get taken out, but the retaliation does come from Kesek. They will put down Stronger Esports, one of the players at least. And down to the last 2 teams here, Equinox versus BIT. Equinox with 2, BIT with almost all 4 players alive. 1 knocked will be recovered quite soon, and BIT prepped to win this. My God, you should be very happy with this performance.
I mean, there's a potential chance for me to get a point considering it is a 4v2, so I'm definitely happy that all of Bad Intention X has stepped up. They still have to pull it out. They can't count the chickens till they hatch, but they're certainly getting close as Kisek downed as well. Twist now in a 1v4 as Bad Intention pedal to the metal, look to push him down, and they find Twist. That's the winner chicken dinner for Bad Intention X. They get this, they started off strong.
Indeed, and what a performance from BITX, and they really needed to perform today, and they have started the day off with an absolute banger here. with 11 eliminations to follow through 26-point game, and what a game for them. It looked a bit tough there for a moment here and there. Had a couple of players knocked on the ground, managed to recover very well and played the final circle to absolute perfection. The disappointing finish was probably for SITM. They did have the numbers advantage, but from third parties on multiple angles coming in and just paid the price for it, trying to play a little bit aggressive. But the story is BIT, Bad Intentions X, everyone stepping up. It was not just a performance by Matt this time around. Everyone just stepping up to the plate. We saw multiple grenade kills coming through. Really good stuff from SIM as well, of BIT, and Matt also definitely performing. They took the initial fight of the game and they took the last fight of the game as well to finish things off with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that speaks volumes of the confidence Bad Intention X has come in today feeling, and certainly looks like a team that can challenge for that top 5 mark, and I think with these points might even propel themselves actually straight into the top 5 instantly. So crucially so, but like you said, SITM I think getting a little unlucky. They drove straight into Bad Intention X, and it'll put them now in a position where SITM will look to avenge themselves heading into Miramar per Matt, man. Despite the entire team stepping up today, Siam especially, Matt still is the top performer. 6 eliminations, 944 damage. Matt on a roll once again.
Yeah, I think by the end of this grand finals, I think he might still be holding on to that top performer line as well, with 6 eliminations coming through in this particular game. But Siam, for sure, I mean, he really stepped up today, and that's exactly what Bad Intention X needed. They needed at least one more player to back Dylan up in that performance that he has been having, or rather Matt or Dylan, or who you like to call him. I don't know, he had Matt before and now he's Dylan, but you know. But
he's yes, Matt Dylan.
Matt Dylan, right? Matt Dylan. Really needed someone to step up from his team to help him out, and it was Siam really stepping up. 11 eliminations from Esports coming in at that second with that 8 elimination, 1958 damage. They were in the thickest of fights for the longest of times, but it was Bad Intention X who managed to close things out very, very convincingly with all 4 players remaining. They did not have to rat, they did not have to scurry through. They took the fight to the opponents and they managed to claim the chicken dinner quite easily. But the head-to-head here is going to be Rolla versus Dylan here. 6 eliminations to the 4. Rolla with the higher number of damage here, 956 to the 944, very even, I must say. But Dylan taking the most amount of damage, the highest knockouts, and of course the most survival time as well to close things off. But what a performance from Rolla as well on Stronger Esports. I was talking about this team. I really wanted them to step up, and I think this game number 1 just showed how good they are in terms of how they do work well as a team. Taking a look at the post-match summary, we have Dylan with the highest eliminations, Rolla with the highest damage, we have Raven with the most number of assists coming through, and Hopeless with the most number of healing done on the side of Team Classic, and Dylan with the highest knockout as well. I mean, the story of this post-match summary just shows how good Bad Intention was. Look at the assists coming through, as well as the eliminations. We have 6 on Dylan, we have 4 on Siam as well, and then on the other side the same story with the knockouts as well. So when you see a certain team logo popping up in multiple stats here, you know that they have performed well.
Oh, 100%, and that's how you know that this is a team that is truly one to be reckoned with and one to look out for in the rest of the day. And so is this player. Always has lesser survival time when all of his opposition, but always has way more eliminations, way more damage than average. He has been a stellar performer all across this PUBG Mobile National Championship SA wildcard, and he continues to do so just when his team needs it the most.
Let's have a look at the top performance here. Again, of course, Dylan with taking the number 1 spot, Rolla coming in at 2nd, and then Kasek with 4 eliminations as well coming in at 3rd, and Siam also getting into the list here with a player from Momba coming in from TRZ, which was not expected. We didn't see a lot from TRZ, especially since they got 3 of their players eliminated right off the bat to a grenade there, and I did not expect a TRZ player to be here, but he's in the number 5 position with 4 eliminations to follow through as well. I'm really interested to see what the top performers and the scores look like, man.
Yeah, and likewise, right, I think it's a really interesting position right now, and it's a position where the standings are going to be really changed up after our very first match. So heading into the next few matches, I'm sure the teams will look to set up the very best. Hey, I think several teams had a decent match here. Bad Intention X more so than others, and that's really going to put the pressure on the likes of Classic, the likes of 1952, the likes of TRZ, who actually got eliminated quite early, and they're the teams we'll have to see if they can step up later on.
TRZ was actually live for some time. They had one player riding through, but in terms of their positioning, I think they were quite early in terms of getting eliminated. I think it was at 8th or 9th place, not a position that you want to be in if you are fighting for that top 5 finish. But this was the final fight with BIT, and I think it was strong with Equinox there. The last 2 teams remaining, but BIT with the numbers advantage, just closing things out and claiming that winner chicken dinner to make sure that they do fight for that top 5 finish. And what a start that they have had, and this start, if they can continue it, top 5 place might just be guaranteed.
It might just be, and we'll have to see if they can really continue this level of performance across the entire day, stronger as well, with quite a strong match. Most certainly, it's been a roller coaster wave for this particular team. An off day 1, a phenomenal day 2, an off day 3, and seems like we might get a really good day 4 from them as well. But otherwise, like, consistently 4 eliminations for like the next 5 to 6 teams out there.
Very consistent game overall, I must say. In terms of damage as well, right? Other than Stronger Esports and BIT here, everyone else has fairly performed evenly well. Other than you have this last team here, Seal, right? That's your number 2 team getting eliminated quite early on in the game, having done barely anything and with 0 eliminations as well. So a lot of these teams are going to be very happy with this, especially SITM, NB Esports, so who are in contention with that number 1 spot as well. But let's take a look at the standings. So match number 19 here, Bad Intention X obviously on top with that winner chicken dinner and 26 points to follow. Stronger Esports with 18 coming in at second. Equinox, even though they were second place, they did not have the elimination to follow through, so they are going to be at third with 16. SITM coming in at fourth with 12 points, 1952 with 11, and then of course it kind of falls off. TRZ and Esports, Gremlin, MAKPEN, Team Classic are not the position that they wanted to be in either. Seal Esports are definitely not going to be happy with, since they are fighting for that number 1 spot. Victor Gaming, again a very disappointing finish with the game number 1 for the day. OPX looked like they were in a good spot, but did get eliminated quite early on. But overall, I feel like a lot of these teams are going to be very happy with their performance, and the top teams are going to be smiling, other than Seal Esports here.
Oh, 100%. Seal Esports will not be happy at all, because they're fighting for $10,000 rather than even the top 5 spot. They're fighting to push SITM down. In a game where SITM down were able to get to the top 3 with several eliminations, and Seal were just not able to perform. That's a massive gap once again created as Math continues his run at the top of the hill. I don't think that's going to be changed at all today, irrespective of whether Bad Intention X makes it or not.
True, I mean, whether Bad Intention X just makes it through to the top 5 or not, this man will outperform the competition, and it's just showing right now. 41 elimination. The next closest is Desert with 34 and QB with 31. So Matt is just, leagues and miles ahead of everyone else. And of course, Mamba also making it to the top 5 there in the top performances. But this is the schedule for the rest of the day. We have Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then Miramar and Sanhok to follow through as well. So we do have the repeat cycle running the same standard that we have had across the semi-finals and the grand finals, but Miramar is going to be an interesting one.
Oh, most definitely. Miramar is going to be one that we're going to have to see if either team can really find the consistency. It's the most consistent map overall. But hey, it's a long day, Terror. And of course, I think for now, I will be saying adieu to you. Do you have any expectations from Miramar before you go?
Before I go to it, it's still SITM all the way. I feel like this team is just still so good. They were unfortunate with Erangel. I don't think the same will happen to them on Miramar, and I'm expecting them to claim at least 2 chicken dinners on this final day.
Alright, let's go. We'll see if that happens. But thank you, Terror, for the cast. I'll see you later today. For now, see you, yeah?
See you, man.
Alright, lovely. And for now, we're gonna have RZ join us, and I'm sure RZ very excited for the next few matches. Miramar and Sanhok coming up. I think it has been one that RZ and I together have seen many a times before, and I think with the story of Bad Intention X coming through as well, I'm sure RZ will have something to say. But first of all, how are you doing, RZ? How are you today?
I mean, couldn't be better, obviously, with the way that the day is turning out to be and the bad intentions, like them coming up and performing exactly the final thing that they needed to do to make sure that qualify for the grand finals or maybe they qualify for the PMPL. Obviously, this was something missing from their side. But one thing I'm very excited. Obviously, we have 5 games left for the day. We have 5 games left for the PMNC wildcard. So, out of all of things, very excited and nervous for some of the teams.
Yeah, and I'm sure the teams echo that particular sentiment. But hey, we saw the first game where Bad Intention X SITM were very, very close, both teams to picking up the chicken dinner. And in a slight twist of fate, SITM ran into Bad Intention X's hands. They picked up the chicken dinner. So, do you think Bad Intention X will now get that momentum to continue this form and maintain their top 5 spot?
I feel like getting a winner chicken dinner again on the map of Miramar and Sanhok might be one of the most impossible things you ever do. Obviously, we have seen that yesterday by the hands of SITM, but they are a force not to be reckoned with. But when it comes to back-to-back performances, not just chicken dinner, I feel like Bad Intention might be able to pull that off. They might just get their hands on 10 to 12 eliminations, especially Dylan or Math, whatever you want to call him. If he comes into play, if he performs that he usually performs, if he gets his team in 5 or 6 elimination, maybe some survival points as well, that is a game I would certainly expecting for team Bad Intention to perform. So I feel like if they just don't go for that, they probably are gonna be like they're gonna make sure that they end up in top 5.
Definitely, and I think it's going to be a really interesting call to see which team actually pans out. Talking about teams, I'm going to go with SITM this time because I think they look strong enough to even win Erangel. But coming into Miramar, it's one of their home grounds, their most winningest maps, so that's why I went for SITM. But what about you, Azzy? Who do you think is going to take the chicken dinner?
I am gonna go with something different. I'm gonna go with something that you probably would not have expected me to go with. I'm gonna go with Stronger Esports. They have a tendency to perform on the even days. Like they performed on the day number 2, then probably they perform on the day number 4 as well. Obviously, in the game number 1, they also did a decent job of getting a lot of elimination on the map of Erangel. So yeah, going to the map of Miramar, if the circle obviously takes a shift towards the right side of the map where they usually like to play, I feel like they might just get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I like that. I definitely agree. I think they had a great start in our first map and they have been having up and down. You know, day 1 they were off, day 2 2 chicken dinners, day 3 off, and hey, maybe day 4 is their day, and it's where it will truly count. And we're very close to heading into the match. So, Arzi, I must say, I think now all of these teams under a lot of pressure. But Miramar is the one map we haven't seen anything spicy happen. So it's now or never. PUBG Mobile, God's PUBG Mobile algorithm, whatever it may be, give us something spicy and nice, maybe like even towards the right side of the map, like those islands, maybe like Los Higos. I want something rare.
Oh, that would be very interesting. I mean, maybe Los Higos as well, but the most interesting thing would be going towards Impala and maybe that small island that we see right outside Impala towards the southern side. Maybe that coming to the play as well, or even if not that, at least give us some water in the map of Miramar. But going from LSR towards Minas, we might just see a water to in the circle towards that area. Unfortunately for us, but it might just go towards El Pozo and completely favoring the center and the west side of the map in general as well. As circles sometimes have a tendency to just be away from the plain path right now. But looking at the teams right now, I feel like they're going towards the center, and possibility a lot of the teams are just preferring the south part of the map with the B Esport team Stronger, team Gremlin Storm, and 1952. They're just situated towards the southern side part of the map. That means it will be a bit difficult for the teams to rotate toward the center.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they do get a little bit of luck in the circle. Sets itself up for it to be an easy one. If you see more of a San Martin circle, just a standard center circle, it's going to be simple for everyone. Ooh, not too spicy, but we get some water. You asked for some water, RZ, we got some water in the circle as we get a northwestern circle, primarily based around Junkyard. And now, usually I like Junkyard circles because that mountain range is so long, it has so many peaks that multiple teams can play around that Junkyard mountain range, and it can really turn into that high ground battle on multiple fronts, with a lot of teams even opting for an aggressive battle on the high ground.
I feel like you are right about that, but after going into the later part of the game, after maybe when the third circle or fourth circle comes in, I feel like that water area that we are really interested to see probably we will be out of the game and we will not be that much happy. But let's see. Team Seal Esports, one of the team that might just be in the strongest position right now. They have 4 to 5 cities just to themselves when it comes to loot, and at the same time those 5 cities are within the area. But A1 NB and Team Astra Esports right now right next to each other. Nightwing is very low on HP, but one nade from Riley also seals the deal, takes Hitman down, and we have Team A1 NB in a deep trouble. Size low on HP, but A1K9 coming from the right angle, from the left side, he gets spotted, has been taken down, and Team 2A, they are just charging up on Team A1K, A1 NB Sports with the taking by 2 players down, and at the same time, obviously the Nightwing also gets spotted. He was able to manage he managed to take one of those players down from the Riley from the 2A Sports, but after that there was nothing that much he could do in terms of surviving, in terms of his health, so he had to go down at the hand of Team Astra Esports. So they got themselves a really great start by getting them 3 elimination points and without losing a single player.
Yeah, a great start all in all for Astra Esports right now, and surprisingly so, it's in Miramar. We see that early straggler caught out. I must say, I think given the way teams are playing extremely safe on Erangel, I expected more or less of the same, especially in Miramar. But hey, here and there, the nerves are definitely starting to show, and we'll see if they play an even larger effect towards the later circles. For now though, teams just settling in, and like you said, Seal in a great spot. OpenX as well with the early rotation have set themselves up near El Azahar, so that's a brilliant spot. Easy access to Junkyard if the circle continues to take more of a southern shift. But it's Hacienda del Patron that I think several of us have our eyes on right now, because that's the area with some of the most prime loot around San Martin. In case the circle keeps shifting slightly northwards, that's where you get easy access to the water treatment, Martin range maybe, or even to Cruz de Valle to try and contest sales. So NB Esports, MAKPEN in a decent spot overall, but my eyes are on Bad Intention X, man, because look at the way they're situated. They've taken the mountain at the edge of the circle where they can now gatekeep, but they can also mark future rotations to the next circle.
Might just get themselves a lot of eliminations.
Yep.
But looking at the teams right now, Gremlin coming from the right side, it's a good spot. I feel like using that road network just to get themselves to the Lazar. They have to be careful with the OPX just holding those areas. But one thing that I want to discuss generally about today, it's the last day of the PMNC wildcard. The only 5 teams will qualify on the grand final for the PMPL, and only one will be the champion. So you are at the team that are not in the top 8, probably their chance of being in being the champion of PMNC 2022 wildcard is very difficult. But their chance of qualifying for the PMPL is still a lot. I feel like if they're not qualifying right now, they have to go out of their way to go for those elimination, to go for those fights as well. Look at Astra Esports, the way they engaged with them A1 and B, and right now going to the circle, even if they use creative fields, even if they just run into Bad Intention, I feel like they should take these fights. Otherwise, you're already not qualifying. You might just not qualify with however the situation is just turning out to be. And especially for the team that have nothing to lose but everything to gain. I feel like the team on the base number 2, they should just be absolutely mad right now. Go for those early clashes, go for those risky rotations, try and find someone in the circle, find someone in a compound, just rush to that area, go for those eliminations, go for those points. Might just have a chicken dinner with 20 points, with 15 points as well, and you might just come back into the grand finals, because right now you're almost gaining nothing. If already $500, the only thing you can do is gain more. So I feel like teams not qualifying definitely should have the capacity to gain, have that dangerous mindset in themselves right now, just to be as much aggressive as they can.
Yeah, and hey, I think one thing is really cool, the way it's set up is that SITM, as always, extremely bold in their setup, right? Quite split apart. Not worried whatsoever. I think they are playing that late rotation game, letting things pan out. It's not the SITM we saw in the semi-finals week, but it's the trademark they've taken on in the finals week, where they like reacting to particular teams rather than playing for the future, playing for the early rounds. So SITM right now just on the chilling note, all towards Los Leones, while other teams are starting to crumple around San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Junkyard especially, and Gremlin Storm, I must say, in a great spot. Look at the teams around them, man. That's a scary minefield to be in. 1952, Classic, Stronger as well, all trying to push Gremlin Storm off their high ground. And Gremlin Storm, if they can hold on, they'll be rewarded with great rewards, but the pressure must be high to try and make sure they don't make a single overpeak, a single mistake, because teams are sure to make the aggressive move to try and pick that mountain off.
And a couple of these circles that are a couple of these games are where you are in a very prime spot. All you have to do is make sure you hold that fort that you have, the line of defense or whatever you want to call it, but you need to hold your position. And if you can survive the aggression just being thrown towards you, you will be automatically ending up with a winning game. So I feel like Gremlin Esports, as you mentioned a bit earlier, they might be just one of those spots where they will be pressured left and right. Obviously, they have stronger team OPX, team 1952, team Classic on their south side as well. A lot of teams, a lot of huge giants surrounding them right now. So if they can survive this, probably they will get themselves in a very great position. Team Seal Esports, for now, they are not making any kind of like sudden or big rotation. They drop to the north of the map and they're just holding that. But bad intention, Team Astra Esports still outside the circle. There are a couple of teams that are also taking damage from the blue zone. Obviously, they just want to wait it out. But exactly, I feel like if the circle takes a shift towards the north or west side, these are the teams coming from the southeast side. They will be the most punished teams in the game, and probably one of the teams that will get, probably one of the earlier teams that will get eliminated from the game. So they have to be careful if the circle takes a shift, because it will not be easy for them. But as for MAKPEN and Team NBS, they are very close to each other. Probably some long range knocks happening. Team NBS needs to be careful because MAKPEN might just be going out of their way to get this fight, to take this fight.
MAKPEN certainly awaiting the opportunity, but I don't think they will necessarily go for the slam just yet. NB Esports, on the other hand, man, what a first day they had, RZ. We got to cast all of that, and man, it was looking like NB Esports might be the second coming of SITM, but since then they've definitely fallen off. And talking about falling off, Seal, they didn't have the greatest of starts in Erangel. Aero now caught out by MAKPEN, might get finished as well. He can be seen, it's just a matter of landing the shots, and there we go. Aero will be finished up by Pasta. Seal again finding themselves in a bit of trouble, and I must say unexpectedly so. This was a team we thought would challenge SITM, not struggle on day 4.
Best way to die is going at the hands of pasta. Maybe chicken biryani as well, but we'll discuss those food later. But with Team Astra Esports right now, they're also looking very difficult with the TRZ Mad Cat going down. He's gonna be trying to be like, he's hoping for his team coming right and left, trying to provide some kind of support. But as for Team Astra Esports, they are in a bit of a difficulty with 2 of the players going down. Billy is very far away from this engagement, and I'm just not sure exactly going into this fight with a 1v3 or 2v3 is a very good opportunity. It's a good strategy right now with the Batsiri has his hand on one nade, the only one left right now. He's trying to deal some kind of damage, but unfortunately for him, he's still not able to take anyone down. Riley bites the dust, and now we're left with Siri and Billy. At the same time, TRZ players are still surviving, and the rest of TRZ coming in to provide some kind of support, trying to revive their player, will definitely put the team 2A in a difficult position. Okay, we might just see some nade being used in a very wrong way. Guys, don't do that. Don't bounce the nade towards your own side. But yeah, we have Team Gremlin Esports and Team Classic battling it out, and we have discussed this potential fight a bit earlier as well.
Yeah, and a very crucial one, this fight, because Gremlin Storm right now outside the top 5, meanwhile Classic just very close to it. So for Gremlin Storm to take down Classic would be not just getting themselves to a great start in Miramar, but also taking down a crucial opponent and denying them some points now. Oh, he knows he's on the other side of the wall here. Fancy, but Fancy swings out with the shotgun. Trying to look for the shots, actually, no, just the rifle. Looking for the shots, and they're able to get Memo down. Gremlin Storm now in a bit of trouble, but Memo was able to make his way back. His team can come through to save him up. But nade spam right now, just holding them down. Still, Gremlin Storm should be able to get Memo back on his feet, but Classic with the advantage for now.
Memo, he has to be revived. So smokes are being thrown on his side. Vanzi coming from the right side. He gets spotted. Obviously, Rowdy is just creating a long path of smoke for Memo to come back into safety. But fortunately for him, he has to survive those shots being landed on his side. Rowdy trying to provide some kind of cover. Great job from him. Obviously, you have to close the door after Memo gets in, not just before that. Like Memo, you are stuck on the other side. But yeah, I feel like that was Rowdy didn't know exactly where the players from Team Classic were, but he was just landing some warning shots, trying to make sure that nobody speaks his dying play. But steal shot on the left side, that's a very great spot for Team Gremlin Esports in generally coming from the left angle, having the high vantage point, making sure that Team Classic don't peek from the left or to the right side, don't try to come back with flank angle. So yeah, that's gonna be a great spot for Gremlin Esports. At the same time, he has to be careful. If he gets careless, he will get knocked down, and at the same time, probably might not just revive. But Vanzi, you are really not good with those nades.
Yeah. Vanzi not having the greatest of time right now, but that's okay because Classic have managed to push Gremlin Storm back. Both teams right now just looking to fight yet another day, and not surprising. These are teams that don't necessarily take those bigger risks, especially now with the circle shifting away from them. They're going to have to play for the rotation to try and make sure they're able to get a good position. And for both of these teams, is those placement points that matter a lot more than early elimination. So as you can see, just looking to back off from each other and set up the rotations.
Team Gremlin, this is a right move for them as well. As a team who chooses to take those fights and who like these early engagements, they are just trying to get out. I mean, you're right. This is a fight that was not worthy to have. At the same time, the circle taking a shift away from you, going towards the water treatment, cruise the valley. You have to prioritize circle. You cannot take that fight. And against going one of the teams like Classic, it won't be a very equal fight with you getting 4 eliminations and like coming out without losing a single player. It would have been loss on the both sides of those teams. Obviously, maybe 1 or 2 players going down, maybe you getting a potential wipeout as well, because Team Classic not just to be reckoned with. At the same time, they're one of the best out there. They have shown some great potential within themselves, within their players. At the same time, hopeless, just being the MVP of their team again and again. So yeah, it was a great strategy for maybe Team Gremlin to just get out of that fight. For now, SITM and Team Classic coming from the south side, it's not going to be easy for them to find a position within the circle. With 1952 Equinox, Team Gremlin Esports just holding the edges and being the caretaker of the circle right now with the OPX. Okay, they're also right next to Team Gremlin Esports, and Team Gremlin, they are just lining themselves up for engagements again and again. But this will also be not an easy engagement. But Unknown is a bit far away from his team, with Refa really on the backside, might just not be able to provide a lot of support or cover in this situation.
Yeah, and steal shot, just trying to make sure he backs off. Gremlin Storm electing to play that 1-3 split while the rest of the team tries to rotate. The cover coming through from their solo player in the forward position. They managed to reach Memo now, so pick up a great spot in this position to try and put pressure on Stronger. In prediction, of course, and I think a team that you can say has a lot more discipline today, which will help them in their run to try and make this count. Fizzboy coming up huge, finds steal shot, and now will slow Gremlin Storm down and attract a lot of attention towards them, knowing he has been downed. Still not in the greatest of position to hook a nade to get that far, so should not be able to get them down. But Fizzboy actually going in for the aggressive plays, wants to keep up the pressure on Gremlin Storm.
Gremlin caught out in the open. It's not going to be easy to survive in that position as League Team NB. They are comfortable with the compound that they've got themselves in, and they are like at the same time Fizzboy getting a bit aggressive. Obviously he has 2 nades within his hand. Is probably going to try his best to use that, maybe to land some kind of damage. It's not going to be easy. Obviously the distance is a lot and might just not deal any kind of damage. Obviously Fizzboy's nade land on the right side. Team Gremlin is going to survive happily in that situation. They are just using their utility, trying to survive as much as they can. Fizzboy, while not be able to do much damage, he might just burst out the tires of a Mini Cooper parked right in front of him, and Fizzboy, he's like, this is not exactly a very great position where I want to take this fight, and he's just gonna be like trying to reunite with his team within those compounds, probably gonna hold that position. For now they're comfortable, they are looking really great. They have those compounds over the southern edge of the circle, they have the cover they need, they have the utility they need, but I don't know exactly about the future, and that depends on the circle taking a shift or just favoring them. That will know after a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough how it is likely to pan out. But NB Esports in definitely a bit of a difficult position right now, and they may not necessarily be able to make the move and Circle shifting further east puts teams like Stronger in a great position, and Soulless from B getting caught out now. Is Seal with the high ground despite losing the early member, looking to make this map count. They have one knocked as well though. Seal, they've got to play it smart because they're not necessarily inside the circle yet. On the other hand, as we head in towards the circle itself, we see NB Esports and trading a couple blows, making sure they don't necessarily give an easy stay to Gremlin Storm, where we see the similar approach from Stronger as well. 1952 has got SITM out. Meanwhile, Astra get eliminated, and SITM under a lot of pressure, falling prey to both 1952 as well as, I believe, is that Stronger coming into that fight? And SITM right now potentially will get eliminated. I think they've already lost a couple of players and may just lose a lot more. But Desert, he's fighting back. Damage gets one as well. And Dexter in this area trying to push back on Seal, who are playing for the rotation. So it's funny enough, Seal have the high ground here, RZ, but they are not inside the circle. Meanwhile, B on the low ground inside the circle, waiting for Seal to push in. Seal go in for the aggressive move, but Ryuk able to control his prey. He shuts Rogue down, and that's likely the end of Seal as Becca waltzing into his death as well. But Ryuk, he has to back off, needs to reload, and has no backup from his team. Ryuk still in a 1v1.
They have to be careful. Becca gets spotted. Obviously, the nade was just being thrown the left side. Ryuk coming in with that SMG needs to be careful. Tries to get back into the cover. Seal Becca is getting aggressive as much as he can. Still outside the circle, like maybe 10 to 15 meters. Team C, B Export, they need to provide some kind of support to his team, and this is exactly what's happening. The rest of the two players are coming in from the left side. Becca gets spotted, and it's just not Teams B Esports will get that easy elimination. It's OPX really far away from that fight, trying to find some easy knocks, and was able to secure a wonderful elimination for himself, the first one in this game, but that was the first one for his team as well, as they have not been able to land any kind of elimination within the 18 minutes of the game. As we were talking about the position within the circle coming from the east side, they still have one team like Team Stronger Esports right in front of them, and they have to cut through them to get themselves into a safer position. But as for Seal Esports, this is not how expected for things to turn out for them, especially the team that should have been looking to contest SITM at this point for the top contender point. They are looking really in a difficult situation right now, with the getting eliminated back to back in the first and second game, and not looking super crazy on the last day of the PMNC. So I hope things turn around for them. But for now, we have a couple of knocks and elimination happening all across the map, obviously with the team trying to pressure in, and this is B Esports getting themselves into another engagement. RGC, they still have a question, they still have a thing to do, decide whether they will be holding that position or they have to go into the circle. With Icast coming in, that's a VG player going down. VG Gone was trying his best to make sure that VG Damage was trying his best that he make sure that he get the Gone inside the circle. Unfortunately, he fell prey to just a long range knock coming in from the other side.
Yeah, and under a lot of pressure right now, every single one of these teams outside the circle trying to make their way in. OPX surrounded by Stronger, Gremlin Storm, Classic as well as Kinoxi down by Unknown. OPX, they buy some space, they buy some time, an opportunity to move as well. Right now, destroying the dreams of all of these teams that are fighting. Classic, Stronger, as well as Gremlin Storm, a chance at that top 5, and OPX trying to spill their tea, to spoil their milk and deny them the opportunity for damage. With the beautiful shot Scooby down. I don't think Scooby was expecting that.
90 degree probably wasn't expecting that as well. He tried to get a bit aggressive, take some shots to his head, and obviously has to go back into the cover down to 40% of his HP. But at the same time, Matt gets a bit aggressive, punishes VG for their aggressiveness as well. And now team both of the TRZ and VG, they were at the same spot that they started within this fight. But for now, 30 teams are alive, 39 players, almost half the lobby has been eliminated from this game. We are left with only 5 or 6 minutes. That means that these 36 players are gonna get eliminated within the next 5 or 6 minutes. Gonna get very messy, very difficult for a majority of number of teams out there. Icast going down at the hand of probably team TRZ, but at the same time VG being right there, and then probably gonna get revived. OPX loses 1 and 2 and 3 players, and there's only one left on the side. That's gonna be Refa. GSM punishing everybody as they can, but at the same time they also get punished at the hand of Team Classic. Rowdy goes down, and now this is Team Gremlin Esports looking in a difficult situation. As we were mentioning, Opex, they are gonna get eliminated from the game, and Team 9 teams are alive. 26 player. GSM also gets eliminated. Their last player gets spotted at the hand of Team Classic. And Classic, the way they situated themselves into the circle, definitely very impressive. Team B Esports, they're looking super sharp sharp right now with the 4 players still alive. I still don't know their position within the circle, whether they're comfortable right now, but they are looking really good with the cover and also the 4 players being alive.
They most certainly are, RZ. And it makes sure that Victor Gaming can keep that dream alive. I hope that they're at least able to end off day 4 on a strong note. But it's really the likes of NBES, Equinox, even MAKPEN to a certain extent in a great position right now. And C-Wine, the sole player of 1952, has a great spot in the circle, but he's all alone, so he's got to play it safe. And now MAKPEN, Equinox all getting pushed into open ground. They've got to take it slow. They've got to play it smart and not willing to take any fights. But Ligro surely but surely inching forward, looking for that contact, looking for that play, but so far he's just denied.
As we talk about B Esports, the only difficulty for them is go 45 meters into the circle. Team MAKPEN trying to get a bit aggressive, trying to push themselves into the circle. Equinox also, which is like 100 meters away from the circle, is trying to go for that engagement. Team SITM at the same time gonna bite the dust in the game number 2. We get eliminated number 8. 7 teams are alive. VGI Cast gets spotted by B Esports 40 meters into the circle. You have to make a move right now, because in a couple of seconds, not a couple, in a few seconds, the circle is gonna be pushing in, and you need to make a move. Otherwise, you'll be get eliminated from the game. Or might just taking a lot of damage. Tries to get a bit aggressive. Be Soulless just holding that angle, holding that position right now, and waiting for damage to make sure that if he makes any kind of pain. MAKPEN still try to make it slow. There's a big rotation coming from their side. Whether they'll survive it, whether it'll go down, and for now things are looking really difficult because 2 of their players are taking damage as well. At the same time, 2 of their players gone down at the hand of Blue Zone, maybe other teams, but things are looking very difficult for them.
Yeah, and look at this, B Esports trying to edge their way in, but they're likely to get caught out by Victor Gaming, who are trying to hold multiple fronts at the same time, challenging MAKPEN as well as B, and instead they get sandwiched from either side. Ligro, he picks up one as he tries to hold the opposition off, and Cast takes out Dexter, so B under a bit of trouble. Equinox currently in a fight engaged with NB Esports as C-Wine amongst all this chaos is slowly but surely making his presence felt, looking for that third party opportunity, looking to take a team out with one fell swoop. Victor Gaming still under a lot of pressure, potentially will get sandwiched by both B as well as MAKPEN, but for now they're just holding on to their position and keeping both teams at bay.
B Esports looking really sharp right now, coming from the north side. They have the 4 players alive. Equinox also gets spotted at the hand of MAKPEN. Pelzang takes a lot of damage, and Equinox Twist goes down. Kessex also gets eliminated at the hand of NBES, and that's Equinox biting the dust by multiple shots coming from left and right, and they were placed in the center. Look at C-Wine position right now. He is just holding in the center. He's like, ignore me while I try to survive, and you guys can fight it out. As for PUBG, I don't care about the guns part. I just like the survival part. I'm just a teeny tiny guy with just being like peaceful here right now. Just don't try to tease like just leave me alone, guys. And this is what his strategy is going to be. But Team NB Esports coming from the right side of the map, they are also very low on numbers numbers right now. There's only 1 player surviving. As for VG, they will also get eliminated from the game. B and MAKPEN, Dexter gets spotted, but a nade coming from the side of Team B Esports takes him down, and the 1 player, Team Scooby, gets a bit aggressive and takes no, it was Zug that gets aggressive and takes Pelzang down. And now we have MAKPEN left with only 1 player, but he also bites the dust. C-Wine, as for him, he also gets eliminated from the game. Now we're left with only 3 squads. That's going to be Stronger Esports, Team B Esports, and lastly but not the least, we have, okay, which team it is? I can't survive. Oh yeah, they also get eliminated, so we're left with only 2 teams now.
Last few teams left in the lobby. It is Stronger to give you that prediction point, and I believe B Esports on the other side just trying to hold on. Even battle so far as B Esports in a slightly better position with the high ground, but Stronger, they've got a flank of their own. That might just work out. Scooby now gets spotted out in open land. The spree not able to knock him out. Farhad has to back down, and now his position revealed. Surprise factor not on his side. B spraying him down. He cannot peek, but meanwhile Rolla on the flank, just trying to cause some damage. He instantly gets taken out, and that's a huge position taken away now. B pick up the man advantage and will look to push on Stronger, looking for that chicken dinner to keep their hopes alive. B Esports playing it slow. They need to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, live up to their name and work it. Make sure that they play it together. They're doing exactly that. The Molotov to push 7 off. Soulless will take him down, and B Esports in prime position. They pick up the winner chicken dinner, and a huge win to keep their hopes alive.
And I mean, that was a wonderful way that they took this fight. They tried to get aggressive, all of them at the same time, trying to make sure to cover the every possible position that Team Stronger Esports was holding. They had the surprise factor after losing that surprise factor, after revealing their position. Team B Esports, while trying to move, was aiming at those positions. Their reflexes was exactly on point. And if you ask me what went wrong for Team Stronger Esports, it was Farhad missing those shots. You don't get chances like that again.
Yeah.
Farhad was like, had the surprise factor. You might have the number advantage after that knock. It was a very easy knock. But unfortunately, obviously, this is the nerves maybe settling in. This is maybe the nerves, the bit pressure. But him missing those shots was the key factor in Team Stronger Esports not getting the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was something that certainly did affect the opportunity for Stronger to try and pull out the chicken dinner, but I think Bleep played it phenomenally. Scooby, Ryuk, Soulless with 6-5-3 elimination respectively, and Dextera providing the support necessary to make it happen as they pick up a 29-point game. That's a big one. That will leapfrog them into a very good position, where then as long as they continue this form, they can potentially make it to the top 5 still.
Obviously, with the B Esports, they have continuously, and not continuously, but after some equally intervals of times, maybe some random times as well, they have shown some signs of wonderful performances, some shown signs of life as well. They were able to secure some chicken dinners throughout the PMNC, but they weren't exactly consistent. So I want to say, after like 14 elimination, 15 points, winner chicken dinner, how much of a push they got in terms of overall ranking. But we have head-to-head post-match 20 with B Esports, like getting 14 elimination, 95 damage and 6 assists, and MAKPEN almost not doing a lot in this category, where they have like 8 less elimination, 700 less damage and 3 less assists than Team B Esports.
Yeah, and definitely a tough position for them overall, but I think a position where they can potentially push back from. And hey, I think one thing is for certain, the fact is that every single team today looks like they might pick it up. I love this, RZ. Compare this to our semi-finals day 4, right, where the potential of either one of these teams really showing off for themselves, showing up in that last moment we needed was so low. We only had a few teams to look out for. Today we have every single team to look out for, because they've got the talent, like in the likes of Momo, in the likes of Scooby. So today really jam-packed with action, and that's the way it should be, considering we've got PUBG Mobile Pro League and $30,000 on the line.
Oh god, a lot is on the line. They are fighting for their career, their slots into the PMPL, maybe into the PMGC as well, but that's a long shot obviously from here right now. But we have Massive in front of us with the highest elimination going to be Scooby. Then we have Fistboy taking the highest damage, B Dexter with the highest assist. Then we have 90 Degree going for the highest healing. Then at the same time we have GSM Memo going with those highest knocks. At the same time, I feel like this has not been a single player's day. It has been equally divided out among the 5 different players and 5 different from the 4 different teams. So this was a very average turnout game in terms of elimination, damage, healings, equally divided amongst all of the teams out there. And I want to see exactly how the damage graph turns out to be, because I don't feel like it's just gonna be Team B Esports absolutely dominating on the damage. Obviously they will have 2.5, 2.4k damage, but at the same time we might have a lot of damage in terms of being equally divided among other teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think continuously we're seeing the above average plays today from every player who reaches that MVP slot. So I think it even sets us up for even more of a crucial impact coming into later in the day, where even across the last few days we've seen multiple 1v2, 1v3s, clutch plays pulled out by players to win chicken dinners, to deny chicken dinners, to pull something back. And I think at this point for every single team it represents an opportunity to pull a miracle off. But hey, we'll still have to see, because I don't think anything is for certain just yet.
Nothing is certain. We are just done with the 2 games. We have 4 games left in our backpack. We have a lot to go. A lot of the teams fighting for the top 5 position at the same time. SITM might just get contested after not just performing a lot greatly in the top in the first 2 games, but right now they have a very successful lead as compared to some other team. But we have top players with the B Scooby at number 1, Roller at number 2, Ryuk at number 3. Then we have MAKPEN Momo at number 4 with 4 elimination. Then we have lastly Equinox Twist at number 5 with 3 elimination. But look at that. that it's just not, as we mentioned a bit earlier, it's 4 different teams like dominating this area. But look at A1 and B. They look very like not exactly confident right now in those fights. They're just trying to hold those positions, just trying to make some risky situation, and not exactly being the right state of mind. And you could like guess that all from their just gameplay. They are not what they were looked at on the game number 1 or the day number 1. Maybe just generally to the day number 1. They are like look like a very different team right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I think one thing is for sure, that A1 and B not in a position to try and come back from the way they could push through. But hey, I think one thing is for sure, make sure that they need to just think back to the momentum they had on the very first day. They're one of the first teams to pick up the chicken dinner, and just that simple idea, right, that we talked about, where that chicken dinner could have really led to a lot more. It was one of your first predictions as well, so we had high expectations. They just need to bring that and A1 and B back.
But it might be just too late. We have only 4 games left for them, as compared to some other teams that have a potential for qualifying into the PMPL at the same time being a contender for top like championship. But look at the damage graph. This is what we were talking about a bit earlier. With the B Esports obviously almost dealing 2k damage, and we have Team Stronger Esports dealing 1167 damage, and we have Team NBS also dealing 1647 damage. A lot of damage is being done all across the map, even with Team Equinox dealing almost the same damage as B Esports, who got the winner chicken dinner. Then we have a lot of teams just reaching that 1k mark with the CSC, OPX, Team GSM, and Team CSC dealing 950 to 954 damage. So it was a very aggressive game in terms of aggressiveness throughout every single team out there. But unfortunately for a lot of teams, especially NBES, dealing like 1646 damage, but were only able to secure some 4 elimination for themselves. They are not going to be happy with this outcome. But just look at those placement points for them. They have like 14 total points. So I feel like they're just gonna be like satisfied with this performance in this specific game.
Yeah, 100% right. And I think what is even more crucial right now is the fact that from both of these angles, we see teams like in the likes of Seal, Bad Intention, SITM all have poor games. So that will really spice things up in that top 5 battle. TRZ as well, not that great of a game. Classic as well, not that great of a game. Meanwhile, the likes of Stronger, 1952, NB Esports, and MAKPEN all pushing hard. B Esports as well, right? So I'm very excited to see the overall standings right now, RZ. Which team do you think has made the biggest moves, obviously besides B Esports right now?
Oh god, B Esports, can they make a potential comeback on the last day? Can they absolutely destroy every else momentum and qualify into the final, into the PMPL? It's a long shot, it's a long ride, but we might see it happening. They are number 9 right now with 152 total points. I still have to see how much of a distance they have to cover to be in the top 5 right now. But we have Team Stronger, Equinox, A1 and B, Astra, MAKPEN, Victor Gaming, RGC still on the page number 2. They haven't been able to do a lot. Stronger Esports even securing that a decent game for themselves, haven't been able to make a lot of jump. As for Equinox, they lost their position by 2 points, with the B Esports jumping at number 9. And finally coming on the stage like page number 1, the most interesting page, the top hot topic of the day, we have Team 1952 Gremlin and Team Classic right behind TRZ, Seal and Bad Intention. Because look at that top like 3 to position 8 right now, 179, 178, 176, 173 and 172. We have 5 teams within the 170s range, and everybody have like one game that can jump from position 7 to maybe position 3 as well. So it's just NB Esports and SITM with a bit of a lead. They are relatively safer right now, but as for other teams, it's far from over. It's really far from over.
Yeah, right now from all the way from Mad Intention X or to 1952, the point difference is 16 points. So one chicken dinner could take you from top 8 all the way to number 3 on the table. So it's all about how teams perform in our next few matches, and we'll have to see can they stand up. I think number 9 and number 10 also not too far away, about 20 points or so. So that simple fact really puts a lot of spice into our next 4 matches today. But Mamba actually stepping up will take that number 5 slot after his performance today.
Dylan, look at that. He has like 41 elimination with 20 matches. Then we have Mamba obviously coming in at number 5. He has like 30 elimination with 20 matches. Then we have QPSS SITM with 20 matches, 31 elimination. Fizzboy at number 3 with 32 elimination. And lastly, we have Desert at number 2 with 35 elimination. But look at the survival time between, like as we discussed yesterday as well, 5 hours 15 minutes survival time, and every other player has like at least a 6 hours 14 minutes survival time, having at least 1 more hour survival time than the top player in the game right now. He still have a lot of lead as compared to some other team, like 6 other players like have 6 elimination points lead in terms of the top performer. So he's safe for now, and probably he might be the top performer in the whole PMNC. Obviously South Asia wildcard, the way he has performed in the semi-finals and in the grand final, he has been absolutely star that has shined throughout the whole time. And at a team where we might just not see the whole of the team performing. Even in the last game where they got a winner chicken dinner, it was just Siam coming up and turning things up, notching things up a bit with 4 elimination, but not exactly the whole of their team coming up and securing those elimination. It's again Dylan, again and again and Dylan, and that's something that is weird and satisfying at the same time.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I think the idea that it's just math being this Giga Chad, dominating every single team out there to continuously maintain that level of performance is something for him to look forward to. But Bad Intention X, they're not in the clear just yet. While they are in the top 5, they need him to keep performing up to that top mark to try and push through for a guaranteed top 5 at the end of today. And with just 4 maps left, I'm sure he's got plenty of gas in the tank, and we'll have to see if he can actually live up to that mark. But going into Sanhok, right, I think what we can expect is absolute utter chaos. So anything can happen. That may be fortune for Bad Intention, it may be a completely ill-fated experience. So we'll have to see if Sanhok does favor them today.
Obviously it's going to be very difficult with the teams that have just generally preferred those query areas like Team Classic, Team Gremlin Esports, 1952, even Team NPS playing towards the Paradise Resort. If history has been any kind of a lesson, we have seen a lot of circles going towards those query areas. So going to the map of like this map of Sanhok, I am already predicting, like I'm expecting these teams to perform, just because we have seen a lot of circles go towards those areas. But at the same time, we have seen some Cap Alpha, Team Runes and Pioneer Circle as well, like favoring Team SITM, maybe favoring those teams that just like to play the areas of like Runes and Pioneer, that include Team Seal Esports that plays towards the southern part of the map, and also Team B Esports that like to play those areas. So I feel like it also depends a lot on the circle and how it takes a shift, and those are the teams that being favored, because rotation is not that much of an option within Sanhok. You always get caught out, you always get pinned down, so your position relatively in the first circle almost dictates your outcome in the game. At the same time, obviously there's an engagement, there's a team rushing you, there's always a very a huge factor. But in generally, when we talk about teams of potential winning, we always talk about their position within the circle and their position, how far or like close they are to the center of the circle.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for all of these teams, it's all about how they progress. But hey, talking about teams right now, let's look for the predictions, because I actually went your route from the last game, and I think Stronger might just pull this one out. But what do you think, Karzi? Where are you leaning towards for this game?
I'm going to be leaning towards MAKPEN this time again. I feel like they have been trying their best to come back into this PMNC 2022. They have come relatively closer. The last game was turning out to be fairly good for them. Obviously, the last circles were very harsh on that particular team, with the circle shifting away, and they had to make a big rotation, obviously, and they lost 2 or 3 players while they were trying to rotate into the circle. But yeah, I fairly understand why you went for Team Stronger Esports, especially their position within the circle and in the map of Sanhok, just landing to the right area of the map, and after circle being favored to the right side, that put this team like in a stronger position by default. No pun intended.
Yeah, definitely, right. And one thing I definitely do want to see this time around in Sanhok is, please, no more quarry circles. We've seen it so many times come through. I'd love to see like a Camp Bravo circle, maybe like even a Camp Alpha circle. I wouldn't mind something more drastic. I think. Yeah, it's something that we haven't seen in Sanhok in entire Grand Finals week, right? Where we normally see the craziest circles come in Sanhok. This week it has just been simple circles all the way through. So I think in finals time, it's time for Sanhok to really take its true shape.
Yeah, and at the same time, if it involves those two smaller islands as compared to the main island of Sanhok, it's gonna get very interesting, especially the teams that are trying to rotate using maybe water areas, going for the rotation, coming all the way, like circling around the map, maybe using those bridges as well, just trying to be like cross the river areas by just like using the good old swimming. So I feel like that areas will be definitely interesting. It will also give a chance to the team that hold those areas like Bootcamp, Painan, SITM, or maybe even to Astra Esports that like to play the areas of Hatin. So I feel like these are the areas that will the key point and the key point of contention. Obviously clashes as well, as we talk about the team that will try to rotate. But if unfortunately we see a query circle as well, then we will have a very dictated game, a very average game that we have seen in the last day, yesterday and the day before as well. We are just trying to just move toward the center, and center being contested again and again, making it much more difficult for teams like Classic, 1952, Gremlin Storm, Team NBS to hold those areas and them getting into clashes again and again. Possibility getting a wipeout from the other squad just trying to rotate or just trying to push into the circle.
Yeah, and I think that basically puts them in a position where they have to adapt, where they need to be at the top of their game. And I must say, all squads have shown a potential to do that. Even OPX, a team that generally is just lying out towards the back enders, or even Victor Gaming that hasn't had the greatest weeks, today they've shown glimmers of hope and potential. So even if these teams are not able to make a run for the top 5, I'm sure they'll want to end PMNC SA Wildcard 2022 on a strong note, and also influence who the top 5 teams are to a certain extent, and we'll have to see if they can do exactly that. But hey, heading into Sanhok, man, I think this is where things really start getting heated up, because teams are going to really drastically change their game plans depending on the result in Sanhok. Where if a team like 1952 is able to pick up the chicken dinner, that's going to put the likes of every single team above them, all the 4 teams like Bad Intention, under a lot of pressure for sure. So in the second rotation is where we might see those drop clashes, those game plan changes come out. So all of that set up by this one map coming up in Sanhok.
Obviously, like things can turn around very drastically for a lot of those teams out there, especially for the teams that have not been able to perform maybe throughout the whole day as well. They might have been able to come back. Team Seal Esports, it might be just a good game for them. But I was expecting teams like Seal Esports, especially coming into today, them to perform and giving challenge to SITM. SITM was like the big question, because the last 3 games, like the last 3 game of day 3, it was just them dominating. Obviously, they got 2 winner chicken dinner on the first two of them. And they got a wonderful performance in the third game as well. They were able to secure 14-15 points as well. So they almost secured like 70 to 80, not 70 to 80, obviously 30, it's like obviously 60 to 70 points in those last 3 games of day 3 in the yesterday. So I feel like they would have come up with a lot of momentum going to day number 4. But fortunately for other teams, unfortunately for them, they were met with a lot of clash and potential performances from other teams, with the Bad Intention coming up and securing their first winner chicken dinner on the in the grand final. So yeah, SITM was hoping to solidify their lead, but still look at that right now. They have like 28 points more than NB Esports right now.
Yeah, and imagine for Seal to be one of the most consistent teams across this entire finals week, but in the very final day, they've had 2 bad games. Not 2 bad games, I'd say 2 off games. Not necessarily as great as Seal normally do. And that has resulted them now in the number 4 spot, just a few points away from being kicked out. Like, if they have another bad game and Classic or Gremlin Storm get more than 5 or 6 points, that Seal potentially out of the top 5 immediately. TRZ as well, right? So Seal, they've got to bring back that consistency that we saw from them all across day 1, 2 and 3 to try and push forward to make sure they get their way through in the top 5. But other than that, RZ, right now we've got at least 4 invited teams in the top 8, and we've got 4 non-invited teams. So what do you think? In the top 5, are we going to have more invited teams or not invited teams at the end of the day?
I feel like that conversation might just not yield any result, because while with these teams they were invited into the grand final, we still have like 3 top teams who are not from the invited one. They came, 2 top teams like who not from the finals one. They were just came and keep dominating, especially NB Esports as well. They were just I feel like absolutely perfect throughout the whole like grand final, especially the day number 1. They almost secured like 97 points in the game of like in the span of 6 matches. Like that's like almost like 15 points or 16 points average in the match of like on the day number 1. So I feel like that was a wonderful performance for them. But it might be just equally divided. Why we might just have like two or three teams from the invited one. Then we have a lot of like 2 or 3 teams from the maybe teams who qualified to the semi-final. But I would have expected more. I would have wanted more of a 4-1 split with 4 going towards the side of teams qualifying.
It might just happen yet, right? It's not impossible, I think, definitely.
Obviously.
Considering the only team that looks like they definitely have their spot is SITM. Maybe NV Esports to a certain extent because they're near that 200-point mark, and both are not invited teams. They're both teams that have fought their way through into Grand Finals week. So maybe if Bad Intention, the likes of Classic, can really step up and push their way into the top 5, we might see that 4-1 split that you're talking about. But I think one thing is for certain, I would be very surprised if Seal will not find that consistency, because they, to a certain extent, till yesterday, they look like the team that was going to challenge SITM. To go from that conversation all the way to are you going to qualify to PMPL or not, that's a big fall to happen.
And at the same time, even in the game of like the Miramar that we just witnessed, they had a relatively comfortable position. As we were talking about the teams that dropped on the map of Miramar, this was the team that was furthest away from the cluster, having the most map control within that circle as well. In the first circle, having those 5 cities to themselves, but they weren't able to capitalize on that. They were just holding those positions, not trying to push too much into the circle. They had at the same time as they were trying to make sure they were like going towards the center, they got punished multiple times. So that was just a bit unfortunate on their side, and you're right, things did go wrong for them being the champion to just will they qualify or not.
But hey, I think while we set ourselves up for the next few matches and make sure everyone has a comfortable look, we're going to take a short break, head towards the video, and we'll see you on the other side. Make sure to refresh on your stacks. See you with the next match.
আমি যেহেতু আগে কোনো অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট খেলিনি, এটা আমার ফার্স্ট অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট, PMNC গ্র্যান্ড ফাইনাল, এক বড় একটা স্টেপিং স্টোন আমার জন্য।
A1 Esports, a team that's consistently topped the ranks of PUBG Mobile Esports. This team was the grand finalist of 2020 PMGC and has competed in the PUBG Mobile Pro League multiple times, but not everything goes to plan.
এর আগের PMPL অনেক খারাপ পারফরম্যান্স ছিল, এটা আর কি অনেক বড় রিগ্রেট, বিকজ এর আগের সিজনের জন্য আমরা PMPL ইনভাইট পাইনি।
They entered the PMNC South Asia wildcard arena with dreams to conquer.
PUBG Mobile টিম পিসকিপারের চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপে টপ রেগার, বাংলাদেশকে একটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যান্ডে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা, নিজের টিমকে গ্লোবাল স্টেজে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা, PMGC-তে একটা ভালো পজিশন আনা।
This time, they will not falter. A1 Esports is ready.
টিম এটা হলো NV Esports, যারা রিসেন্টলি অনেক ভালো করতেছে, মঙ্গোলিয়ার টিম। তো রিসেন্টলি অনেক ভালো করলেও ওদের সাথে PMNC-তে ইনশাআল্লাহ দেখা হবে। তো PMNC-তে দেখা যাবে কে কত ভালো খেলে।
A1 Esports, it's time to make your mark. Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
Time travel. My girlfriend. Kill korbo friend. Zonet tai laser spray. Unlimited health. Time travel. PC আপডেট করব, ট্যুর দিব, ট্যুর সেভ করব, ইচ্ছা তো আছে একটা কার কেনার, কিল করব ফ্রেন্ডসের সাথে। GSM ফিয়ার স্টিল শট 90 ফিটের লুকাশিতে দান্তে। PUBG Mobile Pro rich, PUBG Mobile Pro, PUBG Mobile Pro rich, good looking. NV Sports, NV Sports, NV Sports. My girlfriend, my girlfriend. Winning PMNC, winning PMNC. No. I don't want any girlfriend. Family ke dibo. PMNC. Unlimited health, infinity health, unlimited health.
ফ্যামিলিকে দিব, ফ্যামিলিকে কিছু গিফট করব।
Nightwing from A1 Esports.
Sinister from A1 Esports. A1 Esports থেকে Nightwing এ
PUBG Mobile Pro.
good looking. None of them. I don't want any girlfriend. Winning PMNC, my girlfriend. PMNC is the priority.
Winning PMNC.
আমাদের PUBG Mobile ড্রিম হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা PMNC-তে।
Gremlin Storm is a team notorious for consistent excellence, qualifying for PMPL South Asia multiple times. Despite past setbacks, they've been resilient and persevered together. They know the challenges that lay await as they enter the stage of the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
PMNC this time it's a challenge for us because previously আমরা PMPL খেলছি and this time this is a challenge for us to prove ourselves, prove our worth in it.
To this squad, the tournament means hope.
তো আমার ফ্যামিলি প্রথমেও সাপোর্ট করে নাই, এখনও ওইভাবে করতেছে না। এখন পিএমএনসি সামনে আছে, পিএমএনসিতে যদি ভালো কিছু আমরা করতে পারি আশা করি ফ্যামিলি সাপোর্ট করবে।
Gremlin Storm has seen the glory of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. This time, they will challenge themselves to go further than ever before. To be the versions of themselves that will emerge as champions.
আচ্ছা, তো আমার কোনো টিমের প্রতি চ্যালেঞ্জ না থাকলেও আমার নিজের টিমের প্রতি একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে। ওটা হচ্ছে গিয়ে মোস্ট ভ্যালুয়েবল প্লেয়ারটা যাতে আমাদের টিম থেকে আসে।
The storm has passed and your dreams lie ahead. Gremlin Storm. It is time to make your mark. Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
চ্যালেঞ্জ দেওয়ার মতো আসলে তেমন কেউ নাই, বাট যদি দিতে হয় তাহলে বাংলাদেশের আধা দুইটা বেস্ট টিম A1 and GSM.
RGC Esports, one of the most competitive teams of the region. This squad has consistently found their way to the top ranks of PMNC and qualified for PMPL South Asia. This time they dream of going further than they ever have.
PMNC right now বলতে গেলে one of the most important tournament for us because এখান থেকে আমাদের PMPL এ কোয়ালিফাই করতে হবে, আদারওয়াইজ কোনো চান্স নেই আর ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা PMNC বন্ধু।
Their journey to the grand finals of PMNC South Asia Wildcard has been a long time coming.
2018 এ ফার্স্ট আমি স্টার্ট করি আর কি টিমটা। সো তারপর অনেকগুলো প্লেয়ারের সাথে নরমালি খেলা হয়। এরপর সার্টেন অফ টাইম পর মাম্বাকে আমি অ্যাপ্রোচ দেই। মাম্বা আমি অলমোস্ট 3 ইয়ার্স হতে যাবে হয়তো খেলতেছি।
তারপর থেকে তো স্টিফু তো অনেক আগে থেকে গ্রাজুয়েট ছিল, তারপর আমরা আস্তে আস্তে খেলতে থাকি, দেন ডিগ্রিকে কয়েকদিন আগে নিলাম মাসে কি, আর ম্যাটকিন ভাই তো মাঝে দিয়ে আসলো PMNC পর।
This PMNC they have regrets to overcome.
বিগেস্ট রিগ্রেট হচ্ছে PMPL সিজন 6 এর টুর্নামেন্টটা যে ছিল, আমরা আরো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে পারিনি ডিউটিস ইস্যুস। স্টিফু আমাদের কি প্লেয়ার ছিল বাট ও ট্রাভেল করতে পারে নাই, আর আমাদের তখন বড় ভাই ডিগ্রিও ছিল না, তো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে পারিনি। এটাই বিগেস্ট রিগ্রেট। উইনিং PMNC দ্যাটস দ্য কারেন্ট গোল রাইট নাও।
RGC Esports, are you ready to make your mark? Catch them live at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
Reading player's mind. My girlfriend. Winning PMNC. Unlimited help.
We're soon gonna find out how this works out and how these teams are really able to step up to the mark. But what do you think, Arzi? Where does your gut go today? Do you think it is just going to be the teams that we have seen really at the top consistently, like SITM, like Bad Intention, like NB Esports, continue that form, or do you think we might see some crazy Cinderella stories?
I feel like we might see some crazy Cinderella stories. Obviously, the first two games has always been a good of a reminder that we are in the grand finals of PMNC. It's not going to be SITM's day again and again and again. Obviously, they have been consistent throughout the whole tournament, but not exactly to the top place that they were in when it comes to their semi-finals. So, and obviously, when we talk about the day, it is Team B, Sport, Team BS, Team Bad Intention, team just team that they're like starting their names with B, just like coming up and performing again and again and again. So we might have just seen another team coming up will perform, but at the same time I feel like it's gonna be getting interesting, especially for Seal Esports and for the teams that are looking to qualify into the PMPL, because they are right now, their chances are being contested again and again, and we have the players right in front of us in our screen, and some of them are smiling, some of them are getting ready, some of them are adjusting their cushions. Okay, the action is about to begin, and as we pointed out, the action is about to begin with the plain path going from Mong Knight just to Camp Alpha, favoring the north part of the map, not equally dividing the map as well, while the south part is not that much accessible, but I feel like this is a map where you can go anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, 100%, and it's a map where you can certainly look to be creative with your approach, or try to bring your own personal philosophy in line. But here we're gonna find out where the circle goes soon enough. Please, no quarry. That's what we hope, and I hope we get that for sure. Oh, drum roll. Oh, okay, I'll take that. Yes,
we don't. We'll definitely take that. I feel like that's already a good circle. We have three main bridges that will be contested at the same time. The Ruins area, Painan area, Camp Charlie might just contested again and again. Team MAKPEN, Team B Sports, Team A1NB, they are in a great position to secure some elimination just coming towards that side, because definitely the circle is going towards the areas of Painan and Rune, and you have to get yourself comfortably in those positions. TRZ very fairly dispersed among two or three islands, so yeah, they will be looking to rotate really early as well. But yes, it's gonna get very interesting. At the same time, we have no query circle, so yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. Everything that we wanted right now coming through from this circle, so it's certainly something to be happy about, and something for us to hope that it works out in case teams do get nice and creative, because already I say almost 30% of the circle in the water, so there's going to be very little spaces for teams to occupy in the circle. And with the way the circle is, there's a high chance it ends up being like a river circle, you know, with the Alpha and Charlie Islands involved. So I'd love to see that happen, but for now, team just in their standard drop locations. It's going to be the likes of Stronger, NB, OPX, and Victor Gaming, Bad Intention X as well, looking to rotate nice and early to make their way in. But otherwise, most teams will just hold on to their positions. SITM nicely spread out, man. They've effectively captured almost the entire Camp Alpha Island, only Hatin in the hands of Astra. So SITM will be nicely looted up, geared up for any fight that comes their way.
Oh, it's gonna get interesting, but not for Team 9852, Team Astra Esports, as they will be looking to rotate the most into the game, even VG as well. But unfortunately, the most team that is not going to be happy is going to be OPX, the farthest away from the circle, and not the center is almost very inaccessible to them. It's going to be a long journey, a long grind, a long rotations, and a huge number of fights if they're looking to secure that winner chicken dinner. It's not going to be an easy game for Team OPX, but Equinox right now just looting those complete pods within boot camp, getting their hands on some great amount of loot. They even look at KSX7. He has like 6 first aid kits. Twist as well has like some good loot, and while we were pointing it out, he got his hand on a first aid kit as well. So yeah, they are just trying to get as much as they can, and obviously they should try to rotate as quickly as possible, because right now the area from boot camp to Painan is empty. But the main question will be how they get across from boot camp to that island and where they will go. The more they wait, difficult it will be with the team 2A Esport obviously trying to rotate. Look at Siri, he's trying to move into the circle as well. Team Gremlin Storm coming from Camp Charlie, so it might just contest it. So the more quickly, as soon as possible, Team Equinox should also try to rotate, because as long as they try to hold the areas of boot camp, it will get difficult going to the later part of the game.
Yeah, 100% right, and it's going to be an interesting proposition for every single one of those teams that chooses to make the later rotations, because it's something we've seen Bad Intention do before, is something the Seal does regularly, SITM as well. But the latter two teams are already in the circle, so they won't necessarily have to move. They are in a better spot despite their natural tendencies. And likes of NB Esports as well in a similar position. They spot out Victor Gaming though, and damage taken down very, very early. First elimination for NB Esports, and they needed this, because remember, this is also a team that might potentially be in trouble, but if they can pull out a decent Sanhok, I think they will safely set themselves into top 5 more so.
NB Esports off to a great start. They have to get this fight. They have to get over with this fight, as they are like 500 meters away from the circle. But Fist Boy, he like got his like a wonderful elimination with the help of Sek coming from the left side, taking their knock. But Gremlin Esports and Classic, they have been obviously going a lot in the last map of Miramar as well. There was a very good chance of a potential fight happening on those areas with the memo going down right at the start of game. But this was Team Gremlin Esports getting a bit advanced in the side of their side with the taking one of the players down from CSC. But it's just not one player. We have two players down on the side of Team Classic. Team Gremlin might just be looking to capitalize on that, but Memo goes down, Eric goes down as well. Momo gets biased the dust, and we have Team Gremlin Esports also lose two players. One is still surviving. It's not going to be an easy job. Still Shot gets revived, but something needs to be done about Vanzi. Is very much into the cover. He's now feeling very comfortable, but with A1 and B of a great potential of being third party, they have to be careful, because they have I1 LB is also landing shots all the way from Painan towards the north of Camp Charlie. So it's not going to be an easy job for Team Classic to survive. Hopeless is bleeding, Eric is bleeding, Vanzi is surviving, and he has a huge job on his shoulder just to make sure that he revives his teammate and also survive.
Yeah, crucial job for sure, but Hopeless, meanwhile, he will get eliminated, and Cage picks up an early airdrop for himself. I wonder what it is. I would love to see his hands on a sniper, maybe, because we've seen a lot of these circles head towards those longer range fights. And maybe Cage can use that to his effect, but right now, silence more or less, just stragglers getting caught out, skirmishes erupting all across the map. And again, in terms of the teams that we really need to look out for, right, it is Bad Intention X, Classic 1952, and every other team out there in that bottom 5. But then outside that is the likes of Stronger, the likes of B Esports, who've had a decent start to the day so far and are outside contenders to make a miraculous run towards that top 5 mark. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. MAKPEN as well in that same discussion. Meanwhile, D46 gets caught out. Aero picking up an early elimination, and a good start for Seal, just like they needed. They need to revive themselves with Sanhok.
Oh god, A1 and B, look at that. They have a comfortable position within the game. They have 4 players surviving right now. They weren't able. They also, like, obviously this is the 7th minute of the game. It's a bit quick early to assess their position within the circle, within the game right now. But as compared to the circle, I feel like they're in a good position, and they should be able to secure some kind of elimination throughout the whole game, as they are at one of the key points within this map right now, as a lot of teams might just try to rotate through those areas. So they might just get their hands on a couple of elimination, maybe 3 to 4, as they try to rotate towards the ruins area. So for now, they are in a good spot. They can get themselves like some great elimination as well. Need to be careful. At the same time, they are surrounded left and right by a lot of teams. But look at that, NBES and OPX. This is a fight that is potentially waiting to happen before both of these teams try to rotate into the circle. VG, or what's left of them, is also trying to rotate from Bhan area. And look at that, 1952. Outside our vision, outside our scope, they are just trying to cover in from like all the way from Mongnai or to like Tratmok toward the areas of maybe Tampang, and that's a big rotation. At the same time, they have to be careful. Hopefully they will be careful, because SITM might just be holding these beach area, hoping for any team just try to use water, probably looking to punish them. So yeah, 1952 might be one of them.
They certainly might be. Currently, I think a lot of questions mainly for us as teams settle themselves around Painan, either expecting the final circles to end out towards those small highways where the small compounds are located, and that's where teams will look to scramble. NB Esports on quite a late rotation. Victor Gaming as well, after taking that initial loss with damage going down, now just getting their way into the circle. Stronger as well, adopting the idea of that late rotation, but they don't have much distance to cover, so shouldn't be an issue. And similarly, OPX doing the exact same thing now. The Alphas, SITM, have camped themselves on Camp Alpha. They're just waiting for the next circle shift. While 1952 on the rotation, I love it. Finally, we get to see a rotation come out.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we saw a lot, like we saw that. Obviously, Query coming into play again and again put a hinder to our more of like a request and would put a hinder like in our expectation and hopes as well. But finally, we got to see some of that as well. The Tampang area is going to be hosting Team 1952 coming in from all the way across this like map. But A1 and B just holding these areas of Pioneer. Well, there's a less like rest of players a bit dispersed as well. I feel like Hitman and just other players just a bit far away from the rest of two players. But that's just like them trying to hold all the areas of Pioneer. Two of those players are toward north side, two of the players are toward west side, and they are just trying to spot anyone as they can if they try to rotate from Query towards Pioneer. But a lot of the teams, they're just using the bridge and areas near Camp Charlie to come into the circle. Even OPX is right behind them, but that's a big cluster forming towards the south part of the map with Team MAKPEN, Team Bad Intention, Team Stronger and OPX, and Team Classic as well. They're trying to fight it out, but look at the circle. It has taken a shift away from the Camp Charlie and going to be favoring those areas of Rune and Pioneer, as we discussed a bit earlier. Team Astra Esports with that rotation and Team TRZ, they're going to be looking really happy, really satisfied. At the same time, B Esports as well, they're holding all the areas from Tampang to the ruins and trying to get as much map control as they can. But OPX try to rotate into the circle. They have to be careful. They might just be walking towards MAKPEN in generally and might just get knocked out as well.
Yeah, they got to be careful about the way they approach right now, because this entire map is a keg waiting to blast, the cannon shot waiting to get off. MAKPEN, team that you were hoping would pull off a strong expectation. They were in a good position for Pasta. He gets taken out by Unknown, and suddenly MAKPEN surrounded in every single angle. The trade comes out for Momo. He gets Unknown down, but MAKPEN not in the greatest of spots with the third party as well coming into the picture. I think that's Team Classic now coming in to try to put the pressure on MAKPEN from their back. But MAKPEN still focused on this fight right now. Classic moving in for the kill. They've got to play it smart. They have the potential to wipe out not just MAKPEN but OPX as well, and they do exactly that. Kenoxy picking up the first one, finishes off Momo immediately, and MAKPEN now in a position where they might get eliminated, making the smart move, going for the aggressive play, being proactive and taking the fight to OPX. They're able to shut one down and just like that put themselves in OPX's position and make Classic back off. MAKPEN staying alive, man, against all odds. Despite being sandwiched, they make the smart move and make the proactive play.
Obviously, they lost Momo in all of this fight, but fortunately for Pasta, is being revived by Illusion right now. They got their hands on 3 of those eliminations. Fantastic is the only one surviving, a bit far away from Camp Charlie. But MAKPEN, they might just go out of their way to secure for that last elimination. They have to be careful as they are not just completely alone in all of this fight. There's a very good chance they might get third party. But as we're looking forward circle right now, the blue zone is going to be coming in. Team NPES, they have made their way on the side of Query, but unfortunately, they still have to make their way towards the center of the map right now. Maybe they got themselves a great like easy rotation with all of their teams fighting it out at the center of the circle. Team Series Esports getting punished by A1 and B, Team 2A, Team TRC, B Esports. That a fight that is waiting to happen as well. And possibility a player also going down. Kenny Oxy also bites the Fantastic is right in front of Eric. Shots coming from SMG takes him down, and that's the second squad getting eliminated from the game. Opex is not having a good day or a decent day at all. They're at the bottom of overall ranking right now, and they have also lost this game with not a lot of points or like good points at all. So yeah, lasting games, they might be just looking to turn things around, but I feel like they might just like get their hands only on $500.
Yeah, it's certainly not looking like a pretty fight for them whatsoever, and at this point all they can do is try to salvage and look forward to the next few games. Classic, on the other hand, a team that cannot afford any losses early. They look to sandwich MAKPEN, but instead they've split themselves up and they might pay the prices. MAKPEN now have 4 eliminations out the bag after having dealt with OPX. Will now set their sights on the rotation. Classic will get away with this one. Vanzi though, last man standing for his team, man. He's got to just play that long game. Maybe even do the healing battle at this point.
Team Esports, Team TRZ, they have to be careful. Those positions, as much as they're a great position right now within the circle, they don't have to rotate at all, but their position will be contested multiple times, and the biggest challenge for them right now is to make sure that all of their players survive till the 4th or 5th circle. But the next circle is going to be coming in soon, and BES just trying not to rotate all towards Painan. They know they'll be met with a lot of clash. 1952 made it all the way from Tampang. Look at SITM. Fortunately for them, they are still in the circle. North Island is still favored just a tiny bit. Maybe before the next circle, they might just make their way all the way towards Roan's area. But for now, they're comfortably towards the north edge of the circle. They don't have to participate in any kind of the fight. TRZ at the same time, they're going to be holding those spots with the Seal Esports. But now it's getting difficult for Team MAKPEN, Team C Classic, and Team Bad Intention. Maybe Bad Intention might make their way and find a position toward the south of the circle where there's like compounds outside Nakham. But in general, Team Stronger Esports is also trying to rotate towards those areas. That's a fight that can just go wrong on both sides, with the Team B Esports having the most advantage toward the center or south to the center area. So yeah, that's a possible clash with MAKPEN as they try to rotate into the circle. Team A1 and B, they're just trying to land and punish the players of MAKPEN, but Sinister, he was really far away from the rest of his team. He bites the dust, goes down, and gets eliminated from the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And here at this point, A1 and B as well in a very good position, but likely to get into a difficult spot. So I like the fact that they've got a forward player already to plan for the future circles. Meanwhile, TRZ in a great spot in the circle right now with a tiny compound in their control. The only problem, of course, that they are susceptible to nades. That's something they can maneuver in the later aspects of the game. We've got 14 squads left alive in just about 15 minutes in, so this circle moving in is going to really flood the gates and move things around. Bad Intention X putting Seal and Soulless from B Esports right now under pressure as teams try to head in towards Ruins. SITM still occupying their spot towards Camp Alpha. They haven't made their move and they're just happy to ride their wave out.
Team C Esports having a high ground on the Team TRZ, and B Esports, they can capitalize it in their way by trying to secure some knocks or elimination, but it's not going to be easy with a lot of teams securing a lot of wonderful cover for themselves. Even B Esports is able to revive their play in this very risky situation. Team C Esports, despite the fact they're still holding the top ground, have their 3 elimination. This could be a game where they turn things around right now. Things are shaping up to be on their side. They have the greatest position within the circle. They have a great gun power, great firepower as well, some good amount of utility, and at the same time 3 eliminations already on their side. So I feel like this could be their game. We were talking about Team C Esports turning things around. Obviously they've been consistent, they're being the top dog right now, but that cherry on the top was missing from the C Esports. This could be that game for them, as it's shaping out to be a really wonderful game. All 4 players holding a wonderful perimeter right now, securing northwest east side. Looking out of that angle, the vehicles are being parked in the center as well. There's a lot of cover that exists for all of those teams. So yeah, C Esports doesn't have to do a lot just to make sure they survive, but they have to be careful not to engage in any kind of risky situation. They have to make sure their players doesn't get too aggressive. They don't make themselves too vulnerable, as they're surrounded by Team B and TRZ on the north and south side, with the Team MAKPEN also trying to rotate. They have to be careful.
They most definitely do. A Bad Intention actually get caught out by B instead. That's the top player of Bad Intention down. Matt has been eliminated, and just like that, Bad Intention in a spot of trouble. They'll just have to play the long-term placement game now. But several of these teams, like you mentioned, B, TRZ, Bad Intention, Seal, all in similar areas, hoping that the circle takes a centralized shift, and we'll find out soon enough. The circle, will it force SITM out of their way, or will it force these teams into a rotation? So right now, B in a great spot, and it will force SITM. The circle takes a further southeastern shift, and that essentially means Seal, TRZ, B, MAKPEN all smack bang in the middle of the circle, by the likes of Equinox, Victor Gaming, NB Esports, SITM, Stronger, even Bad Intention as well, will have to rotate. And B Esports, I must say, in a great spot right now to try and gatekeep every single one of them.
B Esports try to land some shot at Farhad, tries to rotate into the circle. Team Stronger Esports right, then Rola and 7 right behind him, they have met with a lot of shots, but Farhad goes down at the hand of Seal Aero as they are trying to make a very risky rotation in this situation. Obviously, the teams are already very comfortable in the position. They have Team Stronger Esports. They're trying to they're trying to force some kind of rotation or force some kind of like getting themselves into some kind of space that doesn't exist on the map. They will be punished left and right. But this is VG taking the fight against NPES, and this was the fight that should have happened on the east side of the map that already waited for so long, but finally happening after the 18 minutes of the game, with NPES trying to rotate inside the circle and taking the VG out of the game towards the areas of Painan. That's 4 wonderful points on their side. All of the four players are still alive, but unfortunately they are on the east side. The next circle might just make it difficult for them to rotate into the circle, or maybe just give themselves a safe position. For now, B Sport, they are on the west side of the map, trying to hold as much point as trying to hold that position as long as they can. They will be able to do so for this particular circle. The next circle might just kick them out, and they have to leave this comfortable position, trying to go into the circle. But this is bad intention, trying to push into the circle, and MAKPEN just on their side, right side. Ryuk goes down, and he might just not get revived as he's right out in the open. But as for bad intention as well, they have lost their key player Dylan, and they're left with only 3 players. Not going to be an easy game for them because the top fragger is just on the top performer of the PMNC is just not surviving.
Intention outside the circle as well, right? So not having Matt, there's no brute force for them to just bulldoze their way in. Simply doesn't work out. But talking about B Esports right now, still in a good position. They spot out bad intention on the rotation, and Scooby has a choice to make. Trigger control as he tries to spot someone out. And meanwhile, SITM trying to get their way into the circle, facing a lot of trouble, and Scooby makes his mark. Ryuk takes Cravens down, and Cravens has been eliminated as well, and B Esports will now try to deny. Scooby knows exactly where Siam is, spots him taking some shots and sets up the spray. That's Siam taken down. Mehdi last man alive, and potentially not for too long as Mehdi stuck with a circle in his back. They have managed to pull one down, but Mehdi should not be able to get out of this situation, so be likely to pick all of that up. I wouldn't be surprised if Mehdi just stays back and tries to play that healing game. Scooby, he's lurking up, he's trying to deny. He knows that Mehdi is somewhere just in front.
Oh god, 100 meters into the circle with Team Seal Esports, bad intention, and a lot of other just snakes in the dark waiting for him. It's gonna be an impossible ride, especially with the B Esports sneaking right next to him. Scooby coming in. It's gonna be very difficult for Mehdi to survive in that situation. So let's know exactly whether he is. His position is being known. So let's trying to make sure he gets his hand on the last elimination. And Mehdi is probably gonna be holding that position for a couple of minutes before he can just rotate in safely. I hope he does have his hand on a couple of first aid kits so he can survive that blue zone coming in as well. But now with the 2A and Team Equinox as well, Kage goes down at the hand of Riley's shotgun and also gets eliminated from the game. It's Team Classic, Equinox, SITM, bad intention, and generally taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. Even NPES, who are looking really good right now, they were coming towards the areas of Pioneer, but they should have been getting punished, and this is exactly what's happening with they getting punished at the hand of Team Seal Esports. 1952 as they're trying to rotate on the areas of the Tambang. Team Astra Esports spots them, takes him down, and even one player from the 1952 is like bleeding. The other one is very low on HP. Side also spots him down, takes him, and eliminates him from the game. That's one more squad getting eliminated from the game, and we are left with only 12 now.
Just left with 12 squads in the game. All about trying to ensure that these teams don't necessarily give their positions away, and Fahad is actually spotted out. Might get beamed. Inside, Scooby taking down Stronger, trying to make their mark, push into the circle right now is B as well. While they did take a couple of great fights, they have 3 eliminations in the bag. They don't necessarily have the greatest of spots. Meanwhile, NBA Esports eliminated by their near opposition in TRZ. MAKPEN under a lot of trouble with A1 and B Classic, where Mehdi all inside the play zone right now, taking a lot of damage. Dobu as well from SITM. So the real contenders in this match are TRZ, are Seal, are Stronger. All teams contending for that top 5, hoping to get that chicken dinner right here and pick up the stragglers and the eliminations. But I think the team that might decide who actually wins are the teams on the outskirts, the likes of SITM, the likes of BITX, who are all playing that healing game.
right now, it's just not about healing for Siri, as he's looking to land some kind of damage that he need in his hand. It's not going to be an easy job since he's in a very difficult spot. But look at that replay coming in with the Siri just trying to spot Equinox, taking him down. And also that was just Team Equinox getting eliminated from the game. But as for Siri, things are not looking really great for him. Team Sealy Esports, their job right now is just to survive, just to hold the position they have right now. Becca is just like bleeding right now. Probably there's a player right next to him that should just revive him before getting a bit aggressive. Look at SITM Dobu. TRC 90 degree knew exactly where the play was, but SITM might just give their life to a blue zone instead of just giving a free elimination to somebody else. So Team SITM also gets eliminated from the game. They don't have a wonderful start to the day, but Team Stronger Esport also taking a lot of damage, but they had a Siri who's surviving. The last player from Team Astra Esports, 7 goes down. He'll also want to bite the dust. He tried to rotate into the circle, 36 meters. Not going to be an easy job with a lot of teams just holding those areas, just also lying in those bushes, trying to peek as much as they come in. B Esports, they are looking really good right now. 40 meters into the circle, but a nade coming from Dexter. He takes Becca down. And Team Series Sports in a difficult advantage with the Sanchez. And Becca going better than nade coming from Soup. Scooby takes Arrow down. And we're left with only one player on the side of Seal Esports. That's going to be Rogue. He's also very low in HP. But the B have all the advantage and incentive they need to push into the circle and take Seal Esports out of the game.
Scooby with those nades, man, popping the heck off with the help of Soulless as well. As B Esports, despite the low ground, despite Seal having a position in the circle, they push Seal back. The nades come alive. And Seal, they're not yet done for. They should be able to keep at least 2 members standing alive, but they're in a hell of a difficult spot now because TRZ moving in from the north. You've got B moving in for the south. Both of these teams contending for their spot in the top 5, and they want to take Seal down because they know Seal has had a tough day and Seal might just be susceptible to that push in the main standings right now. Meanwhile, Sairi, the snake in the grass, playing it slow, solo member surviving for his team, just needs to make that highlight reel play, but he's spotted out. Mad Cat will shut him down, and it's all down to 4. Stronger, TRZ, Seal and B in play, but Stronger not for long. They're outside the circle. It might not pan out. And actually the circle shifts towards the last remaining member of Stronger. And now B and TRZ will have to fight for the rotate. The Molotov to burn them down. But Momba, he still finds the trade. And B Esports will get shut down. TRZ hold down the fort. B Esports eliminated in a matter of seconds. And that's good news for Seal right now.
Seal Esports, despite the fact they were looking to get eliminated by the Team B Esports pushing in, but they are still surviving. Rogue and Becca holding that position. Rola just trying to hold that angle, not getting spotted. He's hopeful that Team TRZ and Seal just gets eliminated. TRZ, they are looking to shape up. They are looking to set up the perimeter again with the 90 degree reviving Momba right now. Team Series 4 need to do something out of the box right now. If they wait for long, this is going to get more difficult for them. The more the wait, the difficult it will be. Beck also takes a lot of shots to himself, but he's definitely into the cover. He's down to 50% HP. Mad Gun coming from the right angle. Team TRZ, they have to take this fight with the shotgun. Is that Team Series 4? Can you do with the but Becca gets out with the shotgun, takes him down with the shotgun in his hand. He's taken on Rare X as well. But now Team TRZ in a difficult spot with only one player surviving. Rola, he's still in the team prime spot to get a winner chicken dinner, and obviously gets from the behind, takes one down. That leaves Becca behind. It's a 1v1. He comes on the top, he takes him down, and that's a series for getting a winner chicken dinner. It was not an easy job for him, but they made it look easy. Him getting on the top of that stone, that top of that boulder, and that was an impressive move coming in and picking with that shotgun. He got what his team needed. A winner chicken dinner at the fourth last match of this PMNC wildcard.
Wow, what a chicken dinner to pick up, and Sanhok never fails to deliver. Roll were almost pulling off the miracle clutch, but just to be denied. He's not expecting the player to come from the very top, otherwise I think he could have transferred his spray. But boy oh boy, Seal playing it phenomenally after being sandwiched earlier in the circle, losing 2 of their members to then holding strong. That fight between TRZ and B set them up for success, and they bounced, pick up the chicken dinner, and a big one, because now that will help them secure their spot in the top 5.
You are right about that. It was not an easy job for them to get that winner chicken dinner. Look at that. 6 kills from Becca, 6 elimination, 3 for Rogue, 2 for Sanchez, and 2 for Aero as well. It has been a wonderfully fantastic game for them, getting themselves almost 13 elimination in the game. And look at that damage. It has almost been like 1700, 1800 damage on the map of Sanhok. That is something that I did not expect at all. But yeah, what a game for Team Seal Esports in generally. Will have a head-to-head of like really thrown in front of us. But this was something that they definitely needed. Not just to make sure to like come close to his SITM, just to make sure they qualify for the PMPL. Because the big question that we were asking a few minutes ago before this game, can Seal Esports qualify for the PMPL? That question is almost answered by this game, them securing a wonderful winner chicken dinner, a second chicken dinner in like total of 21 matches.
Yeah, and a consistent team. It pays off for them to get chicken dinners like this, because then it propels them up the standings even more so. 13 eliminations, 1890 damage. Seal, they played out their hearts, and they knew they needed this match well done to keep themselves in their own hands, their chances of qualifying in their own hands. And now, as long as they play a couple of decent games in our second rotation, they should be able to guarantee their spot in the top 5. MAKPEN though, they came close. I think TRZ, B and MAKPEN, all three teams will be thinking, oh, we could have had that chicken dinner. They were all so close to that victory, just certain fights did not pan out.
Oh god, then we have Team Seal back on the left side, then MAKPEN Pelzang. I didn't expect MAKPEN to like make this kind of a coming into the stats comparison where Pelzang gets his like 3 elimination, 490 damage, like 381 damage received, 3 knocks out and survival time. Look at that. This is what like the majority of the difference is going to be. 20 minutes survival, 21 minutes survival time as compared to Becca. He's like surviving for 25 minutes of the game, and this is what we talked about a bit earlier. They had like Team Pelzang, MAKPEN, as they were trying to rotate into the circle, they got punished from multiple sides. They made us risky rotation by just taking one of the players from A1 and B out, but that was just it. Moving further into the circle, it would have been one of the impossible jobs, and this is one of the reasons why Team MAKPEN also gets eliminated at 21 minutes of the game. But look at Becca, like wonderful amount of elimination, 6 elimination, survival time of 25 minutes. Then look at him, even like he has the highest elimination within the game. His teammate has highest damage, but at the same time his like other teammate, like even see Rogue as well, has like the highest knockout. But we have Team NBS Mondo with the highest assist and Vanzi with the highest healing done. But in terms of healing, there's nothing done from the side of Seal Esports, because obviously they were trying to hold that position for as long as they can without making themselves vulnerable. And like these fights only happened for them at the end of the game, where the teams were just trying to sandwich them from left and right, with the TRC coming from left, V Esports coming from the right, Team Stronger from the south side. They made sure that they tried to survive for as long as they can, and they weren't able to do that without pulling off much of a healing.
Yeah, fair enough. Becca, I would be very surprised if anyone else got that MVP. 6 eliminations, 2 headshots, but most importantly, the chicken dinner for his team. Most valuable player indeed, and really living up to that title, really living up to that mark. And it's these players that are able to deliver in high pressure situations, the players that are able to perform despite the stakes against them, despite the odds that they have to face. They are the players that are most valuable to your team for sure.
Now we have top players in front of us with the back at number 1, obviously with a lot of elimination. Then we have Siri at number 2 with 4 eliminations. Seal Rogue, who had the most damage done. He has like at number 3 with like 787 damage with 3 eliminations coming in. 25 minutes, 8 seconds survival time. Then we have MAKPEN Pelzang at number 4 with 3 eliminations and 490 damage. Then lastly we have B Scooby coming in at number 5 with 3 eliminations, 351 damage. But all these teams except MAKPEN, when you talk about B Esport, Team Seal Esports and Team Astra Esports, they rotated early into the circle. Team Astra, Team Seal and Team B Esport was just favored by like their natural draw spot into the game, where they just like to play the areas of runes or the areas around the runes. So fortunately for them, this game turned out to be really great, where they were favored by the circle again and again, and they tried to convert into a good game. But any team that tried to come from the outside the circle in map of Sanhok, they were punished multiple times. Like we talk about NBS, we talk about VG, we talk about MAKPEN, we talk about Team Classic as well. They were the team, even OPX as well. As they were trying to rotate in from the west or south side, they got punished multiple times.
100%, and that simple fact where the teams that were able to pounce and the teams that were not able to pounce decided who picked up the victory. Where I feel like in that particular moment where MAKPEN were getting sandwiched, B Esports were not necessarily able to make it happen. And while they did take down Bad Intention X, I think B as well had a decent game. A lot of eliminations picked up for B. So while they did not pick up the chicken dinner, they won't necessarily be unhappy. But I think the only team that will be unhappy right now is going to be the likes of SITM, who've just more or less disappeared today. They just not had great games whatsoever, with the exception of match 1. So considering the fact that while they have more or less qualified for PMPL, they're still battling for $10,000. We might see the revival of SITM in the next few games.
Oh god, it's gonna be like we're done with half of the games, and obviously we're done with left with 3 games of the day. And this is the place, this is the moment where Team SITM usually shines. They weren't able to do a lot in the first 3 games of day 3, but coming onto the last part of the day 3, they were like able to turn things around. Look at that damage graph, how satisfying it is. Maybe 2A should be just at the place of NPES, but I like it the way it is. Started from Team Seal Esports with the 1892 damage, then we have Team B, then we have like slowly like turning things down a bit by bit with the TRZ with 1383 damage, then we have Team 2A with the 1090 damage, and even the conversion of damage to elimination is almost like equal right now. I feel like no team is gonna be not be too happy with the outcome. They dealt a lot of damage over but weren't able to secure any kind of elimination. That might be just the case with B Esports, but that's not such an extreme case.
Yeah, but I think the one thing that I'm really interested to see is how the performances of TRZ, Stronger, B have changed, and Seal have changed the top 5, because 1952 didn't have a great game, SITM didn't have a great game, Bad Intention, Team Classic, not a great game either. So now those top 8, top 9 teams will be shuffled to a large extent. Gremlin Storm as well, right? A poor game from them. So it's going to be a big change in which teams are immediately contending going into our next Erangel, and it will be pressure on those teams to once again try to keep that up, or they will be instantly replaced. That top 10 is a continuous shuffle, man.
Yeah, obviously the top 10 is being contested again and again. Even with that, I feel like the top 5 was contested multiple times. And now with the Team C Esports securing 28 points in generally, he was able to obviously going ahead into the last 3 games of the day. They are in a comfortable position right now. Obviously they have to be consistent, that they were able, like in the past as well, the way they have been for the past all 4 days. They have to be consistent in securing those 7 to 8 points. And I feel like the only thing that was difficult for C Esports was to get a winner chicken dinner. In this game they have been able to do that. It will never be difficult for them to be consistent or to get their hands on top of those 8 4 or 5 positions, 7 or 8 points in generally. But we have all ranking post match 21 day number 4 with RGC, Opex, Victor Gaming, MAKPEN in the same position. The only thing that is different with Astra Esports and A1 and B shifting their position, but with 1952 also falling on the page number 2, they were looking to change their games around. Obviously this is a team that could have still qualified for top 5, as the top 5 were holding a position like points of 170 or 179, and one good game can put them in the top 5 right now, and even maybe 2 games back to back can still make them to make sure they could qualify for the for the PMPL. But look at that, top 5 is starting from 181. They are at 162 points. 2 games back to back, I feel like they can definitely qualify, but we have 3 teams right now crossing the mark of 200.
Yeah, Seal, NB and SITM in a relatively comfortable spot. Meanwhile, Bad Intention moving down a couple positions to number 5 on the table, where they started this day off strong and got to number 3. Now they've moved down again under pressure by Classic, Gremlin Storm and B Esports, and who, like you said, they need to have 2 or 3, even next 3 games need to be perfect from them. They cannot miss a single step, and then they can try to qualify. But I think Seal with the chicken dinner, more importantly, should now be feeling a lot more comfortable. I'm sure they can just play for placement points, play like the very safe game, and that will guarantee them a top 5.
Yeah, but things have to be very difficult for Team Bad Intention, Team Classic. At the same time, teams like N1952, they have the chance to qualify. They should try their utmost best out of the box. Things maybe just go down with those guns blazing, nades out, vehicles charging. Go for those risky situations. They're not qualifying right now. 1 or 2 good games can make sure they qualify, and that PMPL is the main topic of the conversation right now. Which of those 5 teams are going to qualify, or which team is going to win as well. But I feel like it's the qualification that is the more being contested right now. For those 5 teams, the top performance in front of us with the Dylan has still being at number 1 with 41 elimination points. But look at that match schedule. Grand Finals day number 4. We are done with the half of the day, and we're left with only 3 games in PMNC to South Asia Wildcard 2022, and it's going to be very interesting turn of events with the Seal Esports securing a winner chicken in game number 3, then B Esports getting us to chicken dinner in game number 2, then Bad Intention getting a winner chicken dinner in the game number 1. So yeah, it's going to come back to Erangel, and it can be Bad Intention game again.
It most certainly can, and we'll have to see if Bad Intention can replicate the success that they found before on Erangel, or if it is SITM perhaps feeling a little challenged about their top position, with Seal picking up a win, because Seal is just one more chicken dinner away from challenging for that $10,000 prize. So eyes on SITM and Seal as well, for SITM to try to revive themselves once again and pick up that chicken dinner in one of their favorite maps, or for Seal to continue their form from having just picked up a chicken dinner earlier. And it's going to be an interesting one for sure, because normally we'd expect SITM to just dominate, but I know Seal have the capability to try and challenge them, so I hope they do exactly that.
What will be requiring of them in these 3 games is going to be something that they probably wouldn't have done during the last couple of months they have played PUBG. Them coming up, consistently performing or like securing 10 to 15 points in every game, that's not going to be an easy job to do so. SITM still comfortably lies with a lead of 20 or 24 points right now. Them securing one other game and they will be impossible to catch. You have to stop SITM right now, and that would be you will be only able to do that if you're able to secure yourself a good game. You cannot rely on others to exclude SITM from the game. You have to rely on yourself to secure yourself a good game. If you're not able to do that in this game or the next game, the moment SITM has one good game, just one good game, they'll be the champion. So you won't be able to catch them. You have to stop SITM, and you can do that by not eliminating SITM, but getting yourself a good game in general.
Oh, absolutely, but I think a second rotation is where we hope to see teams trying to throw the Hail Marys, especially the teams in the second half of the table right now. We might as well go for the drop clashes, like challenge the likes of B, TRZ, the teams that are susceptible, even Bad Intention X to a certain extent, that are susceptible to losing their spot in the top 5 and propel yourselves forward at the same time. It's something that we didn't see in semi-finals week at all in day 4, so I'm hoping in the grand finals, when the stakes are literally do or die, where teams cannot afford to leave anything apart, they need to make everything count right here. This is their one last chance for this season at least. I hope that those drop clashes come out.
But going into this game number 4 of the day number 4, I'm gonna go with the team Seal Esports, as they're looking really good right now, and obviously this could be their chance to give competition to SITM. But I have a question for you as well. See, which team you're gonna go with and why?
I actually went with Team Classic. I think they've had a bit of a quiet day today. Certain situations have been a little unlucky for them to a certain extent, but I think they are a team that has shown the consistency to deserve a PMPL slot in the way they played in the last 3 days, and they have the capability to make their mark starting from Erangel. So I think Classic might pick this one off the back, but of course I think that's also a lot of circle dependent, where if the circle is around Classic, they do well. They're not the kind of team to really do well if they have to rotate massively so.
And at the same time, I feel like teams like A1 and B, this is something unfortunate for their side as well. This is a team that have played PMGC multiple times. This is a team that have like one of the most experiences. So while going into this grand finals, them not performing was a big question mark, and not qualifying for the PMPL as well. That has been like, things need to be turned around for them. Like not just like they will not be able to do a lot now into the in last 3 games. Maybe after this tournament, obviously they could reevaluate their strategies. They could go back to what went wrong for them, and that could be a lot of those things, because they weren't able to do any kind of damage, any kind of like get themselves a good amount of points in terms of overall ranking, in terms of those like match standings as well, or maybe even a winner chicken dinner despite that first game. So yeah, like let's see how it's going to be. But we're done with the 3 games. We're gonna be going live with the 4th game really quickly. It's going to get very interesting, and we're gonna go back to a default map where it's gonna be battling it out. The PMNC Wildcard 2022 is gonna be South Asia, the teams, the best of the best, and I feel like we might just see a circle of Sosnovka military base.
Oh, I love that. I would love that. I think that's something I would definitely want to see. And we'll have to see if teams actually are able to give us exactly that. Right now, though, focus for all the players on their mobile screens as they look to lock themselves in for the battle that is sure to ensue right now. I think every single one of these players will be entirely focused on making sure that they don't necessarily give their cards away but still play in that spontaneous manner. Doesn't seem like we're going to see any drop clashes with most of the teams starting to spread out the way we would expect them. SITM towards Yasnaya, Gremlin Storms heading towards Georgopol. So all in all, a great setup right now. But I really want to see at least the likes of Victor Gaming, going for that change. The teams that have nothing to lose, why not make that play?
Exactly, landing towards the area of Severny, looting for the 7 to 8 minutes might not get you in a good position to do anything. You might just be able to secure yourself maybe 10 points, 12 points if the game goes well, but you're not exactly going for those early aggressive things. Or maybe looting Severny and trying to rotate at 6th or 5th minute and just go towards Stalber, maybe go towards Georgopol, tries to go take a fight in Rozok or Yasna generally. But look at that circle, it is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We have Noro Pinoy, Sosnovka military base coming in with the Team Force going towards military base, Econos going to Noro Pinoy. This is going to be the main point of contention, that bridge between Milta and Noro Pinoy. That's going to be the most interesting point of contention with the team. They will not be sure whether to go towards south, whether to go towards north. Obviously the north is a bit more favored in generally, but we have some water area involved in this circle. So yeah, we got a bit of what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I definitely did. I think it's a really interesting circle. It has the potential to be spicy as well if it ends up more towards the bridge rather than a particular area. But I think that's a discussion for later. Right now, our focus, of course, on the fact that these teams are trying to ensure that they're able to get into the circle in the first place. I think teams like Bad Intention, though, will feel like they have been blessed in a brilliant spot in the circle right now. They can afford to gatekeep the bridge. They can afford to play on rotations. All in all, they're looking damn strong. So I must say, Bad Intention, the circle favors them to a large extent.
Team Classic right now, they're comfortable within the position of Pochinki. They're just trying to hold that, trying to loot those compounds for the within the Pochinki as well. It's not going to really a very, I would say, a prime spot when you talk about the circle, but that still make it easier for them to rotate from all the way from Pochinki to farm, and they can also gatekeep the area of west side of the map where 1952, maybe Team TRZ as well, who will try to rotate towards those areas. But Team Classic, I feel like they can just go from Team Pochinki all the way to Mud Farm as well. But A1NB, two of their players are already on the move. They are trying to rotate toward the center as well, but a Sketch and Sinister is right a bit far behind them as well, probably trying to rotate as trying to loot as much as they can. They have to be careful with 1952. They might just get themselves caught out at the off angle, so things have to be done differently. But this is Seal Esports. They are very comfortable right now towards the Sosnovka military base. 4 players looting in a very different compound, and they're getting their hands on some great loot. Level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. Some Aero is just gonna be the one farthest behind, but he got his hand on a couple of vehicles as well, so probably he's just gonna be like, oh, don't worry, you're gonna be looting for me as well. I can need some of those smokes, some of those armor as well. So yeah, find me some of that sweet loot. As we talk about Seal Esports position within the circle, they can go from all the way towards Novre Pinoy very easily. They have to avoid Equinox, but if circle takes a shift towards south, we might see Seal Esports again for the second time during the day being favored by the circle, and it could be a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for them. Obviously it's a long stretch, things have to be done a lot in their favor right now. Circle have to take a shift again and again toward their side, and at the same time they have to survive with those 4 players. Otherwise, that the winner chicken dinner, I just got them very easily. It will be very difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's an interesting set, most definitely, because it ensures that we are now in a position where teams may not necessarily make the moves depending on their playstyle, but rather to try and influence their opposition and influence the battles that they are witnessing right now. But hey, what's even cooler is the way this circle is set up. So I'm really hoping that our final circle ends somewhere near farm and the Sosnovka bridge, because I think that's going to be the spiciest one, with a few teams in the water, a few teams stuck under the bridge. I think that's where things will get really intense.
obviously with the 1952 they are trying to rotate a bit early towards that bridge, and that's the right move. I feel like they're just gonna hold the areas towards Milta, towards the northern part of that bridge, and they're gonna north the bridge. I feel like they're just trying to make sure that they have an outcome for both those scenarios, where the circle takes a shift towards north side or circle takes a shift towards south side. So in either that case they are really near that water area, whether to make a shift early or later as well. So I feel like as a good captain or as a good IGL, you need to have an outcome with all of those possibilities where circle takes the shift, and you have a plan for all of those strategies or all of those outcomes, and you know your place within the game as well. Oh, this is the maximum amount of point we can get in this game. I feel like you might be one of the strongest team out there. Look at that 1952 all the way from Query, Ferry Pier, and coming all the way towards Milta and getting themselves a great position within the circle right now. Even if circle takes a shift towards Novre Pinoy, this will be one of the first team to cross the river using maybe water as well, maybe finding a boat. But yeah, they will not be contested by any teams on the other side of this island. That's some great move on the side of 1952. They are not definitely a very aggressive bunch, but they're definitely very good when it comes to their rotation, when it comes to their positions within the circle.
100%. And I think all in all, these teams right now are in positions where they can really make their presence count. They can really ensure that they pick up the victory and take matters into their own hands. And I think that's what is crucial for them to move into this next phase, hoping to be able to qualify for the PMPL stage, or in certain regards even try to win that $10,000 prize. Right, it's a tough ask for many a team, and we'll have to see which ones are able to actually deliver. Right now though, Bad Intention in a great position. A lot of the teams focus around farm as well, so it puts Bad Intention in a great spot to try and influence some of these fights, but they'll have to deal with NB Esports first, because NB Esports trying to get their own area in Milta right now. Meanwhile, A1 and B, the team that you said has a lot of experience, but in a very impossible position right now to qualify back to the PMPL. They'll just have to contend with doubling their prize pool as much as they can.
Yeah, that's something why we discussed a bit earlier. The prize pool gets substantially increased after you jump a few moments, like make a few jump in the overall ranking. So you have to be careful about the fact that you're only getting $500. You can do something out of the box to get yourself maybe more than that, maybe $1,750, maybe $1,200, $1,000. Yeah, that you need to do something out of the box. But Bad Intention is that they're looking decent in this game, as they are just looting the areas of Milta, and as the circle tries to shift towards maybe south side, maybe towards the north side, this will be a team that is going to be one of the most favorite circle. They will have the most options on exactly how to rotate. Even in B, very close proximity with team Astra Esports. Sinister on a very trying to find himself a high ground, trying to spot as much as he can. But for now, team Astra Esports is very comfortable into the cover. But even in B, if they get their hands on one of those knocks, maybe take one of those two players down, they should definitely go for those rushes. A1 and B has nothing to lose in this fight, or generally in this PMNC as well, as they are not doing a lot within this tournament. But for Seal Esports, this is the move that I was expecting them to make, as they were got out of the military base and trying to hold that bridge, and hoping that any team that tries to rotate towards that bridge might just get punished. But for now, I feel like 80 and 90% of the teams, they just don't have them made a move towards the southern island of the map. They're like, oh, let's just hold the north island, and if circle takes a shift, we'll try to rotate. But if circle does take a shift, then things will get messy.
They definitely will. RC, now it's talking about the circle taking a shift. It should happen in a matter of seconds. And ooh, a centralized shift right now. So still very much that farm bridge circle is possible. And I think the teams are expecting it as well. They're all centered around them, while the others just try to set up their rotation. That north side looking quite feisty. Very much stacked up, as teams just looking to get their way in and ensure that they have a chance of making their mark right now. But in a tough position, many a team will make sure that there are some fights ensuing. SITM contending with Gremlin Storm, looking to deny them that entry, pick up the early points, as well as remove a team that might potentially contend against them. Meanwhile, we've also got the likes of Stronger trying to just get into a good position towards the other part of the main bridge. So it is going to be crucial where the circle shifts. It's going to basically decide who gets that chicken dinner, and the fortune will most definitely play a part. But will the teams be brave? That's a whole other question to answer.
Team NBS just trying to hold as their position as much as they can. There are 4 players alive, holding like a couple of compounds in those like out of the like outside the areas of farm and Milta, and they are almost in the center. But Circle has taken a shift, and it has moved towards the a bit of the northern area with the teams like 80% of the teams being favored. SITM coming to a north area. GSM, they might just find it difficult, but fortunately for them, the areas of mention and shelter is relatively emptier. So if they realize that, they could scout those areas. They probably can try to make the rotations a bit easier, but things that will be difficult is for Equinox and especially for Team Seal Esports. It's not going to be an easy job for them to get into the circle, especially with the Seal Esports. I feel like they could have used that bridge exactly to come from this left side, but using the water area, especially this late into the game, is going to get very risky for them. But Equinox Twist, he was on the right side. He was already trying to scout out as many safe position for his team, and now the rest of the Equinox is going to just follow on that bridge, trying to secure some compounds on the north of the bridge, and obviously trying that petrol station as well. That could be a great spot to hold that point. But for now, the teams, they are just trying to hold that area. By the way, we still not have a single team or single player getting eliminated from the game. It's turning out to be a very passive start, which means we're gonna have a very messy like late game.
I mean, most certainly it does. And it's gonna be a situation where these teams cannot slow down. They have to play it safe. And oh, aye. Bad intention. They see the candy in front of them. They want to stick their hand in the jar, but they know they might get trapped instead. Sek takes a shots on Kese. He's not able to get him down. Does a decent chunk of damage though, and will make sure that Equinox are wary of their movements within this circle. With 40 seconds left to go, teams just trying to get into a decent spot, but it's really that next shift that will put them into a scramble, that will make sure that they're out of their comfort zone and might even have to take a dip in the water to cool it down.
And BES, they are trying to spot as much as they can. Obviously, they are surrounded left and right with this, given the position they have in the circle. It's the prime real estate right now. It will be contested multiple times. They have to be careful with those contention, with those like engagement just going on. They have to secure this position. They have to hold in, maybe try to land some shot across the circle, across the team that are just surrounding them. But mainly they have to hold this position. They might just get rushed as well, left and right. Obviously, despite the fact that some team will just choose to contest this position, but we have 1952 like getting that airdrop, and like it will be taken by 1952 C1. He probably got his hand on some good gun and some good great ammunition as well, but let's see exactly what he has. But for now, team Bad Intention, they're also in a very great position outside the areas of farm, outside the areas of Milta, as they are trying to spot the team within the circle as well. But circle again has taken a shift, and still look at that. Now it's gonna get messy, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't have the capacity to hold multiple teams. VG and SITM coming from those north areas. Where are you gonna decide? There's not a lot of options that is going towards your side. You cannot find a position within the circle. You have to fight to secure that position for now. You have to go for those knocks, and you have to go for those elimination. You cannot be much more passive. The water area is gonna make sure that you get try to contest those land areas as well. But for now, Equinox, he was just trying to hold that area. VG gone, and SITM obviously we predicted a bit earlier. They have started taking a fight. QB goes down, Dobu goes down, OPX one of the player OPX also goes down. Bit Bad Intention, Dylan also gets his hand on the first elimination of the game. But this is it. This is the circle that we have been waiting for so long.
Yeah, this is the spicy circle we wanted, and teams now put into a very tough position as QB bites the dust, and he's gonna have to just back off. I don't think his team in a great position to help him out as well. Meanwhile, Bad Intention trying to make their move in. They got Candy surrounding them on every single side, but where they make their move, that's what will count now. Still taking it slow. Bad Intention hoping to spot someone out. Meanwhile, Astra under a lot of pressure by NV Esports. His boy has some cracking aim and trying to display that, but not able to find any of Astra Esports out. Just like that, in a tough position right now. Every single one of these teams will have to make a decision of how they want to proceed. Have to make a decision of where they want to make their stand, because otherwise these teams are going to fall into a lot of trouble right now.
5 players have been eliminated from the game, and we are losing one by one. VG also just fighting the dust with the 2 players just left on the side of VG. Warzone and just trying to rotate towards the side of Milta. We have SITM Desert just left on the side of we have Jiro as well, who has already made his way into the circle. TRZ, they might just get their hands on a couple more elimination, as they are a stronger team looking at that position right now. But NBES still holding that position comfortably. They have their cars parked within those compound. They have their position secured. B Esport is just moving towards the northern area of the circle. Obviously, with the teams coming in from the northern side like VG, TRZ, and SITM, they're looking to punish those teams. But for now, they have been able to only secure one of those elimination points. At the same time, VG, as they try to rotate into the circle and try to get that compound forcefully, they will get punished at the hand of B Esports. It will be the first team to get eliminated from the game, and they were looking for a potential comeback after securing a winner chicken dinner during the during this last day. They weren't exactly able to continue this momentum, despite the fact that they weren't able to rotate early as well, and the circle has taken multiple shifts away from them. But NBS circle has again taken a shift, and now they are on the farthest edge of the circle towards the west side, and they have to be careful. But for now, they have to also rotate into the circle, because if the circle takes a shift, which it probably will, they'll be in a very difficult position.
Yeah, and looking at the replay of how Victor Gaming tried to push B Esports in, instead Soulless made quick work of them and wiped them off the map, man. Soulless just playing that scenario perfectly, getting B Esports some crucial elimination points, because like we talked about, for B Esports, they need to deliver every single match. They need to make sure that they're on a roll when they're continuing their run of form across this day to try and qualify for the top 5 for the PMPL slot. On the other hand, TRZ are under pressure from the team we were talking about in B Esports now, as well as MAKPEN, both combining to take TRZ down, and a crucial one for them. But finally, we see Matt on the kill feed for Bad Intention X. Something works out as they look to fight and look to deny. On the other hand, OPX, they're done for. They have been eliminated. So have Victor Gaming, and I think another team may soon follow suit, with Gremlin Storm under a lot of trouble, and so is TRZ. Just one man standing strong. Craven spots out a rotating stronger Esports, but he's not able to land the spray.
B Esports, they're looking really good right now with getting those 5 eliminations. At the same time, MAKPEN Momo goes down at the hand of Dexter. He's trying to secure as many eliminations as he can. Lujo get himself across that tree, trying to secure some of those points as well, but trying to revive his play in this very difficult situation. But the team Stronger Esports and Team Seal is just battling it out on the south side of the map with the 7, and Rola goes down. It's just 7 also just eliminated from the game. But as for MAKPEN, it's just not Team B Esports. TRC on their right side as well, but team at the same time, Mamba just also throws a lot of nade. Moma goes down, but for now, Team MAKPEN Palzang, they're just surviving without losing, with only losing 1 player in the game. And B Esport, they're still holding that position. They have been doing so for the last maybe 10 or 12 minutes of the game. But this was the nade that we were talking about. Palzang just throwing that nade to getting connected on Monda as well, and now they are not looking so good. As for Gremlin Esport, they also lose one of their players. And BES, they got their aim set on MAKPEN, as Team MAKPEN will try to rotate into the circle. They're probably going to get punished a lot by Team NB Esports just holding those areas.
Yeah, and Gremlin Storm not in the greatest of positions, but Jiro is shut down. Gremlin Storm, they hold on. Steel Shot holds on to his life, and they shut SITM's Jiro down. SITM still have a couple of players, I believe. No, just 1 player left alive in Desert, and he's going to look to avenge his teammates, but he's not in the greatest of spots, because while he is in the circle, he doesn't have any open positions right now. On the other hand, we've got, slowly but surely, the circle about to close in. 20 seconds left as he looks to take a shift, but Bad Intention X, they face the pain. Mehdi and Siam find their way to the grave, and a huge play there from NB Esports. That's Bad Intention X, I believe, out of the game, right? Yeah, Bad Intention X eliminated all in all out, and a huge play from NB Esports to take out one of their nearest oppositions.
Oh, with NB Esports, the fact that they had a great position so far finally is turning out to be a greater one. So right now, they got 5 eliminations, they haven't lost a single play, but now 123 meters into the circle. As we discussed a bit earlier, 5th circle will go a bit away from them. They have to make a move. A1, NB and SITM, it's a 1v1 with the sketch going a bit aggressive, but A1, NB, the rest of the play is just behind me. As for SITM, is just trying to survive as much as he can in this very shitty situation with just a smoke providing him cover. But as soon as that smoke dissipates, he's gonna go down. Sketch takes a bit of a damage from the nade thrown by Desert, but A1 and B, they have a bigger things to be concerned about, bigger fishes to fry, as they have to rotate into the circle with the 4 players still surviving. This might be a potential good game for them, but it's still far from over, as we have 12 teams surviving with 37 players, them not in a great position within the circle. But we talk about Team NBES and Team Stronger Esports, as well as Team Stronger gets eliminated by GSM. Team NBES also gets punished by the hand of Team Equinox. But now SITM Deserts tries to spot as much as he can with a steel shot just going right in front of me. Will he be able to take some, like, get a player out? But Desert, he needs to be careful as he's taking a lot of damage from the circle. Has to rotate into the circle as well. Will he able to do so? He's taking a lot of damage, but no, it's not going to be an easy job, as he's going to go down at the hand of play zone, because the circle, because his vehicle's tires has already been bursted. It's not an easy job for him to rotate.
SITM meanwhile have been eliminated. B Esports as well might just follow suit soon enough, because Soulless, he has been finished off by Sec. Currently in the circle, Seal Esports in a great spot, 1952 as well. Classic not so much right now, as Scooby as well will be knocked out. A1 and B Esports focusing in on the rotate now. I know they haven't had the greatest of series, but if A1 and B pull off the chicken dinner, maybe back-to-back chicken dinners could get them back in the discussion, but that's a far tale to discuss right now. They've just got to make sure they make this game count, get as many eliminations as they can with just a 2-man team. They just won't be able to push strong. On the other hand, Equinox, a team that still has its hopes alive if it's able to consistently perform, now has to contend with the likes of Seal, because look at Seal's position, man, all towards the coastline. They're allowing the teams to fight against each other. They look to pounce later on.
And that's the greatest move of all time. I feel like they don't have to get themselves into those fights, don't have to get themselves into unnecessary fights, and probably have to just hold the position they have right now. NBES, despite the fact they had a great position in the game, but now as they try to rotate into the 5th part of the circle, they're getting punished left and right. Riley finds Monda, take him down, and now we are left with Sec only. Sec opens that gate, and like, if you can make your way into that compound as well, we might just be able to revive you. But Siri and Domi, like a couple of shots from them, is able to secure that elimination as well. Team Astra Esports, they have got their hands looking towards a good compound on the northern part of the circle, and they're trying to hold their position as much as they can. At the same time, they're trying to land some shots on the multiple teams that are just on the outskirts of the circle. A1 and B, their rotation has also costed a lot, like life of two of their players, with the Nightwing and K9 just getting eliminated from the game. 1952, they're still surviving. Anti-Draw is gets eliminated from the game, but Team 1952, they still have their 3 players surviving. They are relatively closer to the circle as compared to A1 and B, but I feel like 1952 might just get eliminated from the game as they try to rotate into the circle, because that will not be an easy job to do so. This is going to be turned out to be a very deadly circle. As for NBES, one of their players still surviving, and it's going to be difficult for him to find any position within the circle as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult right now for them to make their move with the circle as well. Really favoring Seal Esports to a large extent. Seal Esports looking to put the pressure on SITM, fight for that $10,000 prize, and they're happy to let the other teams fight it out. 1952, meanwhile, played perfectly. The teamwork really coming out to keep themselves alive. They deny the push of A1 and B, but will they have enough time to revive and make their way in? It seems to be the case. Lukashi back on his feet, but yeah, he will be downed again, so they'll just have to sacrifice him for now and look to play on the rotation while Sec gets spammed out. Cage will eliminate NB Esports off the gate, and MAKPEN as well, suddenly under a lot of pressure. Astra Esports popping off. We've got Seal, Astra and Equinox in the circle looking for the wheel, and I must say Seal in the best spot, RZ, right now.
Did not expect that at all. Did not expect that at all. This is not how I expected it to turn out to be. But with the team class as well, they're like 2 players surviving. Team Astra Esports still holding that compound with the team class and trying to push. They're going to use some utility on their side, but this was Equinox just taking MAKPEN out of the game with the Pelzang, giving a bit of a peek with his head, and Domi punishing right there. And then Team Classic outside the house right now against Team Astra Esports. Okay, Riley finds a very small window to throw a nade and get connected to Eric, takes him down, and we have only left with 1 player on the side of Team Classic. A nade will be thrown. It might just get connected. Also takes a bit of HP, just a tiny bit of HP away from the Kenny Oxy, but Riley goes out of his way, takes a shot on the Team Classic right now, and eliminates them from the game. 8 elimination on the side of Team Astra Esports, and Riley is looking super good right now. 4 of his eliminations are out of 4 eliminations out of 8, and he's getting a bit aggressive on the either side. Was solely responsible for taking Team Classic out of the game, and also taking a lot of danger that was just residing next to him. But as for Team Seal Esports. They're just trying to push a tiny bit in the circle. And for Equinox as well, they're looking really, really good right now. 4 players are still surviving. East side of the map is just on their edge, and they have the like good amount of map control generally as well. So in terms of like numbers advantage, this will be the most favored team. But look at Ryuk, where have you gotten yourself into? How did you get yourself in the center for almost everybody?
Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, right? But 1952, meanwhile, we get caught out. Arrow picks up that. Seal, $10,000 in their eyes. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they want to keep that momentum going. You can see how much it means to the players in their cams as well. Seal right now looking for back-to-back chicken dinners to keep their fight against SITM alive. A team that did not start off strong today. Looked like it might even drop out of the top 5. Seal right now, they've pushed, they recalibrated themselves, and they managed to find their way. Right now, if they get the chicken dinner, they'll equalize with SITM. But if they can get these last 2 squads as well, last 3 squads as well, that's a lot of elimination points. They'll actually be able to take the number 1 spot away from SITM right now. But they're gonna have to deal with the likes of Equinox to let it happen. And meanwhile, Astra just lurking towards the northern side, hoping these 2 teams duke it out. The next circle might just decide who wins the game, because if it moves further south, then surely it's Seal's game. But if it moves further north, Astra with this compound might have a strong say.
Astra for now, they have the strongest game right now as they are comfortably within the game. But Ligro Sports City takes him down. Domi goes down at the hand of Ryuk as well. A wonderful nade coming. I thought it was Ligro, but it was B Esports. Ryuk, the last player surviving from the side of B Esports, taking it all out on Team Astra Esports. 1 player left. Riley is going to choose to revive his teammate, as he will not look to get aggressive. But we have 3 days on the hand of Team B Esports right now. He might just be able to secure that deal. But for now, the other side of the map, we have Team Equinox and Team Steel battling it out on the map of Erangel, trying to secure that maximum amount of map control. But Ryuk, with one more day, takes Siri out of the game, and Team Astra Esports losing the numbers advantage. Becca tries to get a bit aggressive, takes him down. Rogue finally takes him out right there, and then now 1 player down on either side. Sanchi on the left side. Rogue tries to get a bit aggressive, but Twist lands a lot of damage with a wonderful nade coming in. Takes Aero down again. Becca is down. Team Steel Esports has lost their advantage into this fight, but this was a nade that we talked about by Team B Esports, who was able to take 2 of the players down by the side of Team 2A. But looking at the side of Team Steel Esports, things are not looking really good right now. They've lost 2 of their players. The 3rd one goes down as well. Now we are left with only Rogue surviving, the sole person that is responsible to get his team some kind of winner chicken dinner. It's not going to be easy. Sanchi gets eliminated from the game. Rogue is just going to commit himself to reviving Aero. But 1 more nade from the side of Team Equinox, and they might just secure themselves a wonderful winner chicken dinner. That's going to be it. Ligro comes in, takes everyone out, and this is exactly what we talked about a bit earlier. 1 more nade, and Team Steel Esports gets eliminated from the game. Now look at that. A nade from 2A. Astra takes B team Equinox out of the game, and now we're left with B and Astra right now. It's a 1v2. Riley gets a bit aggressive, but B has to be careful. It's not going to be an easy job as he gets spotted by left and right. And this Team Astra Esports securing that wonderful winner chicken dinner. Did not expect how it turned out to be. It was either Equinox or Team Steel Esports winner chicken dinner. But no, it was just Astra coming in that last moment and taking it all away from them.
Taking it all away from them, man. Boy, oh boy, we saw it in the last game with Rola almost making it happen. This time Astra, they get the chance. Ryuk also had a chance to pull off the impossible, and almost they worked it out. But I think all things considered, Seal will be happy with that game, because they'll be neck to neck now with SITM and Astra. They'll be happy to just get a chicken dinner on this last day and feel good coming towards the end of it, right?
We have the Riley with 6 elimination, as we were talking about him during the game as well. While out of like 9, 10, 11 elimination, he got his hand on 6 of those elimination. Was responsible for reviving his play in those last circle while Siri went down, and probably Domi went down at the hand of nades by Ryuk's nade. He was responsible for reviving his teammate as well. He got like the most damage, or 2nd most damage received. He got like only 2nd most damage done, the most damage received as well. He got the most knockout in the game. The sole person solely not solely, like very much responsible for carrying his team in towards the winner chicken dinner. But one thing that you pointed out very much in this game is like SITM and Team Steel Esports potential right now. SITM got eliminated right a bit of early, and Team Steel Esports with a very good game, they are closing that lead on the side of Team SITM and Team Steel Esports with the potential of them taking the championship title as like national championship title toward their side. But we have head to head in front of us with Astra Esports dominating in all of those 3 categories.
Yeah, Astra Esports currently having a phenomenal game, and we'll just have to continue this form to close off this day well. But our eyes, I think, on the teams that can make the top 5. So the likes of Seal, the likes of Equinox, I think up to a great game. I think Equinox, since they were not able to get the chicken dinner, it should be very hard for them now to make the top 5 overall. So for them also all about just making sure they get a better prize pool at the end of the day. But boy, oh boy, what a match that has been. The last 2 games particularly so. Phenomenal games, all in, all out, and games that we really got to see teams perform at their very best, and I love it. I think the action just ramping up as we near the end of the day.
Yeah. But look at that, Riley right now, he got like 6 eliminations, 849 damage dealt, most damage received as well. Survival time is like obviously going to go toward his side since they were the one getting the winner chicken dinner. It's just going to be Ligro taking like winning in one of those categories that's going to be knockout. But in terms of elimination, damage dealt and received, while survival time as well, he's not going to be happy. No, he's still really happy. I feel like it had a good game, not the best one, but I feel like that's enough to satisfy his hunger for the good game right now. But Equinox, obviously they are looking to turn things up a bit. Team Astra Esports coming up and performing as well. This means more bad news for team SITM, as they are not finding it easy. Not just not their day as well. The circle has not been in their favor. They are almost not being favored by the circle at any one of those games. They have to make a rotation towards the north side. Even look at the Sanhok, look at this map as well. Coming from Yasnia towards the Milta side, it's not been an easy job to do so, while the major cluster was already holding those positions. Maybe in a little rotation might have turned things differently, but this has not been a day where they were favored by the circle at all. But look at that damage and elimination as well. Is Team Astra Esports dominating in 4 of those categories.
Yeah, man, Astra Esports had a phenomenal game. The Riley and Domi especially really delivering in terms of the firepower. Look at the damage they dealt, 896, 849 respectively. Just beautifully done from them. And I think Astra showing us that they have the potential. They just lack the consistency in this grand finals week. So I'm sure this is going to be a team that we have to look forward to in 2023, because this is the team that can definitely shake things up, and they have the talent to make it happen. I think they just needed a little more experience.
Obviously, they need a little more experience to keep it going, but we have most valuable play in front of us on the post-match 2022. Oh, sorry, post-match 22. We have like the Riley with 6 eliminations, like 849 damage, like 25 30 minutes, 39 seconds survival time, and 0 headshot. But it doesn't really matter how many headshots you get. This fight, you must have got like a lot of elimination. It should be definitely, that's a great elimination coming from his side, like great amount of elimination coming from his side. Astra Esports will definitely get a jump on the like in the overall scorecard, and we will still have to see exactly how much of a push they get from this one and how much of a prize pool of a jump they get from this performance as well. Will they qualify for the like PMPL as well, or what's the chance of them qualifying for the PMPL? All of those will be answered in like overall scorecard graphics. But before that, we have top players in front of us with the Astra Esports Riley number 1, then we have Ligro with the from Equinox at number 2, then we have B Solus at number 3, then we have Seal Aero at number 4 with 4 eliminations, and lastly and not least we have NBS Fist Boys making his mark at like the third last game of the day with the Fist like 3 elimination and securing 383 damage in those 19 minutes.
Yeah, I think Fizzboy will continue his run in the top performers list. He has been a standout performer, most definitely so. And we didn't see Matt much in this lobby, so maybe he'll start to get challenged in terms of that top performers overall. But I think, like you said, the most interesting fact is going to be where does the performances of B, the performance of TRZ, all of these teams, where does it put them in the main standings? Because B, man, they had a great game. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they picked up a lot of eliminations. They were continuously winning out fights, and more importantly for them, the likes of Bad Intention X, the likes of SITM, the teams that they have to worry about, they had a poor game. So it's a double win, I think, for B overall.
Definitely, but this was 1952 just rushing their way onto the A1 and beat. Sketch taking one of those down, but it was Junior CR who was able to take it, trade his player out as well. This was Kage spotting Pelzang as Pelzang tried to get a bit of aggressive, just tries to pick with his head out, and he was got punished for that. Series Force was pushing into the circle, also was able to take 1952 out of the game, but this was the turning point for Team B Sports, while they were able to take Team Astra Esports almost out of the game, with Riley just surviving. And look at that, well, we had the 10 players and Riley was just surviving. He was able to turn things around for his teammate. At the same time, one more nade from his side was able to eliminate from the B Esports from the game, Team Equinox from the game as well. So yeah, while the winner chicken dinner chance was going mostly toward the side side of Team Seal and Team Equinox. Team Royal, Team Astra Esports, especially Riley, turned things around for his teammate and got themselves a wonderful winner chicken dinner.
Oh, ain't no doubt about that. Riley really stepping up to the mark, and man, but to imagine Ryuk could have almost pulled that chicken dinner off, pick up 6 eliminations, decent game overall, and they'll be content with what they got, but they'll have to step up. They need at least a chicken dinner in the next few games to pull off that top 5 shot. Meanwhile, the likes of Classic, Gremlin Storm, Bad Intention X, 1952, all 4 teams that are trying to solidify their spot in the top 5, all 4 had poor games.
It has been a wonderful game for a lot of those teams. SITM, they're not going to be happy. Team Classic as well, as they're looking very dire in those. Look at those match standings as well. SITM at number 13 with only 1 point. Team Gremlin as well, and Bad Intention at number 11 12 with only 3 and 2 points. Makes it much more good news for Team B Sports, Seal Esports, and 1952. As we talked about, B Sports rise to the championship, rise to the qualification. They are making it so by one and getting more and more points as well. 18 points in this game. Seal Esports securing 15 of those points, and now they're almost 10 or 15 points away from Team SITM. One more good game, maybe a winner chicken in the next one, and they might just be able to just take SITM out of the number 1 position that SITM has been holding for the last a lot of games. But we have Astra Esports securing a wonderful winner chicken dinner with 26 points in the match number 22, and we're left with only 2 more matches. CA, it's gonna get very exciting, and we're still not sure who's going to be the champion.
Yeah, we're still not sure because Seal had a wonderful game overall. I think they will be very close to SITM now, if not already caught up to SITM. So we'll have to see where Seal ends up. I think they will just be a few points out of SITM, just a few points below. But considering the day that SITM has had, Seal could easily catch up. Equinox now getting towards the 10th spot. Won't mean much in the sense that they won't be able to get to the top 5, but if they get to number 9, that is a pay jump, I believe. From number 9 onwards, you get $1,000 prize pool, so they'll fight with 1952 for that number 9 slot. And as we move in towards the next half of the table, that's where the real intensity lies, because that's where the teams not just contending for bigger prize pools in the 5th and 7th spots, but also to be in the top 5 to qualify for the PMPL overall.
You are exactly right. The page number 1 is going to be interesting. And look at that! Look at that! Did not expect it. B Sports at number 5 right now with 184 points. A miraculous comeback onto the PMPL, in the PMNC South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals. Did not expect it from them at all. Maybe it could have been 1952, but B Sports with back-to-back performances in the whole day, they have made it to the top 5. And look at that, other than the team, just that Seal and SITM, the gap is almost closed. It has come down to those last 2 matches. We'll decide the winner in those last 2 matches. And CA, it has been an absolutely wonderful competition so far.
Man, I love it. B Esports making that leap, but their job just not yet done. Team Classic and Bad Intention just 1 point away. Gremlin Storm just 7 points away. B, they gotta keep the pedal to the metal. They gotta keep going. They cannot slow down. Meanwhile, Steel and SITM, like you said, they're fighting with each other, not just in the overall standings, but also in the top performance table, as X-Becca goes 1 above Desert. Matt, though, happy to stick into that top spot. Dylan will not be moved away. But Fizzboy, if he keeps performing this way, he might be able to take him out. But look at the sheer difference in terms of time between Matt and Fizzboy, man. That's just insane.
Yeah. 43 eliminations, then we have Fizzboy 37. Obviously, he got 3 eliminations in the last game. Then we have Becca from Seal. I mean, they did not expect to see someone from Seal in the top performers, but SITM Desert at number 4 with 36 eliminations. Then we have TRZ Mamba at number 5 with 33 eliminations, and the second most survival time in this one. But the Fizzboy, generally NBS is just trying to survive for as long as they can, not trying to get a bit more aggressive. But ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the 4 games of the day 4, and we're left with only 2 more games. It's going to be Miramar and Sanhok. CA, before you bid us farewell for forever, obviously in PMNC 2022. What are your thoughts on the map of Miramar, and who exactly you think is the top contender to win the PMNC championship?
SITM, it has to be SITM for me. They're a team that has deserved it. They pulled off a phenomenal semi-finals week. They had a very tough start to grand finals, but they still pushed back. So I think in Miramar specifically, SITM will bounce back.
SITM, obviously they have this competition as well. Now they have this huge pressure from the side of CA as well. They have to perform, but obviously thank you for joining us, CA. It has been a wonderful experience so far. Hopefully I get to see you and cast with you somewhere else. We have to say farewell to you and take care, and hope to see you soon as well. But we'll be having Terror joining us really soon. We are left with only 2 games of the day. It's going to be Miramar and Sanhok. It's going to get very interesting, and I want to know exactly what thoughts like Terror will have for us when it comes to the map of Miramar. Terror, hello, how are you? Welcome to the most interesting competition, most interesting time of the competition, where we are deciding the PMNC championship. 2 games left. First of all, how do you feel, and who do you think is going to win?
Oh man, it is absolutely freaking insane right now what is happening. B Esports are grabbing that number 5 spot. Who would have thought? I mean, me and Asir both wanted a team that was not even in the top 8 to come back and, make a change in the entire scoreboard. Like, proper Cinderella story to be, happen today. And I mean, B Esports are doing it. We thought it might be either MAKPEN or Victor Gaming. We had our hopes on one of these teams, but we never even thought about B Esports making this dream run that they have done. I mean, it is whether they can hold on to this for the next 2 games is going to be the question. But the way that they have been performing the last 2 games, I feel like they can even go up another place if they really do push themselves, and that's absolutely insane. But the real competition comes up at the top of the board with SITM and Seal Esports fighting for that $10,000 prize pool. Obviously, the entire prize pool is 30,000, but that top place is $10,000, and the second place only walking away with $5,000. So that's double the prize money that you're fighting for as well, and that's going to get really interesting in the next 2 games. And I definitely agree with what Sayes was saying as well, where SITM kind of deserves that number 1 spot as they have had the most consistent performance since the beginning of this couple of months back. They had amazing quarterfinals, they had amazing semifinals, and right now they're having an amazing final as well.
Exactly, but now as we talk about the second last game of the day, I feel like you're going to go with the SITM right now, obviously, because I feel like you are rooting for SITM to perform. But I'm gonna go with B Esports because the way they have been consistently performing throughout the whole day, and the way they have made a comeback, not a comeback, they have made a comeback obviously into top 5 as well. The team that are not looking to qualify into the top into the PMPL as well, and now is in a very great spot to do so. They have to keep this momentum going, they have to keep this consistency going. But let's see what's going to happen. And as all of you picked SITM, they are a very great spot right now, but fortunately for today they have not been able to find some kind of a good game, mostly because of the lack of the circle on their side. But let's see what's going to be on the map of Miramar.
Indeed, and Miramar is a map that kind of favors a good strategy and good gameplay as well. It is a tough map to navigate, and SITM has had a really good time on Miramar. We have seen them basically get multiple chicken dinners on Miramar as well. We'll have to wait and see, because even today I think it was on Miramar that they did come very close to taking a chicken dinner, but they were denied. And we saw this happen yesterday as well, where SITM gets very close to grabbing a chicken dinner on Miramar and not being able to. So we'll have to wait and see whether they are able to pull that off. But right now we are heading into the one before last game of the grand final. It's the 23rd overall match of the grand finals, and it's on Miramar, and we do have a very standard flight path here cutting across right in the middle of the map. The circle is going to be the one that is going to be more interesting than the flight path itself, but this opens up the usual drop spots for all the teams. I mean, all these teams can get to their usual drop spots. Is any team going to be contesting another team during this drop is going to be the question, but I feel like now it is the time for some of these teams to basically play it a lot safe, especially for teams like B Esports. They need to keep up that performance, look for those eliminations, look for those placement points, which are very key. And then you do have these teams in the bottom 4 who can pull off a Hail Mary and surprise everyone. But what a ring! Oh, okay. If this pulls further south, a lot of teams will be in trouble.
But one thing that is troubling for Seal Esport is SITM just being in the center of this game. Los Angeles is gonna be hit by SITM and A1 NBA generally. SITM, there's a good game for them if they just try to rotate as much as they can comfortably into a stronger part of the game, stronger part of the circle as well. If they just prefer rotations, this could turn out to be a good game for them. For the last 4 matches, they haven't been able to like get favored for the circle so far. So this could be a match where they turn things around right now. You cannot count on Sanhok for you to make a comeback, for you to keep this going. For Seal Esport, it's gonna be not an easy job. They have to take that road network that starts from all the way from Monte and go towards Los Leones. That could be their way to enter going towards the center of the circle. But SITM, this is your last chance. If you want to make sure that you stay for the top game, stay for the number 1 position, you have to convert this game into maybe at least 15 to 16 points of a game and make sure that you increase the lead. At the same time, Seal Esport doesn't secure the chicken dinner because Seal Esport is right behind you with 7 points less than you. So it can be anybody's game. But yeah, this is your chance. This is your moment. You have the circle. You have the numbers advantage. You should convert this into a wonderful game for yourself.
Indeed, and to start things off, actually, SITM might be in a little bit of a scuffle here. We do have a couple of teams in the area, in Los Leones. We do have A1 NB in the area. We have Gremlin Esports in the area as well. So SITM is going to be kind of surrounded by multiple teams here. It's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this and what type of eliminations that they can get or whether they will get eliminated. But the interesting story here is, yes, we do have that fight for the 1 and 2 spots, but the next fight is for that number 5 spot. We have Bad Intentions X. We have Team Classic as well. Then we do have B Esports as well. All these teams are fighting for that number 5 spot and to be able to qualify into the PMPL as well. And this is where things definitely get interesting when it comes to grand finals. Things that turning up on the 4th day, turning around completely on the 4th day of the grand finals. And I think a lot of these teams who are very confident with their position in the top 5 are going to be questioning themselves right now, especially teams like TRZ, who had a really good a couple of days, and now they have not been performing and they have dropped a couple of places, and already a player on the ground by Victor Gaming who is putting the pressure and will secure the elimination as well. That's going to be Rarex from TRZ getting sent back to the lobby here with Victor Gaming claiming the first elimination of the game number 5 for the day. So really early elimination coming through. But other than that, I don't think anything will happen other than Los Leones, where there was a couple of teams in the area.
TRZ not gonna be happy with that engagement, especially losing one of their players right at the start of the game. But looking at the circle right now, we have still a bit of a water area involved towards the areas of Puerto and Los Higos. Team B Esports, they are a bit far away from every kind of potential cluster and potential fight right now, playing those south areas of the map. Soulless is really far away from Dexter. Dexter is far away from Ryuk and Scooby in generally, and they are looting as much as they can while going into this second last game of the grand finals. And as we talk about B Esports, I feel like this dispersion might work out for them as there is no one near them and they could easily loot. But for a lot of the team, the kind of cluster is going to come towards the outskirts of Los Leones. Your team should be really good at holding those positions. But for 1952, they are just looting those compounds as much as they can, and they are trying to hold the areas of Minas areas and just trying to make sure they get their hands on some great amount of loot as well. They have to be careful about getting those vehicles as well, because a lot of those teams, they don't really care that much about vehicles. But when you don't have those vehicles in those last circles, your rotation becomes impossible, especially in the map of Miramar where you don't have a lot of cover and you cannot move from one cover to another cover without using a lot of smokes as well. You need to have those vehicles where you can just use buggy and rush into a safer place. So you have to get your hands on a vehicle. C-Mine got his hand on one vehicle, and probably he's looking for his teammates to get the access to someone else as well. But for now, we have a lot of teams just trying to rotate. Team Stronger coming from the northwest side as well, and as they're trying to rotate, it's going to be very difficult for them. They have MAKPEN on their left, they have NBES on this front, and Team Bad Intentions on their north or east side. So it's not going to be an easy job for them to find any kind of position within the circle. They probably will be left with a lot of gunpowder while they're trying to rotate.
Yeah, and Bad Intention is going to be holding the Power Grid Mountain Ridge as well. So this is going to be a bit of a tough one for Seal as well as Strongly Esports when they are coming through. If BIT can pick off a couple of eliminations here. Matt, even yesterday we did see Matt here when he is situated in Power Grid in this situation. He tends to pick off multiple eliminations, especially going for these 1v3 fights as well. He tends to thrive in this area. So any team that is rotating through power grid needs to be careful. Whether BIT will give up this position soon, or whether they will hold it is going to be the question. In the meantime, we do have a fight happening. That's going to be BG. Damage been taken out. There is a fight happening. SITM as well. SITM pushes forward. Will get a Warzone. Warzone goes down to 90 degrees, who was pushing forward. So these going to be two of the players on the side of Victor Gaming down for the count. And in the meantime, TRZ looking to get aggressive even more. They're pushing forward in a bit of a fight here, and they will find another elimination on to Victor Gaming. Down to their last player, who is up and running. Where is the last player? He is going to be in this area here. He does get spotted. No, that was another player who was down. The last player has not been spotted out yet, but Victor Gaming down two players already, not the position that they wanted to be in, trying to grab as many points for that prize pool as well. So Damage is going to be the last one, so he is in a 1v3 situation against TRZ here. He is going to be hiding out for the time being. Who is going to be running into him is going to be the question. 90 degrees is moving up, needs to be careful, does get spotted out. Sorry, he was actually knocked, so that is going to be another player on the side of Victor Gaming actually eliminated. I thought Damage was up there, but he was actually knocked. So there is one more player on the side of Victor Gaming roaming around somewhere. Needs to be careful. That is going to be gone, who is pushing forward. Madcat is going to be in the area, peaks at the right moment, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Victor Gaming, the first elimination of game number 5 for the day, and that's a very disappointing finish for them. In the meantime, TRZ did lose one in that engagement. We had Team Classic lose out on a play in that engagement as well. Sorry, in a different engagement. I think it was SITM who was taking that fight against Team Classic there. But having said that, we do have Los Leonos. The density in Los Leonos is absolutely insane. We do have Team Equinox pushing forward here. We have Team NB Esports as well. We have Astra Esports in the area as well. And then we have Gremlin on the towards the eastern side of Los Leonos as well. The density in Los Leonos, which is center circle right now, is absolutely crazy. In the meantime, Team Classic is in a bit of a scuffle against NB Esports. NB Esports looking to get as many elimination points as possible, and Team Classic looking to survive. They're trying to fight their way back into the top 5 place as well. Equinox in the meantime has found airdrop as well, and they will lose a player on the side of Team Classic to a grenade that came through, and they will secure the elimination as well. So Team Classic is down 2 players already, down to the last 2 in the team. Not a really good position for them to be in, considering their fight for that number 5 spot. Can the last 2 players survive? But no, they will be eliminated. That is going to be Team Classic. What a disappointing finish for them. Guess who's going to be happy with this? BG Sports is going to be absolutely thrilled with this.
Exactly. They are going to be very thrilled and very happy with this outcome. But for now, Team Astra Esports, they are looking also really good with outside of Los Angeles. Team Equinox holding those areas outside the Los Angeles as well. Team A1 and B close to SITM. SITM needs to be careful. They might just get themselves into an unnecessary engagement. So they have to hold their position with a strong, firm intention of just surviving in the last part of the circles at just making sure that they don't get themselves eliminated at the by good putting themselves in unnecessary engagement. They have to play it safe as they can be. Team Gremlin Esport, they are just on the south side with a QB next to them, and Team B Esport also trying to rotate all the way from Puerto towards the Los Leonos area. Team Seal coming from the left angle. Team North from the look at the north side as well. We have Team Strongman, Bad Intention, and MAKPEN also coming in from the north area towards the Los Leonos. It's just gonna be teams trying to push as much as they can using those vehicles. NBE and 1952, there's a potential clash that might happen on their side, but look at that, SITM got their hands on first elimination of the game toward Los Leonos as well. It's going to be A1 and B by losing one of their players, and SITM, they're going to be happy with that outcome. Obviously they don't have to commit too much for this fight. They just got an easy elimination, and they should look for those points. They should look to extend their lead as Seal is right catching up behind them.
Yeah, this looks to be a very fun circle right now. Things are definitely going to be ramping up in a while, and I really love the way that SITM is playing right now. They are playing this 1-to-1 split that they're doing in Los Leonos, again covering all angles, making sure there is no one pushing them. They're not taking these fights, right? They're looking for the easy eliminations and making sure that no one is pushing the locations that they are holding, and that's exactly the way that you want to play. You don't want to give away free compounds, free space on the map, but especially on a map like this where you do do have very little cover to work with. Miramar is a map that favors the positioning of each and every team, and SITM is right now doing a really good job of making sure that they are holding the compounds that is necessary, and making sure that they are stopping any teams that are going to be pushing into that area that they are holding as well. In the meantime, A1 and B probably one of the most disappointing runs that they have had. One of the invited teams right now, not even in the top 8 if I'm not mistaken. They are looking to make their mark and prove why they are one of the best out there. We'll have to wait and see whether they are going to be able to do that. Right now they do have the numbers here. They do have all 4 players up, and they have found themselves a decent bunch of compounds to work with, and making sure they do cover all angles and not let any team push forward. But right now, Seal Esports coming in from the eastern side, might be running into Equinox at some point. We have BITX, who did a whole 360 and rotated completely around. I'm trying to spot BITX here. I'm not actually seeing them. BIT, oh, I do see them. They are right next to MAKPEN, Stronger Esports, and Equinox, so they are in thickest of things there. Going to be a tough fight if they do get into an engagement there, because there is so many teams that can third party that. Seal Esports fairly safe right now. They have no one in the vicinity. TRZ completely safe. Gremlin as well. Gremlin might get pushed from B Esports, who is coming in from the south, but does not look like they will take that engagement. But for the time being, majority of these top teams are completely safe and A-okay.
You're right, but Circle taking a shift put some teams in a difficult spot, with the Seal Esports trying to come towards the south side of Lost Units. Not getting an easy job for them to go into the circle, with the team Gremlin also trying to rotate as soon as they possible towards the outside of the Lost Units as well. They have got themselves towards the a good edge of the circle, but for now they should be careful of the B Esports on their right and SITM on their left side as well. TRZ and Seal Esports, they might just battle it out on the outskirts of Lost Units. This is a fight that's not really a great idea for Team Seal Esports in generally, as they might just get caught outside the circle and might just commit themselves in a lot that shouldn't be able to commit. At the same time, they have to look for a bigger picture in mind and shouldn't go for those unnecessary engagement. At the same time, B Esport also trying to find some good spot for their teammates. Obviously, they are just trying to scout as much as they can with using those buggy. Gremlin in the Esport, they have found themselves a great spot within the edge of the circle. At the same time, they're trying their best to park those vehicles to make sure this vehicle stays safely. D46 is a bit on a high ground, trying to get as much information as he can. He got his hand on a couple of great amount of loot, which is like 3 first aid kit, 1 med kit, 2 smokes, 1 molotov, 1 flash, and 2 nades. At the same time, level 3 helmet and level 3 vest and backpack as well. So I feel like he's gonna have a great game. But B Esport very right next to team Gremlin Esport, but SITM not a great outcome for them, as they have lost one of their players, but still not out of the game, as they still knocked down.
SITM in a bit of a scuffle against A1 and B. That was who took out one of the players on SITM. Only knocked, right, you said, not really eliminated. SITM needs to be careful. They're obviously fighting for that top spot. They do get the res off on the player that was knocked, so SITM is going to get pressured by A1 and B. This is the risk of playing these 1-2-2 splits or 1-2-1 splits or 2-2 splits that they have been doing. It's obviously a risk, but in the meantime, Jiro has an angle on 1952 entry draw here. He was spotted. Jiro, obviously it's a very long range fight. He is not going to be taking any shots and giving away his position, but he has an idea where this player is at. SITM holding some really good high ground here, looking at everyone, and they are in the circle. That is the most important thing. They will not have to rotate for some time, and they have all the vehicles parked very safely on the high ground here, and no one is going to be able to really contest it. In the meantime, Seal Esports in a fight up against TRZ takes out 90 degrees. That's a massive elimination to have, and that was by Rogue. And what a shot coming through, what a spot out coming through from him, taking out one of the top dogs on the side of TRZ. TRZ, a team that performed extremely well on the third day and second day there, and really not performing today and has suffered for it. Meanwhile, BIT is moving in, and look at where the circle has shifted. This is going to leave a lot of teams in a lot of trouble here. Stronger Esports set to be in a really good position. BITX might get a free entry as well into the ring, but right now it is going to be MAKPEN Stronger Esports who have the ultimate position inside the ring for the time being.
Team SITM tried to get a bit aggressive on the side of other teams as well with the A1 and B. Sketch taking QB down. It's not going to be happy. Sketch also helps like QB gets eliminated from the game. There's one more elimination. A1 and B. The rest of the team also tries to join up. Team SITM, that dispersion didn't exactly work out for them. And A1 and B having the numbers advantage going to this 5-team SITM. There's not going to be, definitely not going to be happy with this in game because SITM was looking to turn things around for themselves in this game and losing one of their key players. Oh god, it's not gonna be an easy job to do so. At the same time, Gio tries to spot a player, just trying to go behind, right behind him, but 150 meters into the circle, they have to be careful. Rody just tries to rotate in front of Desert, and Desert finally puts him down to the ground and takes him out of the game as well. Very low on HP, and rest of the team, Gremlin Storm, will not get themselves committed to reviving their player, but SITM Desert, he tries to get a bit aggressive, but the CL Esports coming from the other angle, they spot him on the higher ground. She deals a lot of damage to him, but for now, they haven't been able to knock him down. Sinister also trying to land shots on the team, just are trying to pass by. Desert like got his hand like confirmation on that knock as well, but for now SITM, they have to rotate 170 meters into the circle. The dispersion is a lot with the CL Esports coming right behind you. It's not gonna be an easy job to do so. Desert pulling off that first, like eating that painkiller as well. At the same time, he has to be careful on the teams on the front and right and the back of him, and while trying to rotate 170 meters into the circle. A1 NB also using his position with Desert. This is what we talked about. He's not in a great position. He probably will be caught out, and this is what exactly happens. Get eliminated at the hand of CL Esports, and we are left with only Dobu and Jiro, despite the fact they didn't have to rotate much. SITM got their hands on a very bad game. The two of their players got eliminated 150 meters into the circle, which will not be an easy job to do so, especially their position is relatively very high into the ground.
Indeed, in the meantime, CL is ramping things up. We'll find an elimination onto B Esports as well, a team that is trying to secure their spot in the top 5, and they're not going to be too happy with this. And CL Esports are off to a really good start right now with the performance that they've been having this game. Equinox, in the meantime, will find an elimination onto Equinox. Ligro there with the nades coming through, and Kage GG gets taken out as well. MAKPEN ramping things up, and that's Equinox losing multiple. They lost 2, 1 knocked as well, leaving 1 alive on the side of Equinox. The retaliation coming through will find a knockout to MAKPEN, leaving 2 players alive. It's a 2v1 in that fight. MAKPEN versus Equinox. This is going to be a tough one to MAKPEN to pull it off. Can he do it though? Kasak finds another one onto Prasta, and that's going to leave just the player alive. MAKPEN 2 alive now. Will look to find that elimination, and that's going to be Equinox sent back to lobby. But MAKPEN paid dearly for that fight, with only leaving 2 alive in this entire game. But Equinox not going to be happy with that, getting eliminated that early on in the game. In the meantime, we do have A1 and B in a really good spot. SITM has 2 players alive who are trying to move into the ring, and it takes another shift here, not going to favor a lot of these teams. In the meantime, B Esports will find a knock on to Seal, as well as strong OPX unknown into stronger as well. Stronger Esports in a lot of trouble. In the meantime, B Esports getting laid into by OPX on that high ground, and Dexter managing to just get away, and they are going to get pushed. Seal Esports are staying strong, and B Ryuk and Solus both getting eliminated now, and that's going to be B Esports left with just a player alive. That's not going to be an easy one for them to take on now, with only just Dexter left alone for this entire team. CL Esports did have 1 knock. They will get the rest off most probably, but in the meantime, we do have teams now in a really bad spot, because the ring took a shift towards the west side, leaving a lot of these teams outside the ring and a lot of rotation to be made. In the meantime, SITM will find an elimination onto A1 and B. That wasn't expected. That's a 2v1, and Jiro is in a bit of a trouble here. He's going to get pushed from multiple angles. It's going to be A1 and B, and they do find another one. A1 and B squad eliminated. SITM, how do you pull it off time and time again with just 2 players alive? They find the eliminations to get themselves a couple of points as well. They need to be careful though. There are other teams in the vicinity. In the meantime, strong esports are going to be pressured by OPX, and we have multiple eliminations are happening across the map. Astra Esports in the meantime finds a vehicle elimination onto by Domi as well. I think it was onto Gremlin. In the meantime, SITM, they are rotating in with Jiro and Jobu from the south side. We have BITX, who is a team that really does need the points, are on the west. They are quite safe for the time being. We have MAKPEN, who are extremely safe. Seal Esports is going to be holding off a lot of these teams. In the meantime, we have Seal in a fight against Stronger. Sanhok goes down. OPX finds the elimination onto another player on Stronger Esports, and just like that, Stronger Esports are sent packing here, and they will be eliminated, fighting up against multiple squads that are not really working out for them. And Seal is going to be extremely happy with the game that they're having right now. Multiple eliminations. Look at that damage. And in the meantime, SITM finds another elimination with a vehicle, no less. Everyone just, it's an absolute duke of a fight. Look at the area that these players are covering. There's barely any cover to work with, and it's going to be a tough one for all of these players to navigate. In the meantime, that's going to be Seal eliminated. That's not where you want to be, my man. Seal has been taken out. That's 6th elimination, and they go out in 10th place. What a scrap we are having here. Gremlin here finds the elimination onto Jobu as well, leaving SITM with only one player alive, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is just going to be Jiro right now, trying to get as many placement points for the team as possible. But what a circle we have had here. What shifts it has taken. Jiro in a really bad spot. Right now, he is covered by a bunch of smokes from Gremlin. But as soon as he does get spotted, that's going to be an easy elimination for them to pick off as well. But things are definitely ramping up, RZ.
Things are looking very interesting right now, especially with the Team C report getting eliminated and SITM still surviving, but Giro is the only one left on their side. It's not going to be an easy job for him to continue the survival process. OPX, there's 7 elimination on their hand, throwing those nades left and right. 1952 taking damage from those nades from by unknown, but nothing concerning as they're still surviving. Giro, he had like through the last nade that he had his nade dealt a bit of damage to GSM, but nothing concerned on the side of Storm Esports. And the team SITM, they don't have a lot of players to play with, only one player left. Team Bad Intention, they're looking really good right now. One player in the circle, while the rest of them is nowhere to be found. Like, they have to make the rotation, and one of their players might just have found themselves a good spot within the circle. Lukashi throwing those nades left and right and trying to deal some kind of damage to MAKPEN. SITM, Giro very low on HP. At the same time, the circle is taking a lot of damage to them. Will he able to survive or not? Dylan spots him, takes him down. Giro also tries to make a bit of a rotation. He might just cut or caught out. D46 at the same time takes a lot of damage from the Dylan. Dylan using his advantage within that position, trying to punish and aggressively and deal damage to anyone as he can, with the GSM taking a lot of damage by the hand of Dylan generally. He is an impressive and spots Domi as well. Still shot gets spotted as well, possibly takes a bit of damage. Obviously he has to go back into the cover. D46 is gonna bite the dust. He will not be able to survive, but Giro finally makes it into the edge of the circle, takes one player down. But now what your strategy is going to be? Are you gonna be rushing in? And he's just gonna be rushing in towards the center. Can he pull it off? Can he make it happen? He has just caught himself into the center, and fortunately for SITM, that might be the riskiest but the best rotation of all time for his team right now.
Good God, this man, the confidence he had to come forward. In the meantime, we have NB Esports taking out Team Astra here. Astra Esports is sent packing in 9th place. Again, not the best of finishers for them, but Bad Intention next here with all 4 players alive in a really good spot to claim this, including OPX as well. In the meantime, OPX will find an elimination onto 1952 as well. And what a game we are having on our hands here. SITM, Giro at that center of that circle there. Dylan, in the meantime, finds that elimination onto NB with that grenade coming through as well. They are trying to put the pressure here. Mondo will get taken out there. That's an elimination as well, and that's going to be Gremlin. A squad that really needs the point will get eliminated by OPX. And in the meantime, Dylan, Matt is going to be pushing into NB. They will find the eliminations as well. NB Esports in a whole lot of trouble, and they will get eliminated. I think there is one more player alive. I know there isn't actually. NB Esports will get eliminated as well. But right now, OPX as well as BITX in prime position to try and claim this winner chicken dinner with 4 players alive. OPX in a really good spot as well. They do have that spread going for them. They do have that circle as well. But the man who is right in the middle is going to be Jiro, who has smoked himself off. There is Dexter, who is ratting for B Esports right now. In the meantime, MAKPEN in a fight will get taken out there by OPX, but it was actually BITX who finds that knock as well, and they are looking for the elimination to follow through, not really finding it. They need to be careful. In the meantime, 1952 is going to get pressured by OPX as well. OPX will go for the res here on his teammate, and they are going to be safe for the time being. But BITX with all 4 players alive, as well as OPX who has all 4 players alive, are definitely set to try and grab this. OPX at the bottom of the group really need a win to grab a couple of extra points. In the meantime, B Esports will get eliminated from the game in 6th place here, leaving 4 teams alive, with Dylan taking out MAKPEN there with another grenade kill coming through from him. Dylan, what a game, what a grand finals he has been having. In the meantime, OPX putting the pressure onto 1952 as well. MAKPEN being eliminated. OPX now looking, setting their eyes on 1952 as well. 1952 will be in a little bit of trouble here. They are in a bit of a tough fight and they will get eliminated. BITX now with OPX, leaving 3 teams alive. Jiro is the only solo here, and it's going to be a 4-on-4 duke here between BITX and OPX, with Jiro watching the entire time. Dylan finds a nade kill onto OPX, unknown as well. They do find the elimination, another knock on to OPX as well. They are pushing forward. What is Jiro going to be saying about this? There is the entirety of OPX gets absolutely wiped by BITX, and now Jiro fighting up against 4 players. Can he pull this off? A 1v4 for SITM. He managed to get himself into center ring, and he's holding on. He's getting pressured from multiple angles. He has the cover to work with, so team won't have an easy time pushing forward. He does get quite a bit of damage done, but he's getting pushed from the left side. He's going to take a lot of damage down to the last bit of HP, and he will get taken out, and that is bad intentions. X claiming the winner chicken dinner, and what a performance they have had. They absolutely needed this to make it into the top 5, and they get exactly what they were looking for. What a performance with 12 elimination and 27 points to boot as well for Bad Intentions X.
I mean, what a game it has been for a lot of those teams out there, especially OPX, Bad Intention, and definitely SITM. The way it was turning out to be, didn't expect them to survive till this, like, the latest part of the game, the latest part of the game, the second last team to get eliminated from the game, but the last team get eliminated from the game. That was a wonderful, I feel like probably the best of rotation. The way he took out the player in the center and made that rotation, I feel like it could not have been better for SITM. He probably made sure the qualification of the PMPL, or definitely the qualification of PMPL. At the same time, he quite made sure, like, by the big majority, a big percentage, that his team get the title of, like, PMNC 2022. But we have Bad Intention with the Dylan securing 8 of those wonderful eliminations. Look at that. He's responsible for wiping out 2 whole squads by himself. 922 damage, 4 knockouts, and that is twice more than his whole team combined. Like, imagine, like, his team has like 4 eliminations and he has 8 eliminations by himself. This is the level of this is like Dylan on his, like, a different kind of performance and a different kind of level than his team.
He's an absolute beast. Even look at the damage, right? The combined damage of his entire team is his damage right now. We have Revan with 440, we have Siam with 374, and we have Mehdi with 57. Combining these 3 damages, basically Dylan's damage output that he has done for Bad Intention next bit here. And he has been having that wonderful semi-finals, a wonderful grand finals right now, top performer, and he's going to be holding on to the top performer slot as well with that 8 eliminations coming through. But let's have a look at the head-to-head. 12 eliminations to 9,793 damage to the 1,373 here, with 6 assists on the side of Bad Intention X, as well as RGC with the 3 assists coming through. But the story of the day is going to be that fight for that top 5 finish. Bad Intention X now putting the pressure back again. The esports are going to be worried about this, but look at the difference here. Matt Dillon here with 8 eliminations to the 3 on OPX unknown here. 922 damage to the 495, 202 damage to the 93 damage received, 4 knockouts to the 3, and a survival time just above unknown, almost doubling unknown in almost all the stats here for Dylan here. Matt Dillon, just absolutely a different type of beast here for BITX. In the meantime, looking at the overall stats here, we have Dylan with 8 eliminations, highest damage coming in from Jiro with 1,006. That is absolutely crazy. And then Raven with assist of 3 assists coming through, Domi with 568 healing coming through, and Jiro with 4 knockouts as well. He had definitely one of the best games possible. That really a confident move to move into the center circle ensured that SITM grabbed that second place placement points as well. That might have secured SITM that top spot if they can make sure that Seal does not get anything done in the last game of the day as well, and last game for the grand finals as well. So SITM Jiro pulling a rabbit out of the hat for the team to ensure that they keep the lead in the overall standings here.
Definitely. I mean, it's gonna come down to that last game, and I want to see exactly what is going to be the overall ranking turning out to be. But we have the MVP, but like after the match number 23, only one game left. It's going to be like Dylan, obviously, with 8 of those wonderful elimination, twice more than what his average going to be. 922 damage, obviously 25 minutes, 28 survival time, and 2 headshots in those 8 elimination. He has been a wonderful game player so far. The way the things are turning out to be for him, I feel like he is somebody that deserves to be where he's right now, probably way more. And I want to see this guy perform in PMGC as well, but obviously it's going to be a very long ride for Team Bad Intention to reach from PMNC to PMGC, and hopefully they were able to do so. But we have top players with Dylan at number 1, then we have Jiro at number 2, then we have OPX Unknown at number 3 with 3 eliminations, then we have OPX Fantastic at number 4 with 3 eliminations, and lastly we have NBS Fist Boy at number 5 with 3 eliminations and 418 damage and 23 minutes 16 seconds survival time. And we have like a good game coming in from obviously OPX as well. They got their hands on like 7 to 8 eliminations and generally, but this was Team VG just getting eliminated right at the start of the game by the hand of Team TRZ. Only one player left who was caught out, who came rushing in as well, which was a quite questionable thing as well. With the VG gone, he was the last player who was really far away from all of this fight, and he just rushed to his death.
And this was TRZ 90 degrees getting pressured by Rogue. It was a good spot by him. Was not expecting a player to be there and was taken out. In the meantime, this was SITM QB pushing forward into A1 and B and paying the price for it as well. SITM losing out a couple of players early on, and we have meanwhile MAKPEN, who was in a fight against the Equinox. They did lose out on a couple of players there, but was able to eliminate them. Seal Esports up against B as well. Seal was in a really tough situation. They did manage to get multiple eliminations, but ended up going down quite early on in the fight. But this was the last fight here against OPX. BIT just absolutely dominant match, just going in absolutely no fear to finish things off. Mehendi going in for Jiro to finish things off, and that was Bad Intentions X claiming winner chicken dinner to close out game number 5 here. RZ, we are heading into the last game of the grand finals and day number 4, of course, and I really do want to take a look at that overall standings here. But look at the damage distribution here. BITX, OPX, SITM, Seal, NBES, TRZ, as well as MAKPEN, and also Gremlin Storm, everyone just really performing in the overall damage output. But the team that did manage to convert that into eliminations as well was Bad Intentions X.
Definitely, but this has been a wonderful game for a lot of those teams, especially OPX, SITM as well. They got like their hands on like 19 of those like points as well, with the Seal coming in right behind them, getting eliminated. Number 4, they have a good game as well. We're getting 6 eliminations, 47 damage. So in generally, it has been a wonderful game for these two far. But at the same time, coming into the last game, as you mentioned a bit earlier, it has been a long ride. It has been a very long ride, but we'll come to that, by the way. We'll come to that. Right now, we have team match standings like post-match 23 with a Bad Intention with like 27 points. Then we have SITM right behind them with like 19 points. Then we have RGC Opex right like number 3 with 19 points. And then we have like 1952 at like number 5 with 8 points. Then we have Seal Esports with 7 points. This is not going to be a happy outcome for them, because now I feel like it will be very difficult to catch up to SITM. Almost impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Seal to try and grab that number 1 spot with SITM having such a big disparity here, 19 to 7 points from this particular game as well, and they were already in the lead with a couple of points. So SITM might have just solidified themselves that number 1 finish and to take home that $10,000 US at first place as well. But the interesting part is what has happened to that 5th place. B Esports was holding that 5th place at the end of game number 4 for the day. We will be able to now see what has happened to them after game number 5, but let's have a look at the overall standings.
We have the overall standing right in front of us in a few moments. Obviously, we're going to be like the page number 2 in front of it. The Gremlin losing the spot from the page 1 and going down. RGC Opex after this game, they are able to secure number 15 position. But we have the teams where they were in the last game, like 7 to 8, like last game as well. The Equinox at number 10, Strong at number 11, Astra Esports at number 12, MAKPEN at number 13, A1 and B at number 14. But it's going to be page number 1 that is going to be the most interesting thing. At the same time, we have a lot of teams that are qualified. They're going to make sure they qualify for the page like top 5 as well, so they could qualify into the PMPL. That's going to be the main question. Who are these 5 teams that have the most chance to qualify for the PMPL? We have the SEAL Esports, we have SITM as well, we have NB Esports almost securing that position, then we have Bad Intention jumping up a lot by getting that wonderful winner chicken dinner. But now look at that, TRZ with 203 points. B Esports losing that position. They have to get up like 15 points at least in this game to make sure a jump like to qualify into the PMPL. Team Classic has to score 20 points at least. While TRZ doesn't perform, they would have to qualify. Then 1952 as well, they have to score 24 points, 22 points at least, making sure TRZ doesn't qualify, doesn't perform as well. So it's not gonna be an easy job for like B Esports, Team Classic 19, even for Team Gremlin as well, who's like at number 9, that 180 points, like 23 points for them to qualify into number 5. But it's not gonna be an easy job. They would have to secure like 14-15 kills and 14-15 eliminations, at the same time 15 those survival points as well to qualify, to make sure they're number 5 at the time, making sure Bad Intention TRZ doesn't perform. Otherwise these are be the top 5 teams that will qualify into the PMPL. But for now I feel like if SEAL Esports, they are almost 19 points away for SITM. SEAL Esports need to secure a winner chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points to secure to get the championship title. At the same time, SITM doesn't perform, so it's not going to be an easy job. There's a lot of possibility that goes on. It's still possible. It's still very much possible, but it's very difficult.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough one for me to come back into TRZ now in that number 5 spot. Looking pretty good. If they have a decent last game, they should be able to qualify through. But let's take a look at the top performance here. Bad Intention, Matt Dillon here with 51 elimination. The next highest is 40. And look at the survival time difference, right? Because he has the lowest survival time out of all the players here, but he has the top elimination by 11. Elimination. And NB Fishboy taking up the 2nd place, Desert taking up the 3rd. We have Becca from Seal at 4th place, and of course Mamba, who was 5th place, still holding on to that position from top performance. But the story is this man, Matt Dillon, what an absolute beast of a player this guy has turned out to be, coming in through the qualifiers, the quarterfinals to the semifinals, and now in the grand finals as well, just outperforming every other player who is out there.
Yes, he has 11 more eliminations than any other player right now. Fist Boy is like number 2, and look at the difference. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You're right about that. Like, look at the survival time, massive difference. Less time to get 11 more eliminations than what every player needs. We have Fist Boy number 2 with almost 2 more hours than Dylan. Then we have almost 1 more hour on the side of Dylan, like on the Desert as well, and he still have like 13 more eliminations than any other player. So you're right about one thing. It's gonna be very interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the game 5 games. We're gonna come down to the last game. It's gonna be Sanhok. There's a lot of potential things happening. A lot of other teams having a potential to qualify into the the PMPL, with the 4 teams just right behind TRZ have to perform and get a winner chicken dinner at the same cost. Like they don't have to perform, like TRZ don't perform. And for the team SEAL Esports, them to take the championship title, they have to eliminate SITM from the game at the same time while get a winner chicken dinner, which is not an easy job to do so in a like competitive lobby like this. So it has come down. This last game of Sanhok is gonna get very interesting, and I'm very excited.
Oh yeah, Sanhok is definitely the map of chaos, and I'm definitely expecting these teams to go all out here, especially the teams at the bottom 4, to try and pull off a Hail Mary here, because they have nothing to lose, right? It's $500 across the board for the last few places of teams, and if they can make a jump, have this massive game, you can pull off a miracle here and get a bit of more extra prize money in terms of the overall prize pool as well. So I'm expecting these teams to go just completely ham on the lobby as well. But having said that, it is the final game of the day, and that 5th place or the top 5 teams who are going to be qualifying is going to be an interesting question mark. SEAL Esports have their work cut out for them. Are they going to drop next to SITM and take the fight to them is going to be the question, because they are pretty much secured their spot in the top 5, right? So they have nothing to lose in terms of other than fighting for that number 1 one spot. So the way that they do that is to land where SITM is going to be landing and take the fight to them. And what is SITM going to do about this is going to be another question altogether. Will Seal Esports come up with this strategy? Will they do that? Is going to be another story altogether. What they want to do with it is going to be another question altogether, because they're not really pressured for that number 2 finish either. So they have nothing to lose in fighting for that number 1 spot by taking the fight to SITM. And if they do that, especially on a map like Sanhok, it is a map that anyone can pull off a Hail Mary. So I'm really expecting to see some crazy plays coming out from some of these teams. And then of course B Esports as well, they have their work cut out for them if they want to jump back into that 5th place and knock Bad Intention X off of the number 5 spot. It's going to be a tough one, but I feel like if they do put their head into it, they can get one of these high elimination games with high placement. And if for some reason Bad Intention X does get eliminated early on, they might be prepped to take a good game if they can. But of course, I personally feel like Bad Intention X definitely deserves to be there in that top 5, especially Matt Dillon there. He definitely deserves that spot in the PMPL. This man deserves to be seen across the board by so many other teams and so many parts across the world as well. He has been an absolute beast, and that type of skill should not be held back, and he should be able to showcase that in a bigger stage as well. So I'm really hoping that Bad Intention X makes it through to that top 5 and into the PMPL as well, so that this man can perform even in PMPL. So really hoping Bad Intention X makes it through. But having said that, I want a little bit of an upset as well. I want a really tight game for the final game. I really want Imagine this, right? The last 4 teams remaining are the teams that are fighting for that number 5 spot. Imagine a situation like that, it would be absolutely crazy. I really want that type of a game, and Sanhok is something that will provide us with that type of a game as well. But in terms of what we are looking for, what do you think? Who are you favoring here for the final game, RJ?
I feel like I'm gonna go with Team Seal Esports in generally. I feel like this is a team that might just put all of their cups, like all of their money in a single pot, and like obviously go for it. At the same time, their position is number 2 right now. They're contesting for number 1. If they get eliminated a bit earlier, they might just lose their 2nd position as well and lose $1,500 in the process. So don't let me, like, this is not exactly a very risk-free situation for them. They are risking for that, like obviously championship title. They are risking that, like they want to go for that, like more of that, like $5,000 as well. But at the same time, if they get eliminated early and some other team jumps up, they might lose their position. They will definitely qualify, but that's a lot of dollars just being lost on their side. They have to be careful on either both sides. So I'm gonna go with the Seal Esports, exactly how it's going to be. And I feel like you who you're going, are you going to be with SITM, Terror, or are you going to be choosing somebody else?
I mean, I have been with the SITM along the way, so I'm going to stick with them. But with that, I think we will be heading into a very short break. It seems like the teams are getting ready for that final game. So we will be heading into a very short break before we bring to you the final game of the grand finals. So do stay tuned with us. We'll be right back, guys. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of the grand finals. It's going to be on Sanhok, and it's going to be an absolute blast of a game here. And joining me, of course, is going to be RZ. RZ, final game. How excited are you, man? I think the players got a bit of a break here as well to prepare for that final game. Are you expecting something different from one of these teams to come forward and, just create havoc?
I mean, one thing that is going to be quite sure is that we both will be jumping on our seats. We'll be like both standing up and casting, like things are gonna get very difficult for a lot of those teams. Things are gonna be very interesting, and I feel like this is what I'm expecting in general. While I talk about maybe it's going to be Team SITM, Team C Esports, maybe TRZ losing their position to 1952, Gremlin as well, maybe B Esports as well. I'm write this down. It's gonna be very interesting because we have to come down to the last game of PMNC 2022. This is PMNC, obviously South Asia wildcard. We got like 2 semi-finals, we got to the finals right now. It has been a very long journey, and we still not decided who is exactly the winner. So we this is not enough to decide who's the best team.
Indeed, I feel like all these teams definitely do deserve to be in the grand finals, and of course do deserve a spot in that top 5 finish as well. It's just that certain teams on a certain day performs a little bit better. It is how well you perform on that particular game to be able to get yourself into the top 5 as well. But let's get a final thoughts before we go into the game. Final predictions. I'm going to stick with SITM. This is a team that has been most consistent throughout the entire wildcards. They are coming in from the group stages into the quarterfinals, into the semi-finals, and now in the grand finals as well. They have been the top dogs, and I'm going to stick with them for the final game of the day as well. RZ, what are your predictions here?
By the way, guys, if you like to see somebody who would like to play it safe, this is the guy. I like to stick with SITM because they like to play it safe. But I'm gonna go with the C Esports right now. It's gonna be difficult for them to get the winner chicken dinner. At the same time, difficult for them to win this PMNC title safe. But this is me who likes to put all of my money in one pot and guys, let's just take with the risk. So let's see it's going to happen, because if it does happen, I will be very happy with that outcome. By the way, that's me being biased a bit, but yeah, I'll be very happy with that outcome. SITM obviously had a good chance. So yeah, Ter, how do you feel feel playing it safe?
See, technically me saying SITM is actually helping you out, because every time that I have said SITM in my predictions, SITM has not got the chicken dinner. Every time that I've actually moved out of SITM has got the chicken dinner. So this is technically me helping you out in saying SITM. Esports might actually come forward and take the chicken dinner. We'll wait and see. But ladies and gentlemen, we are off here. Final game of the grand final. Look at these players. All 64 players ready to battle it out on this final game, and we do have a very standard flight path on Sanhok here, opening up the entire map. That first ring is going to be key in deciding who has the better rotation and who has the better positioning. But right now it's a very standard, cutting right through the middle of Sanhok, opening up the entire map to the usual drop locations all these players have. The usual drops are going to be SITM going to be heading towards Camp Alpha there with Astra Esports. We will have BITX and C Esports towards the southern side of the map, where Camp Charlie docks and Sahami is there, and then we have B Esports going to Ruins, which has been their usual drop spot since semi-finals as well. We have Equinox sticking to boot camp, that has also been their standard drop spot. So all the teams have got to their standard drop locations. The ring has kind of stuck to the main island here. We'll have to wait and see whether it will switch in a way that we will have some water involved as well. But it is looking very unlikely. It might be another boot camp finish, to be fair. We'll have to wait and see. But to start things off, we already have an engagement here. Stronger Esports in a fight up against OPX, as well as 1952 in a fight against Victor Gaming as well. Everyone just doing it now right off the bat here, and this is exactly what we expected from Sanhok. And B Esports is going to be in trouble as well, as A1 and B shouting B Esports. Any hope that they might have at the top 5 finish, they already lose out on 2 players. It's going to be a tough one for B Esports to come back from that. Holy moly. Equinox also in the meantime has joined the friend into 1952, being taken out. Bootcamp looks to be heavily contested here. Let's take an instant look at what happened right here. But Stronger Esports now putting the pressure into OPX as well. Multiple fights breaking out across the map, and what a grand final start we have had here for the final game.
Obviously, with the stronger esports trying to get a bit aggressive at the start of the game, this is like their last chance to do some kind of. But the B esports is they're not gonna be happy, as this is one of those teams that are looking to end the day while qualifying to the PMPL. Losing player like Scooby is gonna be like very difficult for them. B esports, they are going into this fight against Team VG with the TRZ on the right side, and at the same time Team Classic very comfortable into the circle, so that's towards the side of Query. But Team Stronger coming from the right side, strongest team right now to secure that winner chicken. Look at that. Seal Esports as well on the bottom side of the map. They might just take it out at the team MAKPEN. With the MAKPEN at the very dispersion, Team Seals Esports Arrow as well. They are a bit far away from the rest of the teammates. So yeah, that's a fight that might just be happening on the side of Team Seal Esports. But TRZ, they are on the area of TRZ. They're on the side of Pioneer, and usually we don't see TRZ on this side, but now it's going to be very interesting. We have seen already 3 minutes into the game, 7 players have left us, and the Seal Esports, they'll get their hand on the first elimination of the game. They have to go all the way in with the Pelzang coming out, like getting close to Becca right now. He has his hand on a shotgun and a Molotov being thrown on his side. Becca needs to be careful. It's not going to be an easy job to secure that a 1v1, but if he lands one shot, he might be able to pull it off, and if obviously he has been able to done so, takes him down, and a wonderful shot coming from his side. And obviously Pasta tries to provide any kind of support from the other side, but was unable to do so. And now Team Seal Esports has a huge advantage going into this fight, and they are trying to turn things around for them. That's a good start. But now VG, they're looking very aggressive right now on the side of Team Pioneer. They're like looking to rush TRZ, where TRZ, one player is caught out off angle right now. He's all alone in that side, but Momba takes one down. Will he able to continue that streak that he has? Might just be able to pull it off, but Momba comes out of that house, jumps outside, tries to use that nade on the high ground, the like upper floor, might not get it connected, as VG is comfortably in that, but one more nade might just seal the deal. Obviously that's going to stop him. One more nade being thrown on the side of VG, and he has taken 2 of those players down, one getting eliminated, one getting knocked down, and TRZ having an absolute advantage, and all thanks to Momba right now. Mad Cash tries to come in, secure the third position as well, takes him down, and VG will get eliminated from the game right at the start, and they are gonna go like TRZ getting an advantage into this fight. The team that are looking to eliminate VG, Team TRZ, that 5th position, they'll not be happy with that outcome.
Yeah, Victor Gaming is going to be not really happy with that, but of course they had no chance of qualifying into the top 5. But in the meantime, we have MAKPEN getting eliminated as well. We did have 2 teams going back to the lobby here, so 2 teams eliminated right off the bat, and they still ring 1, and we are not even like 2 minutes into the game. We have 2 minutes, 2 teams being completely eliminated. In the meantime, Seal Esports here at the bottom south side of the map here, BITX also towards the dock side here. They are going to be quite happy with their positioning for the time being. But in the meantime, Team Classic looking to push into TRZ here. Needs to be careful. Team Classic, we do have Hopeless very close to Mad Cat here. Mad Cat might get caught out because he is kind of far away from the rest of his team here. He does have an idea that one of these players are around this area as well. So really looking at the outside area, and Sanhok is here coming in as well to try and help out. They need to be very careful of how they take this fight. One player to go down would mean the end for your team, and Team Classic is another team who is looking to secure their top 5 finish as well. So TRZ, Team Classic, these are teams that are fighting for that number 5 spot. So it's going to be an interesting fight here in this compound. And who is going to come out on top is going to be the question here. Both teams, I think, are aware of who is there, so they are going to be even more careful about how they take this fight. Team Classic in a tough spot. Team TRZ is in a tough spot. They cannot afford to lose out to each other. But as I said, that we do have a player getting knocked, Bad Cat getting traded out as well. So there is a trade happening, 1-for-1 trade happening on the side. So both teams having one player down. Can they get the res off? Can any of these players get... 90-degree almost spotting out a player. The resurrection will come out on to Mad Cat. In the meantime, Bomber will find Sanoxis as well. The elimination to follow through as well. Team Classic loses out on the first player, and now they're going to be in trouble. They are looking to push forward. TRZ smells blood in the water as they push forward into the rest of Team Classic. Wanzi here trying to get out. He's going to be using the nades here, doing quite a bit of damage on the Mad Cat there. They are going to be pushing forward. Wanzi needs to be careful here. They are still pushing forward. Eric is there as well. How can they win this fight? They are trying to win this 2v4. Can they pull it off? It's going to be the question. It is a tough one for them to pull off. One of the players are still down. One is still trying to fight it out. In the meantime, we have another fight going on here. we have BITX moving in as well. Kage GG here will find, sorry, it was Equinox who was moving in. They will find a kill onto TNZ. Hopeless will get knocked, eliminated as well, where Equinox joins at the right moment. Eric finds that elimination onto Mad Cat as well. And teammate Molotov will find the elimination onto, oh my lord, that was not what they were looking for, and TRZ is not going to be happy with that. Equinox coming forward. 2 players left on the side of TRZ. Team Classic with the solo player left finds a one, but will get eliminated. That's going to be Team Classic eliminated in 14th place. They are not going to be happy. That's their dream of a 5th place finish going to go down the drain. But Equinox here fighting up against TRZ and will find the final knock onto TRZ as well. And that's going to be TRZ, another team in contention for that top 5 finish, being eliminated very, very early on. Holy moly, things got spicy there.
Oh, look at Painan right now. What just happened? With Sanchez goes down, Aero goes down. Things are not looking so good for Team Series Sports. Team Bad Intention has the absolute advantage, but Dylan goes down and Kavas goes down. Now we're back to a 2v2. It's not going to be so much easy for Bad Intention. As I was pointing it out, we lose another player. Siam just going to revive that most important player of this fight. Becca cooking that nade. Probably get it connected. If he gets it connected, that's Bad Intention over. But no, unfortunately, he just took that wrong side, and a possibility that nade didn't get connected. But Rogue on the high ground, he gets spotted as well. That nade might just take him down, but no, unfortunately for Team Bad Intention, the nade exactly didn't get connected. Dylan on the left side as well. Rogue do understand there's a player on this side as well, gets spotted, but the nades are being thrown. He might just get his gun out as well, but might have just taken too long as well. Obviously Dylan is super good right now with that shotgun, takes him down, but Becca coming up with that nade behind takes Dylan down, and now we're back to a 2v2. Bad Intention Siam trying to revive one of those players. Sanchez also revives Rogue right now, and now we are left with the Becca reviving, Rogue reviving right now, and Aero also gets revived. Now we're back to a 4v4, but now Dylan also gets eliminated from the game with the Becca getting aggressive. Obviously the Molotov gets connected, putting Becca down, and the legging taking him down, like getting him down or knocking him out. Now we are left with a 3v3 with a Bad Intention trying to get a bit aggressive, but no, they are choosing to get back out of this fight. It's not an easy fight to do, obviously with the Bad Intention. The Seal having a huge advantage into the fight. Kevin gets spotted, he goes down. Sanchez out of the way, he want to take this fight, needs to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of cover to play with. The Siam having an absolute advantage. Obviously Siam using that cover wonderfully, takes Sanchez down, and now Team RGC Esports is not looking that good in this fight, especially with the Aero going down at the hand of Mehdi. And now we are back to a 2v2. Okay, Aero, as he tries to get Siam gets to kill, get his elimination on Aero, Mehdi goes down by him trading on. Now we're left with Siam. Only Siam takes the damage, and then Seal Esports is gonna be winning this fight, but at the cost of 2 players. They're not gonna be happy with this outcome.
Yeah, and that is BITX, another team in contention for that top 5 finish, getting eliminated quite early on in this game. And this is exactly what we were talking about. The teams who are in contention getting eliminated early, going to make things even more interesting. Team Astra here in the meantime will get eliminated, as well as A1, A and B comes forward. Seal, that's their dream of a first place finish, down the drain as they get eliminated as well. And that was, I think, Stronger Esports who pushed them off, but that's I mean, that basically guarantees a first place finish for SITM, and that's very unfortunate. This was the fight that Stronger Esports was taking up against Team Astra here, and they were able to find the eliminations to come through as well. Domi just absolutely stepping up and cleaning out Team Astra there. Senna as well getting an elimination there also, but this is going to give Stronger Esports good access into boot camp, completely left alone. That's a lot of compounds that they can work with, but things have definitely got spicy. We are still into the second ring, and already we have lost 7 teams in the lobby. So I mean, what an insane map. Sanhok has always been part of the chaos, and this is exactly what we were looking for from the final game of the day. Final game of the grand finals, as well as Sinister with what shots coming out from Twist there. Holy moly, I was not expecting him to go down there, and that's going to put A1 and B in a really tough spot. They are going to be laying down the smokes to try and get the rest off here, whereas we have 9 pushing from the right side to try and give some cover to anyone who is pushing forward to try and go in for that elim. But what shots coming out from Twist, I'm not even sure where he shot them from.
Oh, this. Look at that. Almost like 7 teams eliminated from the game, and we have still 11 minutes into the game. That's not gonna be an easy job, but the Equinox Kage going down. A1 and B looking super aggressive right now. One more player biting the dust. It is just A, and 1 and B have their hand on this axe that they're just using it to wipe out everyone from the game one by one. The K9 has spotted Ligro as well, deals a bit of a damage to him. He's using a bit of a cover just to survive for a tiny, but looking at A1 and B, they might just use a vehicle to rush it to, and look at that, A1 and B, Sinister Widow coming with a vehicle, K9 just to provide, give him information as much as he can. They are going out of their way to take those engagement. That's the right move. That was the right confidence that I wanted for the teams to come in during this day, not during this just this circle or this map as well. I wanted A1 and B or just teams like Stronger Esport to come up with the most aggressive stance they could ever have, because they had nothing to lose and everything to gain. But SITM, they're looking to survive, and they are probably the champions right now, with the Seal Esports getting eliminated from the game, and there's no one contesting them right now. The Equinox Ligro takes a bit of a damage from A1 and B on the high ground. Ligro throws last nade in his hand just to deal some kind of damage, but unfortunately we won't be able to do so. At the same time, as he tries to rotate out, he needs to be careful. A1 and B players on the farther side of that cliff, they have the high ground, might be able to spot him out as well. Sinister trying to throw those nade, but the distance is almost too much. Needs to be careful. Okay, Kesek 7 also gets spotted by the hand of A1 and B. Sinister tries to get a bit of aggressive twist. Was able to land some shots to him, but also is down to very low on HP. Has to go back down into the cover. A1 and B still with a lot of advantage with the K9 trying to give a lot of information to A1 and B generally as well. Ligo also gets spotted, deals a bit of damage to him, but fortunately he's back into the cover.
Wow, what a fight we are having between these two teams, Ben. My lord, like, look at the number of teams that are left here with ring number 2. I mean, it is all open, but we still have fights. Oh, good God, that Nate doing a little bit of damage out to sketch there. 9 looking at Twist, who is outside the ring. He is going to be forced to move at some point here. And in the meantime, Ligro taking a couple of pot shots into A1 and B as well. This fight has been going on for some time now, and it's still looking to continue by the looks of it. And in the meantime, we have a couple of players on Equinox going to be moving out through the ring. In the meantime, Solus and Ryuk outside the ring, they are going to be rotating in very slow into the ring, and right now prep to win this is going to be NB Esports right in the center of the circle, with Gremlin coming in as well. But look at the density. We have 1952 also around that area, so 3 teams right in the center of the circle, with Stronger Esports towards this to the southwestern side of that circle, as well as SITM coming in from the north, as well as OPX with just the 2 players coming in from the northeast as well. But right now the fight is still going on between A1 and B and Equinox. But I mean, like, normally when you look at this map at Sanhok or any other map for that matter, at this stage you will see a cluster of teams remaining. But right now we have only 9 teams remaining in this lobby fighting it out here, and this is not something that I was expecting. I expected chaos, but not to have this much chaos where the herd is thinned to the level that we have only 9 teams at the end of circle number 2 here.
Look at it, how empty it is. On the map of Sanhok, you go like, oh, nobody can enter the circle, the center is contested a lot, and look at that. Paradise Resort, Bootcamp, Bhan, south of the map is empty. People are contesting, they like A1 NB and Team Equinox fighting it out really far away from the circle as well, really far away from the map, with the Equinox getting punished again and again. A1 NB trying to get as much as they can from this fight, but Sinister going down, and this is not a very easy terrain to have a like engagement as well. But A1 NB, they have to get out of this fight as well. But okay, Equinox got their hands on a vehicle. It might be just A1 and B's vehicle as well, but now they have to make sure they get into the circle as well, with the circle coming pushing in. A1 and B cannot exactly gain anything by staying at this place, but they don't have an idea whether the other team is. They're just trying to spot or scout any team as they can. But looking at the circle right now, A1 and B and Equinox coming from the south side. We have Stronger Esport holding the areas of Bootcamp, with the GSM right in the center. Team 1952 and Team NBS right next to them. Team OPX coming from the northeast side towards the Paradise Resort. We have a lot of the circles still being empty and not contested at all, making the rotations almost very easy. But Equinox, they might just be walking into a lot of trouble. They might not realize the Stronger Esport is just waiting for them at that area, not waiting for them, holding them, but probably there's a good chance that fight just happen on their side, although they're coming from the higher ground to a lower ground into the bootcamp, so they make it quite safe into the bootcamp as well, and probably gonna play it from there. As on A1 and B, they're also trying to rotate into the circle. At the same time, SITM is gonna come from the north side in towards the Query area, towards like trying to rotate towards Query. At the same time, they have to be careful. 1952 and BES and Gremlin is holding the center for as long as they can.
Yeah, and what a circle! I mean, what a fight we have had here. It is the final game. I expected a lot of teams to just go very aggressive, but I was not expecting this much aggression. But right now, prep to win is going to be GSM, Team 1952, and NB Esports right in the center of it. And we do have SITM moving in from Paradise Resort side to the center of the circle as well. Equinox has managed to get back into bootcamp. This is exactly where they started off as well. I'm so confused how they ended up at the south side of the map after starting off at bootcamp, but they are back again into bootcamp, and strong esports are looking to push them out of bootcamp and look for these eliminations as well. But right now, into the center is going to be SITM as well, joining the fray with 1952 there, Gremlin as well as NB as well. And guess what? With that switch, it is going to be SITM right in center circle here. Do they have cover to work with? This is the question. We have OPX pushing in from the northeastern side of the map as well, so they need to be careful. They're going to get pushed from multiple angles. In the meantime, stronger esports will lose Farhad here to Twist, who found some lovely shots here, but down to the last two on the side. They have only two left. In the meantime, SITM QB finds a knock on to Gremlin as well. They're moving forward. Twist is going to be in trouble, so low on HP, but so is Seven. He's going to be moving out. Is he going to be pushing this fight? Is going to be the question. Molotov in hand. Does he find the elimination? He manages to jump forward. Twist manages to get out of trouble. The holy moly, he just manages to survive. Now he's popping a medkit. He's going to get pushed by Senna there. Needs to be careful. Moving out of dodge here. Finds one player, but it's going to be Farhad who was taken out first, but will clean things up, and that is going to be Equinox eliminated by Bad Intention X. In the meantime, SITM in a fight against, it was, I think, Equinox eliminated by Stronger Esports there. In the meantime, SITM in a fight up against Gremlin there. Gremlin did lose out on a couple of players. I don't think they got the elimination. In the meantime, we have Desert down, and he is going to get resurrected back up. They need to be careful. Stronger is going to be in the area as well. We have Gremlin in the area. We have multiple teams. They have 1952 in the area as well. In the meantime, Jiro just laying in cover fire as his teammates are getting resurrected, making sure that no one pushes forward. He takes a little bit of damage here. He's going to be able to pop a medi there for the time being to heal back up. In the meantime, Stronger Esports have found themselves in a bit of a scruff against NB Esports as well. Everything is now coming together with 8 teams remaining here in this final game of the grand finals. But what a day we have had! What upsets we have had! But right now, Nate going to get thrown into Strong. Good God, what a Nate from Mondo there, taking out 7, closing the Molotov as well, pushing forward out in the open. Was not the correct choice. We had Senna peeks through and will put him down here. Looks for the elimination as well, and Senna will get eliminated as well. That's Stronger Esports down 2 players already, down to the last 2 here, with NB Esports losing out on 1. They might lose out on another. Yes, they do. That's an elimination coming through with another player on the ground. 2 players up and running for NB with Stronger Esports still with 2. It's a 2v2 into this fight. Meanwhile, Gremlin is still looking at SITM. SITM needs to be, they're looking for a win. They have basically secured themselves number 1 spot here, but they're still looking for that winner chicken dinner. But in the meantime, we have Gremlin in a fight against 1952 as well. NB still in this 2v2 fight against Stronger Esports. And utility being used here to be thrown into the house, really not finding anything. A nade comes through, that's going to find Kasak. What a hit there from Farhad again, stepping up for Stronger Esports. That's the last player alive for MP. Can he pull something off? They do spot him out. It's a 2v1 now in this compound, and it might be all over. Oh, Farhad finds the last man as well. No, that was the elimination that came through. So 1 man remaining. No, it was not actually. It was another grenade kill coming through. I thought it was the elimination that followed, but it was NB getting knocked out. And what a play coming out from Farhad. This was the man who went down earlier, but he will find it. In the meantime, we have Gremlin in a fight against B Esports, finds 2. A1 NB finds a couple of eliminations onto OPX as well. The grenades coming through left, right and center. A1 NB down to the last 2, and OPX will get eliminated down to the last 6 teams. We have 16 players remaining. In the meantime, Gremlin looking to push 1952 here, but they need to be careful. There is NB, A1 NB in the area as well. He is cooking up a net into the compound. He throws it out. Is not going to land on anyone. Needs to be careful. Stronger Esports might have a look at this as well from the farther side of further left of him. So they need to be very careful of how they push. But it is down to the last 2 players on the side of 1952. Lukashi, actually last 3 Lukashi in one compound. They have divided entirely. If Gremlin realizes that they can push forward, Steal shot, looking to push forward, and a grenade from 1950. Gremlin finds that knock on to 1952. Now pushing the last man, shotgun in hand. They need to be careful. Finds the one, looking for more. Shotgun not really working. Finds the elimination, finds the two as well. Finds the healing to follow up. What a play from Lukashi. They're finding two. Will finally go down, but what a performance. He finds the eliminations as well. That is the key factor there. What a play coming out from him, but will finally go down. And in the meantime, SITM will find the elimination on to A1NB. They are looking for more, and that is going to be, I think, Gremlin. No, they are still in the fight. A1NB as well. They have one player left. Gremlin has one player left as well, but that is going to be 1952 completely eliminated. SITM prep to take this home. 0 eliminations so far, but they have the numbers here. Just find one, but they have one player down. SITM looking for more here. The 5 teams remaining with 9 players alive. Out of that 9 players, 4 are from SITM. Stronger Esports in a little bit of trouble here with Jiro putting the pressure onto them. B Esports, Ryuk is going to get taken out. That's going to be Gremlin eliminated. That's going to be B eliminated as well, leaving 3 teams alive here. Wait, who is remaining? I think there's 1 player from A1 and B. There is 2 players from Stronger Esports and 4 alive for SITM. It's 4v2v1. SITM prep to claim the last winner chicken dinner here. Can they make it happen? Can someone make an upset? Can Stronger Esports pull out something? A1NB will get eliminated to the zone. It makes them in a 4v2. Stronger Esports versus SITM. This is the final game of the day and the final fight that we are witnessing. Can SITM finish off on a high here? They have an idea where Stronger Esports are at. They are going to be pushing forward here.
I mean, they had to do nothing to win this fight. They had nothing to do with it to win this game as well. All they had to do is make sure to survive and just be away from all of this. They got an easy entry into the circle, but Desert using his nade on Farad right now. It's a 2v4 with the nade getting connected on both sides. Takes a bit of damage to either teammates, but now with the team SITM still on the advantage. Tries to spotting Sinor, gets his shotgun out. He still gets spotted by the player as STR, but STR, what are you going to do, Sinor? 1 player on the left and right. Might just get spotted, and obviously QB Sports Sinor taking down, and we have a winner chicken dinner on the side of SITM. Probably the most easiest chicken dinner they would have ever gotten. Wouldn't ever, without a single fight in getting themselves, without getting a single fight, obviously without getting into much of a big of a rotation as well. They got 4 eliminations throughout the whole game, and they got 19 points. 1237 damage was dealt from the side of SITM, but all in all, it was a game for SITM that was made it it was wrapped in a beautiful package by all the rest of the 15 teams, and was given to SITM oh, here's the game, take it, and you don't have to do anything, you just have to accept it. And SITM go we don't have an issue with accepting the chicken in the last game. We're just gonna be happy, so thank you for the wonderful gift as well. So it was exactly like that. I mean, it was just a very different game than usual.
Yeah, I mean, probably the weirdest game that we have had across the board. I did not expect that. I was expecting chaos, but not that much chaos. Basically, by the time the second circle came in, there was only 8 teams remaining, and the entire map was completely blank, right? There was no one on the map, and SITM, like you said, got handed a chicken dinner in a, nicely wrapped gift here with all the wrapping paper under the sun, with flowers to, follow up as well. And just, here guys, take this, it's fine, y'all are at the top, you can take this as well, take everything here. And they were given an absolute freebie here. But 4 eliminations with 638 damage on Jiro, 342 on Desert, 187 on QB, and Dobu with 70. This is probably out of all the chicken dinners that SITM has won, this has to be the least elimination game that they have had. I mean, that is saying something as to how much of a chaotic game this was, where SITM winning a chicken dinner does not have eliminations. That's the type of game this was.
I mean, look at that. 1 elimination for every one of those players. Not much as well. And look at the difference between Stronger Esports and SITM. Thrice more elimination on the side of Stronger Esports. They didn't get the winner chicken. Almost 1k more damage than Stronger as well. 10 more assists than SITM in general. Stronger Esports has absolutely dominated these 3 categories. They couldn't get the winner chicken dinner, but they definitely got a wonderful game for themselves. They got eliminated number 2. That's 12 points for them. That's 12 points in terms of elimination. So obviously they're getting 24 points out of this game. game. 5 more than the team that got the winner chicken dinner. So yeah, they had a terrific game. They tried to get aggressive whenever they could. So yeah, let's see exactly. But look at the difference. Look at the difference. The massive amount of difference in terms of elimination, knocks out, damage received, and this is crazy on side of Farhad in general. He got 6 eliminations. Then we have Jiro, who got the winner chicken dinner, only securing 1 elimination and 1 knockout throughout the 22 minutes of the game, and is the MVP for his team.
Indeed, and I mean, yeah, I expected strong. This was the team that performed really well on day number 2, if I'm not mistaken, where they had 2 winner chicken dinners as well, and it was a bit unfortunate that they couldn't claim the 3rd one. But look at the stats here of match number 24, the final match of the series here, with Farhad with 6 elimination, the most damage coming out from Sketch from A1 and B with 828. We have Senna with the highest number of assists coming through, 9 with 653 hitting done, and Sketch again with 5 knockouts for A1 and B. A1 and B was in the thickest of fights from the get-go. They were fighting up against a lot of these teams, and rightly so. They do have the highest number of damage as well as the highest knocks coming from them, but the story was from Stronger Esports coming through with 12 eliminations to claim 2nd place, I think. But overall they should have claimed that top spot in the overall match standings, or at least match number 24. How it affects the overall scoreboard is going to be the question, but one thing for sure, it is SITM all the way on the number 1 spot. I think Seal Esports might not be contested too much. I need to check how NB performed and how much of points that they managed to get in this game. It all depends on that. So we'll have to wait and see with the final scoreboard coming through to see what are the top 5 teams who qualified, what type of prize pools they will be taking home. But for now, the most valuable player of match 24 is going to be Farhad, and what a game he had. 6 eliminations, 765 damage, a survival time of 22:31, and 1 headshot to follow through for Farhad as well. And this man just absolutely went insane. He did get knocked once, but he came back stronger ever more after that first knock that he had on himself. But the revive came through and he just went in and demolished the competition there. In the meantime, we have the top players for this game here. We have Sketch coming in at 2nd place with 4 eliminations, 828 damage. Senna with 3 eliminations, 714 damage. And we have Becca from Seal Esports joining the fray as well with 3 eliminations, 620 damage. And Moba with 3 elims and 573 damage here. But the interesting part here is how this affects the top performance as well, because I did not see Matt perform. Matt did get 1 knock, but he wasn't able to get the elimination, and he was taken out quite early in the fight. Has a player contested? This is going to be the question. Has some of these eliminations coming through helped him out? I really don't think so, because he had a gap of around 11 eliminations, but other than that, I feel like he is quite safe. But let's take a look at the highlights for the final game of this tournament here. This was one of the initial fights that MAKPEN was taking up against Seal Esports.
Yeah, this was even a lot of things went wrong for Seal Esports as well, as they were looking to end their day with a really good note, especially end their PMNC while being the champion. They had the right mindset, obviously. They had the right confidence as well. Obviously, they couldn't keep the momentum going, especially A1 and B coming from behind, taking them out of the game. But this was A1 and B just trying to get aggressive as much as they can. Even the fight with the Equinox as well, this was just generally a very drawn out fight, very prolonged fight as well, with the Equinox almost getting very dispersed throughout the whole fight. But this was 1952, just taking GSX out of the game. Lukashi was able to take 1 or 2 players out of the game before he went down, and afterward he went down to the blue zone. And the 3rd player, Entry Dog, coming in, taking one of those players down with a drop shot coming in. That was quite impressive. He was able to take the last player as well. I feel like that was impressive. SITM, that was them getting 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations in the 23 minutes of the game. The last one came on the Stronger Esport from the QB, getting that elimination off of a shotgun. So generally it was a wonderful game for SITM. Generally they didn't have to do anything. They got a wonderful winner chicken dinner. It was for Stronger Esports. They were a part of multiple amounts of fight. They were responsible for wiping out 4 to 5 squads by themselves and got themselves number 1 on the match ranking. As we're talking about the damage graph as well, it's going to be Stronger Esports. They're getting the most amount of damage, 2065. Then we have SITM with at number 2 with 1237 damage. And look at that, the team who got the winner chicken dinner is at number 5 in terms of damage. We have A1 and B, we have Seal Esports, we have Equinox as well. Then we have STR, they with the most damage, and in terms then we see SITM after these 4 teams.
Indeed, they barely had to do anything to claim that chicken dinner. Where all the teams were kind of duking it out because they were all fighting for those placements, fighting for that a bigger part of that prize pool. Because they're all walking away with prize money here, but they were all fighting for a bigger chunk of that prize pool. And we did see it from the get-go. I think more of it was like a pub game where it was just absolute chaos here on Sanhok. And Sanhok is definitely a chaotic map, but not that chaotic in tournament format. But this game itself was absolute chaos. But Stronger Esports taking a 24 total point and claiming the #1 spot in the overall match standing. But SITM here with that winner chicken dinner and 19 points will claim #2 spot. A1MB Esports will find that third spot with 18 points, and Gremlin with 10 will find the fourth. But after that, it kind of drops off. Victor Gaming again, a disappointing day at the office. MAKPEN as well. Team Classic not really performing. Astra Esports at 13th spot with just 2. NB Esports bad intention next. RGC, TRZ. These are teams that were fighting for that #1 spot or the #5 spot, really not performing. B Esports managed to get 8. I don't really see how much it will affect because they were, I think, around 11 behind that top 5 finish. So we'll have to wait and see once the total score board comes out to see who has qualified into the PMPL.
And obviously, the bigger question is going to be who's qualifying for the PMPL. At the same time, we are almost very sure about the champion of the PMNC 2022 wildcard. It has been a wonderful ride. But the bigger question is going to be which of those 5 teams we're going to see qualifying to the PMPL and continue their ride in terms of like, I feel like in terms of continuing their journey in the PMPL, at the same time continuing their journey for the PMGC as well, the top of the top, the best of the best. That's going to be the bigger question, and I am very excited to see that. But we will have the champion in front of you really soon, and I'm very excited to see who it is going to be. At the same time, we'll have those 5 contenders going to the 5 teams qualifying for the PMPL right in front of you in a few moments as well. So it's going to get very interesting. Are you excited for this? Are you excited to finally have your questions answered in terms of like which teams are seeing in the next stage? We had a lot of journey. We came from like in-game qualifiers. Then we had like 256 teams. Then we have like 128, then 64, then 32, then 32. Then we have like 16 teams. Then we had 16 teams again. We had a month of this fight happening within the South Asia giants. There's some huge giants from all over the South Asia, within Sri Lanka, within Bangladesh as well. And now we are come down this last moment as well. Which of these teams we're going to see in the PMPL and continue their journey, and which teams will not qualify and get eliminated from this today.
Yeah, let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to put your predictions on the chat as well as we go in to check out who has qualified into the PMPL, who is going to be your #1 dogs, who are going to be the top 5 teams qualifying, and who is going to be taking the bigger chunk of this $30,000 prize pool. Let's have a look at the teams who are going to be qualifying into the PMPL from the wildcards.
Oh god, I am very nervous right now. I want to see exactly who it's going to be. Come on, we want to see, and it's going to be I thought it's going to be the champions coming up. Come on, I'm getting excited. I want to see it's going to be whether it's going to be like TRZ, whether they qualified, whether it's some team coming from behind and they're like jumping up and making sure. But we have the champions in front of us for the PMNC 2022. SITM with 3 winner chicken dinners, 123 eliminations, 24 matches, 20,200 of damage, and 19 minutes 41 second average survival time. That's a crazy amount of statistics in terms of survivability, in terms of damage as well. And ladies and gentlemen, finally we have the winner in front of us. It has been a very long ride. Congratulations to them. They got themselves some really sweet amount of money as well. Obviously $10,000 for their side, and the qualification into the PMPL, and the tons and tons amount of confidence while going to the grand finals. They dominated semi-finals, they dominated grand finals. They deserve to be where they are right now, and I can definitely understand why Terror was choosing to side with them.
Indeed, what a performance from SITM, coming in from 250 odd teams. They dominated throughout the entire couple of months, and that's not something that is easy to do, to keep up that performance throughout an entirety of that length of a tournament, beating out so many other teams, and then coming into the grand finals, taking the fight to the 5 invited teams from PMPL as well, and winning it out by a decent margin as well. Not a small margin, quite a big margin as well. But we did have SITM claim that #1 spot, and what a performance. Look at the stats coming through from the champions here. 42 eliminations on Erangel, 61 on Miramar, 20 on Sanhok, and overall, This is absolutely insane, right? The most amount of damage comes out from Miramar for them, and the most number of kills as well. And to be fair, a lot of us would agree that Miramar is the most technically heavy map to play at. You need to be careful with your rotations, you need to be careful with your strategy, you need to be careful with your placement and what type of fights that you take. And Miramar is probably the most strategy intensive map out of it. And guess where SITM has performed the most in? It is Miramar with 61 elimination, 7 kills per match, and with 8 matches and 13,622 damage to follow up as well. What a performance this team has had. They definitely deserve to win it, and they definitely deserve that $10,000 in prize money as well.
As much as I would have liked to see Team Seal Esports perform, one thing that I definitely agree with you on this is this. Team SITM deserve to be where they are right now, but we have overall ranking of the post-match 24 day 4. This is the grand finals. We are done with it, with the A1 and B jumping up a bit, with the MAKPEN losing their spot. Then we have Stronger Esport making up a huge jump onto the 10th spot, scoring that 182 points, and Team Classic coming to the number 9 with 184 points. And these are the second page, but what's the first page that's going to be interesting is when I want to say exactly who are these 5 teams that we'll see going to the PMPL, and we're gonna see them going up against the best of the best and the pro teams that are good, like teams that call themselves pro. But at the same time, I feel like what has done by Stronger Esports should have been done a bit earlier as well, in terms of their winner chicken dinner, in terms of their aggression as well. Them securing 12 points in terms of placement, in terms of elimination, could have been done a bit earlier as well. Might have just given them the boost that they needed to qualify for the PMPL as well. But I want to see the page number 110. I want to say I'm excited for it to see who is going to qualify, who's not going to qualify, which are the teams that are going to see going with us in the next stage, and which team could not qualify as well. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's just going to the same team that from the last game is SITM at number 1 with 266 points, a huge amount of lead as compared to Seal Esports with the Seal at number 2. Then we have NB Esports at number 3 with 220 points, and Bad Intention with 213 points, and lastly not least TRZ Esports at number 5 with 207 points. And ladies and gentlemen, these are the 5 teams that will see into the PMPL. Unfortunately for Gremlin and B Esports, they couldn't qualify.
Yeah, so close yet so far, but we do have our top 5 teams. We have 2 teams from the invited teams, and we had 3 coming through the qualifiers. The 3 coming through qualifiers was SITM, NB Esports, and Bad Intention XBet, and these teams definitely do deserve a spot in that PMPL with the performance, the consistent performance that they have had. Seal Esports, very dominant performance, not being able to grab that number 1 spot. They are going to be disappointed, but they will be taking $5,000 off that chunk. But these are your top 3 teams. It is SITM taking that number 1 spot, Seal Esports in 2nd place, with NB Esports in 3rd place. And what a performance these 3 teams have had. But there you have it, guys, our 3rd, 2nd and 1st spot for the PUBG Mobile National Champions South Asia Wildcards 2022. And what a performance, what a tournament we have had, what excitement. And some of the highlights, I mean, there are some, when we are streaming, we call them clip-worthy. There were so many clip-worthy incidents in this entire tournament. It's just absolutely insane. But let's take a look at the qualifying teams for the PMPL. The top 5 teams who are going to be qualifying is none other than SITM Esports, Seal Esports, NB Esports, Bad Intention XBet, and TRZ Esports, who had a really tough time coming in, but managed to make it to the top 5 and managed to qualify into the PMPL. But let's take a look at who the top performers are going to be from all the players who took part, the 64 players who took part. It is going to be none other than Magdalene from Bad Intention XBet, taking out 51 eliminations in 24 matches, having the least amount of survival time. This man is a different beast here. Less survival time, but more eliminations coming through for him. 2nd place is going to be claimed by Becca from Seal. NB Fistboy claiming the 3rd place, Desert from SITM claiming the 4th place, and Momba also from TRZ in that 5th place as well. So we have 5 players from the top 5 teams inside these top performance. So what a performance these couple of players have had. But the highlight is definitely going to be Matt Dillon from Bad Intention X.
I mean, what a roller coaster it has been. We had SITM coming to the grand finals. We knew they were going to qualify. We knew they were going to dominate. But them dominating the invited team as well, that was a bit of an unexpected thing, a bit of a surprise that they didn't exactly care who won the PMPL, who played the PMPL, who played the PMGC. They're like going into this day, into the grand finals, we're going to dominate everyone. But we have the daily recap in front of us with the bad intention getting 2 chicken dinners in the map of Erangel and map of Miramar. Then we have B Esports securing a winner-winner chicken dinner on the second map with 14 elimination. The Seal Esports notching up things up a bit just by securing a chicken dinner at like game number 3 with 13 elimination. And lastly, we have team Astra Esports coming up and securing a wonderful winner-winner chicken dinner with 11 points. But look at that. We have all the teams securing chicken dinners with double-digit elimination. Then we have SITM lastly in the end securing a very easy, very calm winner-winner chicken dinner. Just trying to rotate, just trying to get themselves into a good position within the circle, scoring just 4 elimination and a winner-winner chicken dinner. But what a ride it has been. What a ride it has been. We talk about SITM, their one-sided domination. We talk about Sales Esports, they're just consistently being good throughout the whole 4 days. Then we talk about team B Sports as well. They try to come back. Then we talk about team TRZ and Bad Intention. They were nowhere near top 5 when the day started, when the grand final started, and they made it to the top 5 as well by consistently coming back into the game and performing on those last days. Then lastly we have NB Esports on the top 5 as well. They absolutely dominated everything on the day number 1, secured 100 points on the first day, give themselves a huge boost, and was able to secure only 120 or 130 points in the rest of 3 days. So in terms of like their first day, they did all they needed to do to qualify into the grand final. Obviously they had to keep it going and exactly did that, but in generally it has been a very wonderful ride, and it's a very different ride for every one of those teams that qualified. Every different story, every different expectation, but same result. They are going into the PMPL.
Indeed, and definitely has been an absolutely wild ride. And I want to go back to what you said about NB Esports, right? They dominated day number 1, but didn't do much the rest of the days. But they only combined, only found 130 in the next 3 days. But that day 1 dominance that they had, definitely securing themselves a top 3 finish in the overall standings and a spot in the PMPL as well. And these teams are all walking away happy with that performance that they have had, regardless of whether they have qualified or not. They're taking a chunk of the prize money as well. Obviously the bigger chunk going to the SITM with $10,000 second place, taking home 5,000, and then kind of it gets divided between the rest of the teams. But everyone is going to be quite happy with the performance, and I think all the teams should definitely be proud of the performance that they have had, especially the teams that had to come through qualifiers. They had to work through 256 different teams to get to this spot, and they definitely should be proud of the performance that they have had, and they should definitely work even harder next year around to make it to the PMPL for the squads that did not qualify. And for the squads that did qualify, I mean, make the region proud, man. You guys have an absolute dominant performance in the region. Make sure you all take it out and perform in the PMPL as well. I mean, I'm definitely expecting to see the likes of SITM, especially Bad Intention, Mac Dillon, bringing the fight to that international stage and destroying the competition. I'm definitely looking forward to watching that as well. But with that, I think it is time for us to go. But just before we do wrap up, there is a massive shout out to the guys who are watching from home. You guys have been absolutely amazing. The viewership, the comments, the support that you have been giving your teams has been absolutely insane. Make sure to join for all the tournaments that are happening here, and make sure that you all follow your favorite teams as well as your favorite players, and keep supporting them in their future endeavors as well. And also a massive shout out to RZ for joining me, as well as Nikhil, as well as Chase was there. The casters have been absolutely insane. You guys are absolutely amazing. It has been an absolute pleasure. This was the first time casting with you guys, and it has been an absolutely pleasure casting with you guys throughout this entire grand finals as well as semi-finals. And also last but not least, the crew behind the scene, the production team, the referees involved, the work done is insane, and you guys have been absolutely amazing, giving us the live action as it comes, the replays, the stats, crazy stuff. Absolutely amazing job. So thank you so much for making our job very much easier in terms of what we have to do. So thank you so much for you guys as well. And finally, for the players who took part, you guys have been amazing. Thank you for the action. But till we all see you all again next time around, it's going to be me, Tara, and RZ both signing off. Until next time, guys. See you.
Yeah.